Okay.
All right, video going? All right,
Video
good.
going.
Thumbs up. Hi, hello. Welcome to Dirtagrin.
The Chartreuse Triside.
Something triangles.
Something dark side.
Something complete. Anyway, hi. I'm really loud. Let me step my energy level down a little bit. I can't be that loud the entire time. There we go. That's a more normal volume. Hello, it's Delta Green. We are possibly finishing Rat's Nest tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Before we go in there, I'd like to remind you this episode of our patrons like I'm Carlos Dragon, Ferris, Jeremy Vasquez, Jonathan Sandoval, Legendary Boss, Lima, Kessler, Region Raptor, Rogue, Robin, Char, Sean Pryor, some guy named Bob Simon, Vivian's very thorough. You like we do more, consider what I got Patreon. Wow, there's like
Was that a ritual or something?
8 seconds of just pure uninterrupted sound. There is no flat break for a breath.
Vega, have you ever considered just getting like those voice enunciation programs, or just to say the patient this for you?
No, this is way faster. I gotta teach
Okay.
me shit. Also, if I simulate it, then I have to, because I do actually have a pre-recorded sound clip for certain edits. But when the list changes, as I always hope it changes by growing more names, then I have to redo those bits. So,
Fair.
I could just dump this into a text to speech, but that would take forever. Also, would probably be very funny.
Depends on it depends on the thing.
Anyway, yeah, but internet names. You know, I get the names of what the people put into the patrons. So, anyway, we're not here to discuss my my subsystem for naming patron names. We're here to play Delta Green. So last time, you guys knuckled down and did a lot of research. A lot of research. So many books, so many records, much yelling, many banker boxes. But out of that, you guys generally came to the conclusion somewhere around the, second hour mark that you wanted to look into this Charles de Lune guy.
Yeah.
You decided that was a problem that needed solving. So, you concocted an elaborate scheme, by which I mean you just kind of sort of honeypotted him and then broke into his room and rifled through all his things.
I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes.
Don't knock the classics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
It was a very basic fucking noir femme fatale trick.
I mean, is that saying it was
There
bad?
were some smoky rooms. No, but it's just funny to be like, you came up with an elaborate plan to just distract him while you broke in his room. It's fine.
To rip off early 20s movies.
You know, hey, whatever works.
Well,
I mean, you guys were. There was an open question. You were wondering if this guy was from the early 20s. There was a lot of speculation. You really need to get in that room.
Well, again, I think it's something that we went to something simple, but that's the thing with plans. You look at what you got, look what the opponent does, and you debate what your best course of action is, and the best course of action was just no, I'm just gonna go talk to the guy.
Yeah. So after thoroughly ransacking his room and then putting everything back together, you guys compiled a report, submitted it to your handler, who was like, yes, this is a problem. We can do something about this. Which basically for the next few days, because you guys implied that, this situation wasn't going to explode in the next several days.
For understanding, yeah.
It didn't require any extraordinary rendition or anything. Nobody had to, battering ram down his door and black bag him. You guys know that the special access program is cooking on dealing with this guy. Which leads us to the question we were talking about. Pre-Mike Hot, which is basically, you guys have a few days to kill. The primary thing was that I think all of you who wanted to had opportunity to study the Alchemy de Lune, which involved many percentages going up.
Mm-hmm.
Things
I
were
also
thought
had a
of,
couple
stuff was learned.
I had a couple of things I wanted to take care of that I wrote down.
Okay.
And I'm trying to discern my notes the best I can.
In the meantime, I was going to ask, in those days, were
Sometimes
we going to...
Midnight Dallas writes like a lunatic.
I was going to ask, in those days, were we going to try to do the other
okay,
thing we had on the docket before we checked the house out?
Well, that is the question I want to throw to you guys. I know you guys want to look at the basement. You've figured out, thanks to Agent Garza's mega keen super eyes, his X-ray vision, that there's a secret basement underneath the bookstore, which was previously a tobacco shop owned by Erwin de Lune, who was kind of your entry point into this scenario. So you got to wonder if there's any additional clues, secrets, supplies, whatever down there, and you want to see what's going on before you possibly crack this egg. And basically, that's what I want to ask you guys. We've got a little bit of like wibbly wobbly time here. Do you guys want to first basically do a scene where you guys get your intel back from busting Charles de Lune? Because you know that's going to happen in a number of days once that percolates.
This would be something I would be doing before that, because
Okay.
I would probably be doing, because this I don't, what I was planning on doing, I don't assume I will be able to do in one day. But I wanted to follow up on a lead I had gotten that I didn't really check into far enough, particularly with information we learned last week.
Okay.
Actually, if I remember correctly, who studied coming to the room? I know Kara did. So I'm kind of SOL'd if you're doing anything in those days worth of time. I don't know how strict Delta Green is with studying, but I've committed to studying the script.
I mean, depending on what he wants to do. If he wants to do like hardcore research, yeah, no, he's also studied the tome. So
Yeah.
Well, then I have to put my percentages back down because, at least for now, because.
Well, what Dallas once again? What jump to the end? What is it that we want to do?
Sorry. I wanted to follow up with the native tribes on the pre-de Lune history of that land, because learning what we have learned, this is not making me more confident, and I would like to know how bad things are going to get.
What's your occult percentage? It's quite high, isn't it?
80%.
Okay.
Big stonks.
I would say you would just know this without needing to necessarily do any additional research. Based on what you read about this when you were researching and recalling and your own occult skill, the site was not particularly broadly known. It was something that happened to filter down through some local oral traditions. Unfortunately, this area has been, colonized for a very long time. You are probably not going to get any additional info by like going back and redoing interviews with people. It's
okay.
What has been written down as the oral history is basically what has been passed down through several hundred years to modern scholars. Allegedly it used to be a depression, to recap for everybody. There was not a hill there, and there was a site with some standing stones, and it was considered a site of bad omens. There were allegedly legends of hungry spirits who would steal your food. What exactly that means, you guys don't know, but there are no depictions or pictures of the standing stones, obviously. There are no exact recollections of the standing stones because nobody in living memory would have seen them. Technically, you guys don't even know for sure if the standing stones still exist. The de Lunes might have knocked them over to build their hill and house on it. You don't know. Just that all the records of the building of Umbral House do not mention the depression at all, or the house, the standing stones being put part of the house or the Priory or anything like that. Though the Priory was allegedly built with local stone. I think that's come up last time. That came up like 2 sessions ago. So yeah, there is no further you don't get to go talk to like an old scholar of Indian legend who tells you how spooky and horrible the standing stones are. It's just
that's fair.
You got what you got.
With new information, I wanted to make sure because, yeah, I'm really.
I will give you with your 80%. I will give you an extra tickly clue on the occult end. The impression you get from the oral history is that is like a really old common knowledge type legend. Like that narrative of just like, hey, those standing stones have been there, don't go near them, is probably really old.
So this is definitely pre-de Lune.
Yes.
Okay.
It would be that part, yeah.
But that also means the locals have known not to go to that depression for a long, long time.
Well, no, because this is what is still the war in my head of this whole situation. It's like, did the de Lune, and both of these are possibly true, which makes me less confident, but did the de Lunes bring the bad juju here, or did they wake something up? Or is it both?
I thought we determined that there was something here and they just chose to use it.
We don't know exactly
No.
what they
No,
tried
we
to
haven't
do.
determined.
You haven't
that.
determined
We
shit. This is Delta
we
Green.
Definitely have not
Fair enough.
determined that.
Fair enough.
I know that
We
because
have
I have
we have a strong possibility in theory that does not have any actual defined.
Like I said, the running theory is that they chose here because they wanted the thing that was there.
But also, they're from a place with evil French wizards that were investigated by the Inquisition.
Yeah, I believe the best way to put it for the agents and for
literally
the
have-
audience at home.
Actually, I'll put it this
is-
way: I have a column system in my personal notes that looks like a crazy person drew them. How appropriate for Delta Green. That is literally a column of bad shit here, bad shit from France.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the best way to
Another-
phrase it for the agents and the people at home is you guys have a working hypothesis.
Thank you.
We know the Lunes are bad. That's
Yes.
like the only thing we have agreed on is the Lunes bad.
Yeah, no, like I said, that whole like the whole back half of last session was like, okay, we think this is a problem. We're gonna like drill into this guy and figure out what his deal is, and you were just like, oh no, I don't like this. Hey, can our intergovernmental conspiracy abuse government power and arrest this guy? Yes? Cool.
I'm not
him.
saying break the Constitution into tiny pieces, but maybe a little bit.
Well, you had a
No,
very
no.
lucky roll also calling up the French embassy and working on that one, and them just be kind of like, yeah, maybe we got a record of that guy, but we don't really know him. He doesn't seem too special. And that like gives you some justification. So the question is, during these couple of days while you're chilling, I believe it was Garza, Kara, and Jack who were studying the alchemy de Lune.
Yeah.
I assume.
I think I was studying it, but like after we did the basement.
Were you studying it? Well, you should have said that. I don't have any recollection of you studying it. That means you got to go ask Kara for a digital copy.
I made the copies.
No, you didn't.
First of all, excuse both of you. I'm the one with the copies.
I
Yeah,
took
my
a copy.
cameras.
I took a
Well,
copy from Dallas.
Yes, no, I gave
Dallas was
Kara
asking
a
for
copy.
copies, but he handed. Did you? I felt like you handed your phone to Kara to
No,
scan it. Or you just-
I handed the medical,
Bluetooth it.
the one with the medical devices to
Oh,
Kara.
okay.
I
yes,
will
no.
have given
Then yes,
copy-
technically it was-
copies to Kara.
No,
Jack
I called
would've needed to-
dibs on
yeah.
the physical book at some
Well, we don't
point.
have
Yeah,
that
well,
yet.
yeah.
That's part of the evidence collecting. You guys
That's not so
have a
later,
couple
yeah.
of items you want to get out of
Yes.
No.
out of Charles' stuff. You didn't want to
I
pocket.
gave the camera with the medical instruments and it directly to Kara because I looked at it and went, I don't know what the fuck this is.
So as far as I remember, it was Garza and Kara who had gotten copies from Jack in that order.
Yes.
Of just
I can
running
make
the
you a
things.
copy as well.
I presume Holland is just doing push-ups and sit-ups, drinking plenty of juice, cleaning his gun.
Yeah.
I am
Actually-
not that.
Holland,
weird
can
as
you
it
make
sounds.
some IEDs?
Okay, hold on. Sounds like I need a book for this.
Well, for one, that's
What's
restricted.
your demolitions roll?
I said
percentage?
not buy, make.
Also,
Ah.
didn't Green say that if it needed, that he can provide us with that, provide us with C4?
That could take a few days because that's restricted.
Well, yeah, but that's why Kara's asking now, because you have an ambiguous couple of days.
Let's
Right,
see
yeah, before
here.
we get
Well, what would be?
It would be demolitions.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Technically,
demolitions.
it says some stuff about making your own being under craft, but I think demo is our catch-all for
Okay.
common.
And do I have all the supplies for that? I guess because gunpowder.
I mean,
I can tell you, you could buy all those supplies at a supermarket.
yeah, no. If you want to make a basic level IED, like a pipe bomb, that's ludicrously easy. Hold on, my PDF reader has decided to lock up for a second.
Okay.
Trying to find the fucking chapter with the equipment is too powerful for Adobe right now. Which means I will need to cross-reference that. But yes, I would still like to know what your percentage in demolition is.
My percentage in demolition is 60.
That's pretty good.
Like I said, remember.
Oh my god, Adobe! It's your own fucking fault. You're making me scroll through all these fucking bookmarks. I've really got to see if there's a default setting for that shit.
Right, I forgot this told you how to make a cattle prod. Such a weird thing.
Stock stick.
Being back, I will still want to look at demolitions.
But again, remember,
Or, yeah.
someone tried to like blow up or burn down this house, and we might have to finish the job. So again, I'm like, I don't know what's gonna be down there, but I would like to have I would like to have, I guess I'll say, an assortment of means.
So we need potassium, sulfur, charcoal, potassium nitrate, sulfur.
All right, Dallas, don't read out how many things you need for a bomb on YouTube. They will get mad at me.
Oh, sorry.
Do your own Googling at your own risk. But no,
Might have a PDF for that.
Most things are incidental. So like an IED, a block of C4, or ANFO, ammonium nitrate, are all incidental. Though it does say for an ANFO explosive you need science, chemistry, and demolition skills. So you'd probably be going for an IED, i.e. a pipe bomb.
I mean, I got this science chemistry. If we really need it.
But you're reading, so
Yeah.
You will be busy deeply studying a thing. You cannot also be making ammonium nitrate explosives in your
was a bad idea,
bathtub.
Omega.
Yeah, and it's like I'll be
apologize
reading
for
guys
my
after the
brain.
fact. So
Well, I mean, I don't know why you're reading after the fact, other than just, do you not want your brain to get blasted during these 3 days? I thought
before we got the physical book, we'd go do the other thing, but
Yeah, but they're all studying digital copies.
right. Then I guess I'll just join in if like no one's gonna
You
do
don't
the
need a physical copy of it.
No, you just need a complete copy.
Also, I will be very clear. I will not be freely, willy-nilly handing out PDFs of the other book.
No, I didn't ask
And
for
you're
it.
gonna get a stern interview of me asking why you want this.
So,
If it's
I don't need a jank zine.
No.
So that will be Alchemy de Lune. You're going to stay it for days. Okay. So, well, funnily enough, that means that you lose 1 sand, Benowitz.
I
You
marked
gain
that
1%
down.
in unnatural, 4% in chemistry, and 4% in occult.
I marked those all down before. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, probably did say. Jot down. Probably. Loth is typing something very long. I also don't think Marth is back yet, so we won't worry about the IED. We can roll back to that if that's what he's doing while you guys are all reading. You're all just in your fucking lounge of your suite looking at iPads. Oh, Loth is unfortunate. His power is a little still sad. Usually how it goes with utilities.
I'm back.
I'm gonna be.
Okay.
Welcome back.
I'm gonna be studying mine in the middle of the woods.
What would?
But I'm just imagining like I know it's not what you're doing, but I'm imagining all 4 of you just sitting in your like I said, like your sweet common room on different couches, just reading, being depressed.
No, I get too antsy if I'm indoors for too long.
Okay.
I need. outside.
So yeah, no. So the components to make an IED are incidental.
Okay.
I'm about to say, either make IEDs or Molotov cocktails.
Well, I don't think we have a firebomb rule, so
Yeah.
I don't know how expensive that's supposed to be.
Oh, I can make one.
I'm
like, in my kitchen.
I mean, I'm sure it's incidental. A hand grenade is technically incidental. Individual hand grenades are cheap, but that would be I would require me to stretch my brain a little on how that's supposed to work.
Curing them.
Yeah. So it's just incidental.
So an IED is a incidental device. It requires demolitions.
Okay.
You could roll demolitions to see if you could make one.
Okay, I'll try.
Yeah.
See if you can make many. You might need
Because
to throw
technically the way crafting it yourself works is it makes it one cost category lower. Incidental is already I don't give a shit. So what happens when you make it below I don't give a shit levels? Okay, before we roll anything though, I do want to caution you. This is restricted. You will be in trouble if you are caught carrying this or if this is found in your hotel room.
Okay.
So
that's
it's
true.
possible to make it, but you may want to be careful about
Need to
working that
find a way how to hide it then.
Well, you could always go make them somewhere outside of
The hotel.
if you want to. But again, Marth, I'm not saying I'm asking if you can. You don't have to. It's just an
I
idea.
can possibly. Alright, where could I make it where it would not be weird? Okay.
Like you could, if you want to. Well, actually, like you don't need a place like a legal place. You just need a place away from prying eyes. I guess.
And any question, people questioning.
Yeah. So.
Where would that be?
I'm trying to think. Like, I would say, I would say abandoned buildings.
Hey, where's
Then
the
he has to find
nearest?
an abandoned building?
The what?
Where's the?
And then he has to find an abandoned building.
Yeah.
I mean, you have navigate land, right? Navigate, right?
Yeah, I have navigate,
Navigate?
which is just plain old navigate. General navigate. There's no categories for it. It's just navigate.
Okay, yes, I got that. What's your percentage in that?
It is. Let me check. It is 50%.
Okay, I mean, you could probably. You're in Kingsport. It used to be a little bit more heavy industry with the shipping. Now it's a lot more touristy. There are probably some rusting warehouses down by the dock district that are not in use anymore. If you want to throw some trespassing on there.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to seem like I'm drilling down in this. I'm real ready for him to roll, but like, okay, you make it somewhere, and then are you going to carry it on your back? Like, what's you're moving the thing? Where's?
I mean, it's a pipe bomb. If you put it in a bag, unless someone got a chemical sniffer or a bomb dog, no one's gonna really freaking know.
Yeah. Right.
Also, I want to be very clear, Omega.
Yeah.
If we ever get asked about making Molotov cocktails, I genuinely don't think it should even be a roll.
Well, I mean, I think you got to roll something to see if you like don't fuck it up.
Oh yeah.
I guess, but it's literally just fill a bottle with gasoline, put a wick in it, you're done.
And then just light it later.
That's probably like a make a Dex times 5 roll to make sure you don't cover yourself in gasoline.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. It's probably a manual dexterity roll.
Yeah.
That would be what it would be to throw it.
I mean, technically, we've already been doing some criminal trespassing stuff. Hush, hush.
Well, again, if it's gonna be too much of pain, don't worry about it. I'm sorry to like waste all the time.
It's
That's okay. I want the United States does not take carrying bombs very lightly. I need to ask these questions.
yeah, of course. Let's see here.
I mean, I will point out that Agent Green did say that he has a team if we need to like do any heavy destruction or killing.
Yeah, I think Kara's thinking about
I
if we
mentioned
need
that earlier,
something
yeah.
small and tactical.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know,
yeah.
but
He has a team that
I
will
just wanted to
provide all
bring
the
that up in
explosives needed.
case.
think
Also, I like.
I mean, you're not looking at the stats. I mean, a pipe bomb has less lethality, but it's got a bigger kill radius than a block of C4.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Guess actually, why not? I'll just go down and find an abandoned warehouse and make a pipe bomb.
Okay. Roll demo. Please don't botch.
If you botch it, does it even make it?
No, if he botches it, he fucking blows himself into the bag.
Yeah, that happens.
If you botch, you die.
If you botch any demolition making things, it's just
No, that's
it's
like
an
if he
explode.
fails, then he just doesn't mix the ingredients correctly.
Okay, so it got a 5 out of 60.
Okay, it's not a particularly high quality pipe bomb or a very fastly made one, but you have succeeded in mixing certain explosive ingredients into, a piece of PVC pipe, tapping it, probably putting like an electronic detonator on it, not a fucking fuse wick like Left 4 Dead 2. But you have a device that you can probably timer or something.
Okay,
You rigged with a cell phone.
I'll just stash that in a backpack and
All right. Yourself carrying a bomb in case you get stopped and searched. All right.
yes.
If we get stopped and searched randomly, I'm gonna have concerns.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about randomly, but
I don't know.
as
when we
preface, you guys have already broken some.
Before we go into the house, I'm gonna need our chemist friend to help me with something.
Well, we're not doing that yet.
No,
Well,
this is-
so what I'm saying is, it sounds like you guys are just going to lounge around for the 3 days until
Yes.
the several days until you're done studying and until what's his face gets busted, and then you will work on your basement plan. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to make sure we were all working on the
Okay.
timeline if we were going to get timey-wimey. So,
I guess my whole thing is I thought we'd just try to do the basement thing immediately afterwards and then stuff.
Why do
well,
you keep
apparently
coming back
nobody
to
else
this?
agrees with that, so we're not. We're moving on.
All
All right. A couple days passed. It's probably actually, is it probably? It's probably easier for Delta Green to try and grab you on a weekend. So now it's probably like the middle of the week. You may or may not have had to field several emails from your home offices that you're still at this seminar. You're still doing this cross training thing.
I was like,
I mean,
one of the lecturers came sick. It's been just a wash of bad luck and miscommunication. You know how it goes.
Benowitz has to have a quiet conversation with his wife. No, I'm still on assignment. I come home yet.
I listed that I'd be gone for a week and a half, so it's like it's only been a week.
The Mycelial job is taking longer.
So, you guys, again, by secured courier, early in the morning, probably like 6 a.m., clunk on your door.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a couple of guys in ICE customs jackets carrying a cardboard package with, evidence tape sealing it up.
Mm-hmm.
And they just are like, kind got some, kind of glances left, glances right. Evidence here.
Kara will take it. Kara will take it off their hands. Thank you.
All right. You notice that he does not ask you to sign for it, which is very against protocol.
Mm-hmm. What are you talking about? These guys were never here.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a, what's, the Delta Green equivalent of insight on these guys?
Humant. What's your humant?
Oh, oops. Well, shit.
Not your thing.
I mean, if it's bad, you can roll.
Right. I'll roll.
I should just roll just to see if I can fail and get it up. I don't have a reason to roll. I don't care.
Oh, I do. But I'm paranoid about everything.
Yes.
That's why I care.
I have a reason to roll because I know this is how the system works.
By the way,
I got an 82 out of 10.
Okay.
You're like, are those guys ice? They don't look like any ice I ever saw. Except for all the logos and their hats and their windbreakers. They are
Come to
ice.
think of it, have I ever actually seen any ice?
What is ice, really? A crystallization of water?
Now,
Yeah, you have no idea. They look shifty, but you're shifty.
But then again,
so-
every government spook looks shifty.
Yeah, they look a little nervous and
spooks.
concerned. It may have something to do with the fact that they just handed you a box with, a box with evidence tape, and they didn't ask for signing for it. Continuity, which is, not normal, not to procedure, very bad. All of you would
Yeah.
recognize that.
We did get out the addendum that we wanted to guard the jars of gray stuff, right?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Okay, so I assume you, Kara, since you took the box, are going to open it.
Yes.
After those guys, tip their hats at you, their baseball caps, and are gone.
Mm-hmm. Nods, wink, winks, nudge, nudge.
So you pop it open. You find another handwritten memorandum signed by Agent Green on top. You find 2 items in evidence bags. One of them is a handwritten journal. The other is 3 vials of a silvery powder, the powder of Ibn Ghazi.
Right.
In the both of these, by the way, are properly evidence bagged, sealed, signed for. You also find fresh evidence bags with more sealing tape and materials to sign for, so that you can re-evidence the evidence when you're done, as is proper if you have to take it out to look at it. And the memorandum basically says, it's basically got a report. Charles de Lune was taken in by Customs Immigration this morning for, unlawful entry to the country. As per Special Access Program, you have been handed custody of 2 items of evidence listed below: X1 handwritten notebook, X3 vials of unknown powder. And then there's a note at the bottom which says, the second item you requested has keywords which are under the purview of another Special Access Program operation. It has been recommended to them for analysis. Please contact your hotline if you require any additional information.
I really don't.
At the end of this report, it says basically, you may either dispose of these items after use or repackage them and store them at storage facility. It gives you the address for your secure storage site. You've got your box.
Your box, okay.
I'll immediately take one of the jars or one of the vials.
All right. So, because you guys know that the ritual exists, I will let you guys know how Powder of Ibn Ghazi is supposed to work, even though you guys
Thank you.
don't yet know
I
how
was
to
about
make
to
it.
ask that. Yeah.
A second, pull
Like
up the
this,
list.
this journal's mine. This is
Handwritten.
gonna be
It's got a lot of alchemical symbols in it, a lot of allegory.
this is gonna be our breaking case of insanity thing.
So, hyper sample ritual. The Powder of the Ibn Ghazi.
That's the one that lets you see things that cannot be seen, right?
Something
Yes.
like
So
that.
the way this works is, basically, once you make it and it's in its final form, which these are obviously actually in their final form, if it is blown, thrown, or dropped over the surface of an unnaturally invisible entity or hypergeometric effect, that unseen thing becomes fully visible to human eyes for 2d4 turns. So
Okay.
basically, if you think there's something invisible, apply powder, it becomes visible for a short time.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure we'll need it, but the fact that this guy was making it,
I mean, the guy.
Yeah.
We like I said, we
Just trying
have
chemistry.
we have a thing that where it says there might be hungry spirits and other things. So I'm just all like, I'm not gonna discount it.
yeah, I would have preferred, honestly, I would have preferred the other one,
What was the other one?
but the one that
Dust of the
banishes things that are
Thresholds,
not
as far as you
natural.
can tell, is supposed to repel beings not of this earth.
Yeah,
with extra ease.
anti bad stuff dust, basically.
Like banished dust. Yeah, banishment dust.
Sadly,
Yeah.
both of those are elaborate rituals, so they will take
Yes,
you
I
a
know.
long time to study.
I would say that one's probably kind of worth it, but that's
Oh
it.
no, that one I'm definitely putting like in my character's notes is like priority number 1.
Guess who's gonna study the unnatural after this?
Hey, me too.
Yeah.
But all right, there you go. That's your items. You've got it all.
Honestly, I probably
enjoy,
need some of this shit where I work.
I enjoy we have like see invisible dust, where it's like throw it.
Well, no, like that's why we saw like, oh, that's what it was. Like we need that. Give.
Yes, basically, you guys through your study of the thing were like, oh, wait a minute, this powder he keeps referring to that we haven't unpacked how to make because it's hidden in like allegory and ritual and whatever. It's supposed to be silvery. Weren't there 3 vials of silvery stuff? Yes, there were. So yeah, got them.
All right. Well.
So I believe that means then we're gonna enact our basement plan.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I remember about the basement plan was Professor Jack is basically going to pop into the bookstore around lunch and ask Miss Luna out to lunch.
Yeah.
With whatever excuse he can come up with.
Well, no, I remember my cover story.
Okay.
It was
Good.
it was as a former colleague, mostly during military service, of her because her dad was in the Vietnam War, right?
Her grandfather. But yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I would have been So I will basically fudge reality and say I knew her grandfather not well, but I heard a bunch of stuff going on with his house and his name. And I heard and I would just offer some help with some legal trouble I heard she was going through, basically.
Sure. All right. And then
All of which is true and false.
simultaneous.
Obfuscation instead of lies.
And then the next thing is basically the rest of you are going to pile in the SUV, and Garza will bend bars, lift gates. No, he'll pick locks. Different D&D basic skill. He will pick locks, show you guys where the trapdoor is, and then I don't know. I think is everybody just going to pile in?
I mean, I guess I can hang out in the car, but I don't know if they're actually gonna need me.
I
Yeah.
think it was you'd stay in the car, and then I think it was just Marth was gonna go because he has stealth.
I will have probably
I was going with
given.
you. I was going in this because I have stuff too.
Who is? Yeah, I will probably given the seal and the spook. I will probably give each a camera, freshly wiped from pictures.
Okay.
Oh, cameras.
Oh, I have a shit ton of those.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you are an
It
archaeologist.
just makes sense to have, as an archaeologist, that just makes sense. I have a fuck ton of disposable digital cameras. Because fun fact about actual archaeology, you can't touch most of the things, so you just take fuck tons of pictures.
Yeah. Tracks to me.
There's a lot of stuff, if you touch it, it just breaks.
One day I really want to do some pharmacology and just make some fucking drugs.
That would probably take you a few days.
Yeah.
You can think about that.
I need to mind.
Really not in this.
I need to.
Yeah,
I need to make
shoot
some fucking
you some-
combat drugs or something.
I'm gonna shoot you some stuff that I will be shopping for.
Okay.
Put it in the chat or something. But
I'll put it in the chat. I need to find out what it is exactly.
all right, well, what happens? I guess let's do the B&E.
Did I just hear?
Well, first of all, I want to ask Jack what his.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be buying a bunch of. I'm gonna try and buy some paint remover.
What?
That's easy. That's probably incidental.
Don't worry.
I'm gonna worry.
Okay, and some styrofoam.
Wait,
That's also possible. Yes.
are you making napalm?
Kind of.
No. I'm amazed that Lucky caught that. I didn't.
Listen,
Something flammable, styrofoam. Yes. That is.
I'm making Molotovs. Just
I'm about to say,
sticky
like,
Molotovs.
yeah, I'm about to
Oh.
say, like, that's what you do. If you basically stick fucking wait, no, I can't. Well, fucking no, I'll talk about it. If you basically stuff styrofoam peanuts into a fucking bottle and douse that in gasoline, basically when it shatters, the styrofoam melts onto whatever you throw it on. So it's not like full on napalm, but for intents and purposes, it's napalm.
Look,
And for people at home listening to this, I would tell you, don't do this at home.
Don't.
Like sticky and incendiary. Don't do
No,
it.
like,
It's dumb. Be
it's
careful.
like, if you're in a good state, you
Unless
won't need something to throw it at. So
unless
also,
you are
it's a very
currently
dangerous yourself.
literally living in Ukraine, do not do this.
But
That's what it is. YouTube, we're supporting Ukraine. Anyway, okay. So I wanted to ask. Those are all incidental chemicals you can get a hold of.
Yeah.
Once again, the concern comes from when you make a mixed product and then somebody in downtown Kingsport, Massachusetts, sees you with a bottle full of gas and is like, "Hey, what's going on?" We'll see if that comes up.
Yeah,
But I
don't-
wanted to
just
ask
don't do it
Jack what
legally.
your persuade is.
My persuade, if I remember correctly, I have a 40, I think.
Well, I would like you to go ahead and start this by rolling persuade. I will give you a plus 20 though for circumstances because you know stuff, but I do still want you to roll to see if she believes you're
And I am
lying.
being genuine-ish.
ish.
Well, it's like
I mean,
I'm
The facts are
I'm-
incorrect. Your concern is
no,
real.
the thing is, the facts are correct. It's just the details of the facts are correct. I am a colleague of her father's. I am concerned about her, and I am helping her in a legal case. These are all true things. None of them are what I'm telling her, though.
Yes, no. The circumstances are incorrect. The intent is real. The letters are wrong, but the
you
spirit
said
is there.
plus 20?
Yes.
Then that will make it.
Okay.
Because that would be a 47 over 60.
Yeah, so you're able to use specific information you've gained through the case to make yourself seem more legitimate, talk about some of her grandfather's past service and stuff.
And I
Maybe
probably
mention,
will
he's
have
got some
also
stuff.
been arranging to, I don't know, somewhat help her. Because I do actually, I do feel some responsibility towards her father's situation because...
Grandfather.
Or grandfather, because he was a colleague. It's just not
Yeah.
in Vietnam, in this weird fucking
This thing,
Ghostbusters
this situation,
stuff.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, she buys the story. She'll let you take her out to lunch at a local eatery. She probably recommends somewhere local. Kingsport probably serves seafood or surf and turf or something.
Surf and turf.
And
Yeah.
you can give her some advice on how to handle the situation. What's your law?
My law is 0.
Okay, so your
Could I
advice is
do
probably more.
bureaucracy instead?
Yeah, okay, bureaucracy's fine.
I
What's your
can do
bureaucracy
that.
score?
40.
Okay, you can add some more practical advice about hey, here's how you avoid this kind of legal trouble, or you approach this judge about this thing, you go to this courthouse kind of stuff. Not really body of the law, but more execution of government business, which is something you know a lot about
Yeah.
somehow. She probably casually mentioned to you over lunch that she was quite surprised when a DEA agent asked for her permission to go on the premises to investigate some cold case. Weird.
Weird. Yeah. I mean, there's all types of spooks around this place.
Anyway, speaking of which, Garza, I would like you to roll Dex ×5 to pick locks.
All right.
Do. What instrument do they actually use to like spook music? It's got to be a string, doesn't it?
I think so.
There's a
Obviously, like, Pink
56
Panther type
out of
stuff is some-
60.
I was like, if we failed this
What was
roll,
that
what
out
the
of
fuck are we
60?
gonna do?
56.
Okay. A bump, a click, flick. Doors open.
What the fuck is that?
I assume it's the back door.
Yes.
Yes, she has a back door, by the way. There's an alley. Of course, there's a dumpster. There is a sewer grate. There's no like alarm systems or anything, so you don't need to worry about that. You're in the back room, which Garza was able to peer into. It looks like you'd expect the back room of a business. There's some, cleaning supplies, vacuum. There's probably like a small area for like attempting to like recover and repair books, but it's not really detailed, but there's some glue and stuff.
We're leaving that untouched. We're just gonna go in and
Yeah. So in the back here, there is a, old school Native American, type rug. It is several microns out of alignment.
let's see if I can lift it up and then hopefully put it back later.
All right, you scooch it out of the way. There's a trapdoor.
All right.
It's a very
is it
fine
latched?
seamed trapdoor, but since Garza told you it was there, you can find it.
Yeah. Is it latched or is it just kind of just hidden in plain sight? Like, is there
Probably has like a
hinge?
concealed latch.
All right, let me just try to.
You have to slide the
open
panel
latch.
away and then get in
Yeah.
there. It's not locked per se, but you would not realize that it's got a hinge because it's concealed.
Yeah, just so it wouldn't pop. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just open it then.
Yeah, it's
Small blade.
unless you have like abysmal strength, you can lift it.
Nah, I'm average.
Okay. So you slide it open. There is a wooden ladder, which looks fairly dusty, and there is a pitch black basement down there.
We have flashlights, or I guess we have.
I
lights.
believe you should have flashlights or tactical lights. Those are like cheap.
Yeah.
Actual lights, part of a standard agent kit.
Yeah.
So
I'll just
Yeah,
put like
you can have a
a
little
like a
tack light.
rubberized flashlight. One you can
Yeah.
drop and won't make a large noise.
Also, put on some
All right.
gloves.
They're
Oh yeah,
incidental.
gloves. Yeah.
Oh, I assume that these guys have pretty decent forensics. I'm pretty sure they all got gloves on.
Yeah.
I'm probably wearing like not the rubber ones. I'm probably just wearing like gloves worn for warmth, but thinner.
It is a little chilly. We've talked about that. It's still like early spring
Yeah.
at best.
Like, keep your hair under your hats, wear your gloves, and wear a face mask if you got a beard or mustache.
And so,
All right,
yeah,
let's
you
go
just
in.
drop a flashlight. It looks like it goes down like a story. It probably like softly bounces off one of the rungs of the stair ladder and just settles onto what looks like a slightly dusty but concrete block floor.
I didn't mean I dropped it, but that works too, I guess.
Oh, well, it sounded like you said that. You said it because it didn't
I
want to
remember
make noise.
like,
And,
if I dropped it, it wouldn't make a large noise.
All
If
right.
it was like a metal one. So.
sorry, I misunderstood you.
But,
Okay, but you have a
Okay,
flashlight. There's,
yeah.
like I said, concrete floor. You go down.
All right.
Who all is entering the basement zone?
Huh.
At least know I am. I'm not sure if
Yeah, you're
Holland
going
is or
lead.
not.
I was keeping an eye. on
I'm
the
assuming
front
you closed the back door behind you, right?
door. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then
Oh,
I don't.
oh.
You probably do not need a look back there, so I'll be in this SUV.
Yeah,
I'll be
the,
at
the
the-
SUV
Yeah.
is illegally parked, blocking the alleyway
Mhm.
And
as
right.
Kara smokes inside it.
Mhm.
Oh yeah. Mormo needs to make sure to text us if you guys are leaving back sooner than expected.
I would assume that, yes.
Well, yeah.
And-
I will also say I will most likely be treating her to dinner, or treating her to lunch, showing her
Okay.
like,
Yeah.
kind of shooting shit. I'm
That's
Uh,
fair. No, I assume you're going to stall for time. You've passed your persuade roll. It's fair.
Okay, so
Benowitz goes in first.
I guess right. Guess I'm falling in after. Since I think Garza is staying in the main
Yeah, I headed back
room. Okay.
So Garza stays in the back room. Door's pulled too. Are you guys going to close the trapdoor on top of you, or do you want to leave it up?
Yeah, it looks like it easily.
Well,
we can open it.
actually, where's the position of the trapdoor and does the back door have some sort of like window to be able to look in?
The back door does have a window, but it also has like a little curtain. Probably pulled too.
Okay, and the current is currently pulled?
Yes.
Okay. We can, I guess, keep it open then.
Sure.
All right.
If something horribly goes wrong, we can run.
You guys have decent search, right?
I have 60 in search.
I have 30 in search, so
All right, I'm just making sure you guys both didn't have like basic search. Okay, you guys can find the pull cord.
Perfect.
Boom.
Is it like one
That
room
would
here?
be so
Old
funny.
ass incandescent lights fire up. Yeah, you are in a basement. Looks like it is built fairly well. You're looking at, thick cinder blocks and what looks like reinforced concrete make up the main structure. These are very, very thick walls and floors. So the space of the basement is smaller than the level above, though still sizable.
Is it one room?
Yeah, all just one big room.
Could I like gather that this is like a panic room or like a bunker of sorts?
I mean, you wouldn't really call it that, but
Okay, no.
it's certainly full of supplies.
Okay, just a hideaway. Okay. Yeah, what's in here?
All right, well, so there's some obvious mundane things. You can see them right away. There are old shelves which are stacked with barrels of pure water. There are, handfuls of MREs. They're obviously old. They're from purchased in the 70s or 80s, but they exist there.
I don't know how long those last. I'm not bothering.
There's, a couple of propane tanks. In the corner, there's a portable generator. And there's also probably an electrical junction box to plug into the house down here because you don't want to have to haul that shit up some ladders. But
Yeah,
it's
it feels like it's like a storm basement.
you find a small liquor cabinet with a few bottles of some higher quality, finely aged booze.
I'm not bringing this up to the doctor.
There is also a humidor down here. If you look inside it, there are a handful of Cuban cigars, which again is important to note. This would have been the 70s or 80s when he built this.
When those are bigger, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, embargoes. But he worked for a spooks agency, so. Along one wall, you see a full workbench and reloading bench set up next to each other. You see the common tools not only you would need to take care of household repairs, but also electronics tools. They're fairly out of date. They're for 80s work stuff, but
like server banks, yeah.
But you would be familiar with that kind of stuff. Also delicate things like tweezers, soldering iron, that kind of stuff.
Good tools.
Because you have both SIGINT and computer science, right?
I do.
Yeah, so you recognize these. These are for working for delicate electronic stuff.
Yeah, they're both above 50, so yeah.
There are also, obviously on the reloading bench, there is, tools for the repair and customization of firearms, in addition to hand-loading ammunition. There are plastic tubs filled with empty brass and common NATO calibers, and there are also various containers full of black powder.
And currently I don't see any reason to mess with any of this. But
past that a little bit, there is a cork board.
Oh boy, here we go.
All right, so
I guess I take a picture of two of just the mundane things just to keep stock of them.
Sure.
But, yeah.
Just keep track. It's important to document. So this cork board is covered in various pinned elements. There seem to be a couple of different colors of pins, but you can't figure out an obvious scheme for that. There is no colored string. It's not that crazy, but yeah, it's a cork board full of pin stuff. Most of these are yellowing pages, cutouts of newspapers and other stuff for death announcements and obituaries of various members of the military-industrial complex. You don't really recognize any of these names. They're all way before your time.
I wouldn't know them at all.
But you do also see tabloid covers and story excerpts, things like Dogmen of New York, Dwarfs in the Detroit Sewer, Gator Human Hybrid? Clickbait was always real.
But this reminds me of a joke in like the DG in like sometimes like there is always one like tabloid that is 50% right about the mythos.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what I
yeah,
mean.
there's Phenomex exists. But
Right.
there are also various blown up, blurry photos of various weird shapes in the darkness. Some of them look like actual like photograph instamatics. Others look like they were stills from like found camcorder footage.
Oof.
They are all way too dog shit for you to tell anything about them. They are just like blurry shapes in the darkness.
Because if they were less dog shit, they'd be erased.
Probably, yeah. But you know, you look at one and you're like, okay, so this is either a really tall dude on a night hike or a Bigfoot photo, or both.
Or both.
Or some kind of
Bigfoot on a night hike.
I'm about to say I'm not gonna say Bigfoot can't enjoy a nice moonlit stroll.
Yeah.
If you guys meet Bigfoot, he's got to have like a monocle and be very erudite.
I just always remember the Bigfoot, and like as depressing as it is, I always remember the Bigfoot from Red Dead Redemption.
I never saw it actually.
Oh, it's a pretty fucking depressing quest.
Oh god.
Is it about
As you would expect from Red Dead?
I'm about to say it's like that's Red Dead though.
Yeah, you basically get to the end of it. It's like you've killed I'm the last one left. You've killed everyone else.
Shit.
We're
yeah, right, 'cause
vegetarians, you asshole.
Right, because they'll attack you on sight for some reason.
But
No,
yeah,
it's
so
because you're taking the job from crazy hillbillies that are like, they're eating babies.
Oh, right. Okay.
which is kind of what Bigfoot enthusiasts sound like, yeah. Anyway, so none of this seems like it's relevant to a particular case. No, there are no rat pictures. But it does seem like even though Luna was allegedly retired, he was, operating a tobacco store, he still kept his eye out for some weird shit.
You never know when you never truly get out.
You never retire.
You never once it's touched you, it doesn't leave.
You may even actually see like a couple of old, handwritten, dusty VHS tapes which reference something called Phenomex. Which you guys have heard of.
Yes.
You think they're an internet thing now?
We dealt it with like the conspiracy theorists do the previous case.
Yeah, he had a T-shirt for them. But yeah, he's got a couple of looks like from when it was on the air in the 90s, he recorded a couple things.
I image Benowitz saying like under his breath, "There's always that one that's always 50% right."
Yeah. Well, you're kind of casing this, I imagine. Holland probably kind of like scopes around a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's like
you see a third workbench, and next to it some looks like standard military Vietnam era footlockers. The workbench looks like it's covered in maybe a chemistry set.
Sick.
To your eyes, it looks like it's maybe half like an old-fashioned alchemist lab. There's like a mortar and pestle and an alembic, and then the other half is like you think you recognize it, or at least Benowitz would recognize it as like maybe a homemade forensics lab. You see a couple of like thermometers, a couple of like chemical sensors, some stacks of litmus paper and other tests. There's a Geiger counter in there, lots of glassware, pipettes, etc.
This is very much a old agent's private office, essentially.
It looks like he built himself a little hideaway. You see some stores of actual chemicals, sulfur, nitrates, table salt, mercury, more things. Do either of you have some chemistry?
I have 4 points in it now.
Okay, yeah, you got a couple of points. You see some bags of some colored powders.
I can identify chemicals, at least what they're called.
Yeah, you recognize the names. You see some powders which aren't labeled plainly, but you do now recognize the scientific names. You think those are powdered gemstone?
Wow.
Which are probably worth some cash, but
I mean that's not important. But or the important part that more flashes in my mind. Okay, so these are ritual ingredients or something.
Possibly, you did study. You know that Charles de Lune was looking at some of this other stuff.
Yeah, it seems like it's up the alley. You might know something from like.
There are some organic things. You see like powdered toad skin and a couple of other organic compounds. Wormwood, wolfsbane. I mean, nothing like crazy and unusual. There's no like black orchids or
This is basically like Babby's first alchemy.
I don't know if it's Babby's first alchemy if he has powdered
maybe not Babby's, but this is like this guy was special forces and knew some unnatural stuff. He definitely like
Normie's first alchemy.
Yes, he knew some tricks which were probably purely chemical, and he had some supplies for them. I guess you guys got a coin flip for who sees it first. But on the top of this workbench, there is a pocket notebook.
Oh.
Laminated on the front of it is a piece of paper which says, in all caps, Delta Green, eyes only.
Okay, Holland will go over to it and pick it up.
All right.
It's like, open it.
If you want to read that? Okay.
Sure.
It contains a foreword on the first page, handwritten. It says, "To whom it may concern, this started as just math and data, but I found writing things down made it easier to make sense of it all. It is important to remember what problems you can solve with a bullet and which ones you can't. I hope this dope, all capitals, finds you well, whether you're USMC, ONI, NRO Delta, ACEL, or the ghost of General Fairfield himself. Remember to shoot early and often and burn after reading. E. Luna."
Man, this guy's classy. I love him.
I have to respect that. Yeah.
And so your military science boy immediately knows. A dope book stands for data on previous engagements. Commonly, this is carried by snipers and other marksmen. You basically jot down what shot you took, when, what the conditions were, hit, miss, etc., so that when you're in a similar circumstance, you can pull out your dope book, flip it back, and check on it.
Yeah.
Did you listen to those Did you listen to Luna's tapes earlier?
Yeah, you all listen to.
Yeah.
All right, then it probably involves something involving that thing and maybe some other things he encountered.
Okay.
Open up the thing. It's in English, and study time is hours.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well,
close it and
I'll put it in a bag. We'll bring it back later.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll bag it. Okay.
Yeah, we'll bag it just so it
I was
doesn't
thinking
get
like stuffing
damaged.
in a pocket. Sure, bagging. Got it.
So it doesn't get damaged.
Right. Where was it exactly placed? Was it in like a visible spot if someone
Yes,
came
it was
down?
dead in the center of the workbench. There was actually probably like a very faint dust outline where it was.
There'll
Okay.
be like actual vector here, technically.
No,
Good.
it's basically what. Well, it's not exactly what's Kara doing because Kara's doing, writing down, rituals and whatnot. But Kara's been basically keeping files on all her engagements. So she has, basically notes and then observations about, fucking Brazilian space sex monkeys, about the walker and the ritual and how to summon the feet. And now she's going to be putting, alchemy recipes that she's learned in here.
Oh, yeah, I more meant like if his granddaughter found this at all. Kind of
I'm
thing.
not going to say I have an exactly similar laboratory deep in the fucking Missouri woods somewhere, but I don't not.
You mean Minnesota?
Minnesota. Somewhere. No, that's
Somewhere.
the point. You don't know. You
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
know.
Maybe his secret lab is in Missouri. That's not where you'd think it would be.
Florida. It's in Florida.
Well, it can't be an
I'm just
underground.
happy I
it can't be
remembered
an
that.
underground lab. That's
Underwater.
just he's got a trailer somewhere.
It's an underwater. It's just in the bayou.
I mean, yeah, that works. I mean, you can. Wasn't that what fucking John Malkovich's character in Red lived? He lived in a little trailer that was under the water, a little submarine tube. Anyway,
But
yeah. So you can you read the forward and you pocket it for later because it seems important.
We're gonna check the rest of the phrase.
The only other thing is there are 3, like I said, Vietnam era standard military footlockers.
Yeah, you want to check?
Sure.
All right. Do you do this in any particular order, or are you just going to randomly grab one?
I'm going to say number 2 first.
All right. You pull a footlocker, you pop it open. This one seems to be based on entering places and surveillance. You see crowbars, picks, a fire axe, a lockpick kit, and a high-temp cutting torch. There's a couple of heavy flashlights, but also some small red and lights and a black light. There is a case with binoculars. There is a compass, a very nice compass, and several. They're old, and you might want to double check them. But there are boxes of disposable latex gloves and evidence collection bags.
How large are these lockers?
Footlocker sized.
I mean, one person can carry him up, and you can probably get him up the stairs. But
Because I'm thinking we maybe want to put these in our trunk as we might just keep these. A lot of good useful shit in there.
Yeah, there is something. Okay, now I'm going to check number 1.
honestly, the more I think about it, we usually end up with some sort of SMG. We probably should just fucking
The
Star
standard
Footlockers.
dimensions of a military footlocker are 32 inches long, 16 and a half wide, 13 and a quarter, 13 and a half deep.
Yeah, you probably can carry it on both handles on each side. And you'll
Yeah.
be okay.
Okay, Gurn closes that one. Gurn check number 1 now.
Oh, number one.
This one you recognize immediately seems in the field of disposal. On the top, there is a copy of the Anarchist's Cookbook. There are road flares, matches. There's a few packs of half-used Lucky Strike cigarettes, which I believe are no longer in America anyway, are no longer in production.
Oh shit, give me those.
That's a collector's item.
There are cans of bleach, and hey, remember what that guy said about napalm? You
Yeah.
find some jerry cans, which are filled with slightly sludgy gasoline.
Oh, perfect. We'll keep those.
Yeah,
we might,
I
want,
don't
we might,
even have to
we might need those,
bother.
actually.
There's also a welder's mask, several sets of oven mitts, and other safety equipment, including
Wait, actually,
some
we should probably
gas
check on
masks, but those are obviously past their best use by date.
that. Yeah, we should also probably check on that gasoline to make sure it hasn't gone wonky.
It has been in a sealed container, so I believe it is okay.
so it's
No, I
sealed?
think it's just
Okay.
already. I think it's already been treated with styrofoam.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I
sealed.
was just making sure that the gasoline.
Yeah, no, they are in tightly sealed containers. I know gasoline does go bad, but I think that these would be they're jerry cans, so they're meant to be like non-permeable metal.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about us blowing up. I was worried about us throwing the thing and then it just doesn't do anything.
Okay.
That
so-
you can check later. But
right,
yeah.
so maintain napalm.
Doesn't do that
Okay.
thing.
But also,
So,
you know,
so-
bleach.
So
Look, I
flares.
told you I was
Nice.
this guy's colleague. He's not here anymore.
So, I think we've just found ourselves our supply kit for our investigation.
You gotta look in
Yes.
the third footlocker.
Yes.
Okay. Well, hey, here it is. You pop it open. There is an M60 light machine gun with a 20-round belt loaded and another 200-round belt in a bag in the box. There's also some other goodies in here. There is a machete, several sets of brass knuckles, some boxes of 9mm hollow point ammo with the Teflon coating, the alleged cop killer bullets. They don't really do anything, but it was marketing. There are also just generic survival gear in here. There's thermal blankets, water purification tablets, a compact fire extinguisher, and a portable trauma kit like would be carried by a combat medic or EMT.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Also, yes, that. It's a Rambo-ass gun.
So,
Okay,
as
why did this guy have a machine gun? What did he need to have it for?
in the tape, it's what he used to kill. What he killed.
Like I
with
said,
the
he
rifle.
probably would have had this in Vietnam, honestly.
Yeah, probably no, but
No, yeah, we don't use the M16 anymore,
No.
actually. Yes, it's a Vietnam era.
Yeah.
What's your military science percentage?
that I think it's 60 land. So
Yeah. What you would guess is this was probably decommissioned or surplused at some point during maybe the 80s, or maybe even later than that. You're not sure. And just Luna used his contacts to get a hold of it. It probably should be struck somewhere, and you have a sneaking suspicion if you look up the serial number, which is still intact, you will find that it is marked as, destroyed or lost.
Disposed. Yeah.
But it is not. It is here. It is loaded. It looks like it was well maintained, though obviously has not been fired in a while. Like I said, there's also, machete, brass knuckles.
and standard survival stuff. So
How many brass knuckles?
Let's see. How many pairs?
Because I have unarmed 50, so it's like I might actually be good with those.
Let's say there's 3 pairs of brass knucks.
Do you want a fun fact?
Yeah.
A fun legal fact? If I remember correctly, I think we would get in more trouble for carrying the brass knuckles than the napalm.
Probably.
I mean,
If I
it's
remember
like
Depends on the
I-
states.
it's like you get more in trouble for than owning an unlicensed fire. You're owning a nunchuck than owning an unlicensed firearm in Canada.
Well,
Some
it
weird
depends. Like,
Well, no,
if
brass knuckles have some pretty strict restrictions.
well, that's because brass knuckles are considered concealable weapons,
Yeah.
and also it depends on the state that you are carrying said incendiaries in. If you are carrying
I
them
may
in
or-
bottles with wicks and stuff, that is clearly supposed
Well,
to be
yes,
in.
no. If you have loaded Molotovs, that is a different story. But I'm
Yeah.
saying just if we were carrying sealed containers of gooey gasoline,
Yeah, no,
I don't think that'd be as much trouble because, especially in California, I may or may not know the laws of incendiaries. Don't ask me how I know that. Incendiaries have a fairly low penalty, whereas I'm pretty sure, other than unlicensed military-grade weapons, so basically the machine gun, brass knuckles carry one of the highest penalties for any
Well,
kind
then,
of.
my rephrase this.
I
is
will
that
say
that's avoid
mechanically
getting
the
caught.
mechanically, the brass knucks are not considered restricted items. You probably still shouldn't openly be carrying them around downtown
I'm not
in
going to be,
Massachusetts, but
I won't.
Uh,
Well,
they
no,
give
it's
you a
just one of those
D4.
funny legal facts.
Yeah.
Another funny one. Ash. What is it?
How about later?
What's the term? What's the term for the stuff used to make nukes? It's a
How about
specific kind of
fissile
uranium.
material.
Enriched
No.
uranium.
Enriched uranium. Yeah, that's only a $500 fine in California.
Oh, right, I remember that. That's still
Yeah,
fine.
most places don't assume you can obtain fissile material.
No,
They just have to
true.
put a number on it, you know?
Several people have made nuclear reactors in their sheds and then had to get some people involved. Anyway,
I think there was a Boy Scout that made
Yeah.
nuclear
So-
weapons. And they were just you stop.
Okay, so the stuff we should try to take is
Honestly,
I mean, everything in these boxes, other than the generic supplies and stuff, hella illegal.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The local cops or the ATF would want to take these into.
Yeah, probably just take all the legal stuff.
Yeah, let's just take the book and the lockers and move on, and the rest is fine.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
I guess we just spend
So,
another 30
hey,
minutes carrying the lockers.
Yeah, I'm about to say. Garza, you see these guys coming back up with some Vietnam era footlockers.
I guess.
All right, let me help you with that then.
Oh, thank you,
probably
Garza.
get
So
there on
I
a
think
ladder.
I think I found our equipment package for the next thing we're doing.
I mean, technically Holland found it, but okay.
Or
We
okay,
found-
we found. Oh, what it was. I think
Now
we
we want to
found-
go to. Now we gotta go.
I mean, he was there too.
I know.
I opened the
All right,
stuff
I'll
first.
check it out when we
Found a
are in
Vietnam.
someone else's residence. Let's go.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's not great.
found a Vietnam era machine gun.
So hup, back out to the SUV.
Yeah,
All right,
Oh,
Kara,
oh my
you see
God.
these guys coming out with footlockers.
Once all this is over, I'm probably gonna work.
I'm going
And a-
to get in the
and a
driver's seat,
book.
and I'm just gonna, I'll just readjust the SUV so they can just throw that shit in the back real quick.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Thank
do
you.
the turn, you pop the back hatch.
We have
I
some
ask no
inventory to do
questions. You
later.
tell me no lies.
We have inventory
Yeah.
to do later. That's all I'm saying.
We have inventory later. Got a book. Can check
But,
later.
yeah. Oh my God! Once
Yeah.
these guys tell me, I'm probably going to be working on figuring out a way to get some anonymous funding. What's her name's way? Because I do feel a bit bad that we just kind of robbed her, even if she didn't know it existed.
True. Yeah, we can talk about that in the
I
post-game
mean,
maybe.
to be fair, it might be saying, but we did solve her legal troubles.
No, I understand. I just feel just a
Just the
little
legal
bit. 'Cause
troubles that she's not in yet.
She's been helpful and she's a non-combatant.
Also, yeah, we also did get her for owning things that she didn't know she didn't own.
Yeah.
I mean, she wouldn't get there. You guys know there's layers of dust. She wouldn't get in any trouble. There's not any
Yeah, no,
forensic
you're
evidence
not
that she
gonna get
purchased an illegal machine gun. But
Yeah,
you guys have
As
technically
someone-
saved her the headache of the ATF investigation. But I think it's Jack just wants to think about maybe floating or something. We'll talk about that later. So,
Yeah.
are you guys gonna investigate this in your hotel room, or do you want to go to Holland's favorite abandoned warehouse?
We should probably go to his drop spot.
Yeah, let's
Also-
go. Let's go.
Actually,
This way.
actually, no. Let's put these lockers in the green
wait.
box.
Do
what?
you tell? Do
What?
you
Storage
text
unit.
me?
Oh.
Do you text me the exact stuff that you found in there?
No.
Probably
because
you shouldn't text
No,
the exact
I would just mention we
Okay.
found things and that was it.
No, that's funny then.
Yeah.
That's very funny then.
Just
Yeah,
like,
okay.
hey, we found stuff.
Omega, on my way home, I'm gonna stop by
Please.
for some styrofoam and paint thinner.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. All right.
I just
So
don't think
you
do like
guys
the
want to
things we
do
found.
this at the you guys want to meet up at the warehouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, warehouse.
Understand.
No, it's fair. Like I said, I was acting on the operation. You probably did not, but yeah.
Sneak
So,
Also,
back
some
into
bottles
the
of
warehouse.
Benowitz.
Yeah, sneak back to the warehouse.
Get some bottles of root beer.
all right. So you guys park the SUV. Holland shows you where he took a pair of tin snips and cut the old chain link fence.
Yeah,
You guys have a real ass abandoned warehouse hideout now.
Yeah,
Sick.
Whatever's cheaper out of Manischewitz and or Mad Dog 2020. I know those are the cheapest wines.
Oh, you want wine?
Gotta
Wine
be mad,
bottles.
dog.
They're
Yeah.
better.
I mean, hey, the wine bottles are still good.
Also, Manischewitz are it's literally $1. It's $2 chuck.
Yeah. So
I'm not gonna
you
drink
guys
any of it. I'm just gonna
reconvene.
fucking-
Yeah, we should
Um,
probably put some of this in a green box later, but maybe we'll just keep it for ourselves.
Yeah, so everybody's aware of the items.
Yeah.
I'm
Got
taking
the
that.
dope box in
I'm taking that, I'm
the
taking
dope
that,
book in a
Well,
bag.
if
I'm
you have
taking that
time, I'm
lucky
probably gonna start.
strike.
I'm gonna start reading this book in the
So-
meantime if we're waiting.
All right, it's
Science-
hours if you want to kill some time flicking through it.
Science
Yeah.
chemistry.
I want to go at
is
it myself,
that
but I
napalm's
wasn't
still
the one who
good.
found it, so yeah.
Yeah.
What was that, Garza?
Science chemistry 34%. Is that stuff in the jerry can still good?
Yeah, it should be. It's been sealed in a airtight container.
All right.
It should still be flammable.
You see Mormo walk up with a handful of paint thinner and styrofoam, takes a look at the canisters, looks at the styrofoam and paint thinner in his arms. Son of a bitch.
At least it was all incidental.
Hey,
Funny story,
But
though.
like I'm just imagining you guys have a couple of tables from nowhere, and there's just like the M60 set up with a bipod.
yeah.
You've got a machete pulled out next to it, some brass knucks.
Hey, so
fucking loading screen.
it's like just. Holland's
Also,
just
Kara might
checking
want
out.
to take possession of that trauma kit.
Yeah. Yeah, Holland will just point towards the trunk. Hey,
Is it
Kara,
better than a
that
basic first aid kit, or is it basically the same equivalent thing?
Hold on. Let me... Yes, first responder medical kit adds 20% to 4 first aid.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
And
fuck.
technically, this is the equivalent of a standard purchase, not an incidental purchase. So yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
oh.
Yeah, I will swap it out. I will just I'll swap it out.
Yeah, because even if it's only Vietnam era, the military ones have some gooder stuff in it.
Also, this one looks like it has been probably restocked in the
Not
last
tampered with. That's the
10
wrong
or
words.
15 years.
Okay.
Well, you know what I'll do? I'll go through it and I'll check this thing, make sure that everything is medically sound, and see if anything needs to replace it to be replaced
Yeah.
in it.
There are probably some like medications that are past their due by date, but
I'll swap
most
them
of the sterile bandages and stuff are still sterile.
I will
Yeah.
I will cannibalize my basic first aid kit to basically restock whatever is in
Yeah.
the trauma kit. So
You got a trauma kit.
Yep.
First responder kit.
Okay.
Yeah, Omega, Handler. I'm gonna tie back my hair and start tying up some rags.
All right.
Emptying out bottles.
Oh, all right.
All right.
Well, I said I am taking possession of those Lucky Strike cigarettes.
Yeah. You can. Yeah. Go ahead.
By the way, I can say this because they don't do this. I seriously considered if I wanted to make the cigarettes somehow hypergeometric. I think I'm just gonna say canonically, somehow you never run out of Lucky Strikes.
Really?
Oh, I mean that sounds
Yeah.
like a green box item. Yeah, totally. Just
No.
Just
Red
like
box
whenever
is
you think
empty.
you go for the last one, you always have like at least 2 left.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no. I'm actually gonna put that on my character sheet now.
Yeah.
Lucky Strike
Boss.
cigarettes.
Also, I will most likely do a swap out with the jerry cans. Then empty out the mixture into the bottles, replace it with alkaline, styrofoam, and gasoline.
Okay.
Cook
Now
up
I just
some
need a
more.
hypergeometric lighter.
You can never have too much napalm.
I mean, I'll say you can whip up probably about you. How many bottles did you buy?
Okay. I mean, I
It's
would
like $1 per bottle.
I would about probably 3 or 4 for myself. Probably 2 extra. It's about 5.
About a 6-pack.
Okay.
Yeah, about 5 Molotovs, 6 Molotovs.
Yeah,
Out.
you can make a 6-pack worth of firebombs.
Yeah.
Cool.
Because, I mean, you got to think, like, I could probably only carry 3 or 4 on me
Yes.
without being ridiculously over encumbered.
yeah. I
But
guess
yeah,
we
I
can
mean,
put
so,
them in,
like I said, some of the stuff you guys have to basically like either throw out or consign. Like the gas masks, those are not good anymore.
Nope.
You
I
probably
get-
want to be careful with the latex gloves because latex does eventually wear down.
Don't
We
I
gotta,
got don't worry. I have a near evident supply of latex glove and face
But
mask.
you know what doesn't go bad? Crowbars, picks, fire axes.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's
It's
all.
like-
Like I have a personal love of axes, but I don't know.
I'm gonna take that lockpick kit.
Sure.
Yeah. Go ahead.
This one has a little leather carrying case.
I got my
Sick.
toys.
Oh, it's just Jeremy.
There's a set of binos in there,
Yeah.
compass, some other stuff.
Weirdly enough, it's amazing to feel like actually get loot in Delta.
I feel like
Yeah.
this character is just literally just me.
Yeah, I think.
but old.
I mean,
I
I
mean, he's
am.
old, too.
He's my age.
Yeah.
I'm just not dead yet.
Yeah.
So, Mr.
What-
Man, you are studying Irwin's dope book.
No, like I'm pretty sure Irwin is my same age.
Probably. I mean,
theoretically
he was
would be.
he was a staff sergeant in Vietnam. He was in special forces.
Okay, so maybe he's a little because spoiler, my character
He's
was
also
in
dead. He
Vietnam.
also died of old age like 2 years ago in the canon. Or
Yeah,
some years
but
ago.
he may have lived a slightly harder life. Our man here did. How much Agent Orange has Jack Mormo huffed?
Where I was in the military, probably not a lot.
Yeah.
I was a military analyst, not a. I was a military nerd, not a.
Yeah,
soldier.
no, Irwin was Spec Force and was in DG in the Vietnam War. He probably did not have the best life expectancy. Also, he
on the
smoked
topic
Lucky
of that.
Strikes like a motherfucker.
On the topic of that, what does it say in his journal?
All right, so you study it. You will lose a D6 sand. I shall roll
Oh,
for you.
shit.
That's a 5.
Oh,
That's
fuck.
not all at once, so
Ow.
you don't go temporarily
I
insane.
will also study his journal, by the way.
Later.
I will
Eventually,
as well,
you guys
but-
can play pass around.
Yeah.
It's only hours, but
Yeah.
Benowitz had it first, so he's spending his time while you guys are doing inventory and requisition.
Yep.
I'm now
reading
at 7. Yeah, that actually hit at 77. Like, ow.
Yeah.
Ugh.
it. You
that's the biggest hit
gain
I've taken all
2
day.
percentiles in a natural and 5% in firearms.
Oh shit! I definitely need that book.
Because guess what? It is actually a genuine dope book.
About
Many of
like-
the entries,
yeah.
especially the early ones, are from his time as a sniper scout. Records accuracy on previous shots, things about elevation, time of day, weapon and ammunition used, etc.
I now have 6 points in unnatural, and I have 46 in firearms now.
Yep. Hey, you've been reading a lot of books. But after a while, it takes a turn and starts describing the various entities and forces he is engaged with, and engaging them with more than just a rifle. It has reports on things such as, there's an excerpt in here, for instance, Tachoa, small humanoid with filed teeth, shoot on sight. Gull, lanky humanoid with canid features, stinks like a butcher shop, sensitive to fire and light. And that's it. And then there are descriptions of unspeakable amorphous things which are not deterred by conventional weapons but dry up like a slug when doused with mercury salts and more. There are some sketches of some other stuff. You see notes of various forgotten ancient scripts, symbols used by agents of the unnatural. He has records of phonetic pronunciations of what he calls danger words, which could offer you pre-warning for those using hypergeometry. While there is nothing specific about the Dalunes inside, this was during his time in Vietnam.
Oh, yeah,
obviously,
no.
He recorded most of
This
this.
is-
But it has
I-
multiple notes of those who eat both living and dead human flesh, which may explain why he was so on the ball to burn that place down.
Because they call them necrophages in the book?
No, he uses the spelling ghoul.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Uh,
Okay. How my image Benowitz reading this is that when you like, have you ever like been so engaged with a book is that you read it and you keep going until you reach the end and then you notice you're sweating.
I will also
Yeah.
let Kara go.
That's what happens
before
to
me. I'll let Kara go before me for reading this.
well, it's probably like early evening by the time you guys have done complete inventory and Benowitz has read. Do you want
It's
to
like I guess what he's done.
pack the shit up and take it home, or do you guys want to set out to the house tonight?
Hell no.
So let's not burn this. It's actually his tips on how to deal with things.
I'm going
I-
to. Doesn't the book say to burn it?
I mean, it does
Forward.
caution you to burn after reading, but
Well,
But
I'll burn it. I'll burn it after I make a transcript of it.
That's
Fair
fine,
enough.
but
Yeah,
I'm
fair.
respecting the man's last wish.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with it. But let me make a like I
I
got
mean,
good.
I'll say this. Like I said, it's got a laminated header from somebody's memorandum that says Delta Green eyes only on the front.
No, I
And as far as
understand,
you
but-
guys know, that's not okay anymore. You guys don't have stationery that says that anymore.
Yeah. So, but let me make a transcript of it. Let me make a transcript of it. I'm like, honestly, I'm feeling it. I'm probably not getting any sleep tonight. Honestly. So, I'm gonna load up. I'm gonna load up on coffee and cigarettes. I'm gonna read this book. I'll make a transcript. If anyone else wants, I'll make a transcript of it. Anyone else can read it, and then I got to start like putting it into my digital grimoire. I'm not telling you about the.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you about the digital grimoire,
Yeah,
but
I understand, but I will.
Yeah.
I will respectfully ask that after you make a transcript, that I be allowed to burn it. As
oh, you want to burn it? Okay.
yes, out of respect for.
I like to be there for the burning because maybe I can get back the image I took.
Well, anyone who contributes, you will.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah,
that
no,
back.
that's fine. But no, like Like, I'm not feeling the sleep tonight. She who is awake is knocking on my skull. So,
All right.
Yeah, no,
So
spoiler,
you guys
I-
want to
go.
pack up and
Benowitz
Yeah,
will
so-
probably go. Yeah.
just throw out the stuff you don't need, pack up the rest of the shit in the foot lockers, and store it in your SUV? Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
was probably gonna
spoiler,
listen
Cover the foot lockers in one of the thermal blankets, maybe.
Yep.
spoiler for a little bit of my character. If we were playing Wild Talons, I don't have very much loyalty to Delta Green, the organization, but I have
That's
quite a bit of loyalty towards fellow agents.
That makes sense.
Fair.
So,
All right, so you guys return to home. I will. You don't have to roll anything to stay awake, but I will. Oh, only one. Lose a willpower point because you're staying awake.
Yep.
Roll the d4.
Benowitz is gonna go listen to a Neil Gaiman audiobook to feel better and sleep. He's like, I had to take a lot in there. It was
Yeah,
useful,
no.
but like, I don't.
You guys, Benowitz, you really didn't want to know about, first of all, all these things about like cannibal human hybrids in the jungles of Vietnam and other stuff. But so, like I said, some of those words about like, amorphous, unclean things which are not destroyed by bullets and you must salt them to kill them is just like, ugh.
giant slug things. The fuck?
They're giant space amoebas.
That sounds awful.
Why do they say tikiriki?
so I had a question. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Are heavy-duty flashlights like readily available? Like, is it
Yes, a
out of
large
my
flashlight
question
is an
from-
incidental.
Okay, so it's not out of question for my character to have a wilderness flashlight.
No.
Like a wilderness UV.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I will definitely be after having skimmed the grimoire. I'll be bringing that with me when we go investigate.
What were the modifiers for the book again?
+2 unnatural, +5 firearms.
1d6 sand.
1d6.
Or
Yeah.
we'll freeze up one separate.
If you're all gonna roll, you can roll your own, I guess.
I'll roll.
Okay. Yeah.
I rolled a 2.
Kara takes this a lot better than Benowitz does. So some things are vulnerable to chemical attack, you say?
It's like, it's more of like I didn't expect to be like, wait,
Yeah.
there's fucking wizards in the jungle in Vietnam. The fuck?
Yeah, no, that is another thing. Kara also actually has studied rituals, so like when he calls out like phonetic pronunciations and stuff, and you're like, I see. He
Omega,
calls them danger words.
I
What's up?
feel like this is appropriate. I rolled a 1 for sand damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
I rolled a 5.
Oof.
Oof.
Now this isn't all at once, so you don't go temporarily insane, but that's still a big chunk of change.
Yeah, that's it's like
Like after you're
four
reading it,
minor
you're like,
tiles.
you feel like your son was
Okay.
sweating.
I feel nostalgic for some reason, and then deeply disturbed that I feel nostalgic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my 1 point of sand damage.
+5% unnatural.
I go, aw. Wait, why am I
And
feeling
all-
nostalgic?
All of you, now that
No,
you read it, like
2.
you feel like you understand, like I said, firearms a lot better.
Yeah.
It mostly applies to rifle shooting, but it still counts.
I almost had 50% firearms, so like if I fail in one, I might have a chance of hitting 50% firearms and being a shot.
Oh,
half the time.
hey, I'm now 85% firearms.
You will probably never.
Sick.
You will almost never miss.
Yeah.
Garza,
And
what-
Unfortunately,
3%
that's
unnatural.
it's still heavy weapons for the machine gun, which I don't think any of you but Holland has.
Yeah, only I can use a machine gun.
Maybe
Well,
we
So
should invest
Kara's
in-
not even fucking bothering to sleep. That's okay. She took the willpower damage for staying awake all night.
Yeah, sleep
The rest of you, I
afterwards.
assume, attempt to sleep.
Okay,
So
Yeah.
I'm assuming Irwin was. I forgot how long we were in Vietnam. I assume Irwin was probably in the earlier stages of the Vietnam War than me. Then.
he was McAfee SOG, which was one of the special operations group, one of the trainers. They were some of the last guys to quit. So
Oh, I guess I was technically not in MacVSOG, but I was in that area too because I was in 68, I believe.
yeah, he stayed there. He was in ops all the way until 72, I think, was when MacAfee SOG finally pulled out. Because they were also the advising arm. So even once we were officially out, some of those guys still stayed around to like try and keep South Vietnam going, and it did not work. But it's a whole thing. We will discuss the timeline of the Vietnam War at a later date. It is a new morning. You guys can all smell the coffee pot brewing because, as noted, Kara has literally not slept.
Garza will go get a pot for himself.
You guys can now take a couple of hours in the morning to catch up on the transcript.
Like I said, I can give everyone basically like a copy, like a digital copy of the transcript.
I think we
Sure.
might need the one title. I think we might need the section titled Ghoul.
Wait, how much is the how much unnatural did we get from this?
two.
Yep.
2.
I'll put it in the chat.
I'm at 14.
So, what now, Chiefs? What now, agents?
I guess
I'm
we'll
gonna
start
just
planning how we're gonna handle the
check
house.
one quick thing.
Sure.
No, I don't know. Honestly, I don't even feel like it's worth it at this point. It feels just kind of like stalling.
I'll say what it is at least.
Yeah.
I was thinking about checking just a history of reports of what's the agency I'm thinking of? Fucking my brain doesn't work.
Animal control?
Animal control
Animal
check
Well,
area for attacks.
We already kinda got
of,
something about
vermin variety.
Well,
That was those were the reports that at the end of the first session.
Oh, we
that,
already got that.
Benowitz
That's
already
where I got the
dug up,
mood rats thing from.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys know
Right.
about the rat. After the house fire in the early 70s, it was in 73, I believe,
Actually,
canonically.
Uh,
There were reports of increased vermin that kind of tapered off after about a decade.
hey, Handler, what is the current moon cycle right now?
I feel like no matter when we investigate the house, it's going to be a full moon
I mean, it's more if it's a new moon is the problem.
or a new moon rather.
probably not.
Well,
But
let's check the moon calendar. Let's see. So,
Fucking moon rats.
Also, how's the excavation been going over the last few days?
slow. They've pulled. I think I said this last time. They've pulled out another couple of skeletons. They haven't appeared to have found any other cool, fun jewelry bits, but
I mean, archaeology is a slow business.
No, that's fair.
let's see. We said it was supposed to be like late February, early March. So unfortunately, it is very close to new moon.
oof.
All right then.
How
would be-
Let's see.
I mean, it is only appropriate.
I'll say you guys are lucky because you guys took a couple days off. We were technically past new moon, so it's like waxing
I
crescent.
mean, New Moon is in fact the worst Twilight book. This is true.
But hey, at least we're past I guess the worst of it. So let's just, I guess now's any time. I guess we might as well. You want to check it during the night or the day because then we have permission to
Night.
either time.
Yeah, night.
'Cause I
because-
agree with as much as night is probably not adventurous because we're going underground. I don't think it matters a pucky anyway.
Right then, should
And
we
again,
invest?
we don't want weird shit happening and having a bunch of his students down the hill being like, "What was that noise?"
No, that's
I don't
fair.
want to get any
Or-
students killed.
Or
There's no
what
teeth
was
there. That'll be awkward.
or what was that noise? And suddenly rats eat them up.
Yeah.
I don't
Fair
want to go
enough.
to my. I don't want to go to the academic advisor the next week and go, "Hey, so I'm here to give my lecture. Sorry, I got one of your students at. My
It's like,
bad."
what? But yeah, it's like it happens all the time. It's fine.
Well, anyone, let's
No.
everyone gets
Tonic is wild. I don't think it's that wild.
anyway.
Yeah.
But I do think we need to start planning our assault, and planning assault means consider your loadout. What
Okay.
is
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys have basically the day until a little bit after the sun goes down to plan. Get your gear
So,
together.
our
What
current
are you
theory
taking
ba-
where?
So our current theory, based off Irwin's book, is that we're possibly dealing with goals. So maybe we should get heavy flashlights, use our firebombs, and if we're going underground, maybe something that's not guns.
sure you
'cause
want to
it'll
do
hurt
that?
your-
No, that's why I'm typing
Okay.
it.
All right, I just want to double check.
I
that
got-
costs HP.
I've got 6. My current gear loadout Omega for the assault is 6 Molotov cocktails,
That's a lot.
probably 3 wicked, 3 unwicked.
Okay.
Then basically 3 spare wicks, because that's quick enough to do.
Oh yeah. Handler, what did the book say involving ghouls? Like when it comes to shooting them, was it just like bright lights
okay.
and shooting them was fine?
Yes.
Yes, there was no saying they were not harmed by bullets. It did just say though that they were sensitive to fire and light.
Actually, do
Okay,
we have
so-
road flares?
Yeah, there's a box of liver
We still
flares
have-
and
we
full
still have
box
those.
release. Yeah.
So how
I
much the last time?
100% have flares.
Well, like I said,
I will-
being
well, no, I
underground.
will-
Those,
Okay. I will. Oh, good.
Even if your characters didn't already have large bonky flashlights, there are enough flashlights in the footlockers to go around.
All right.
Well, also, I would just argue, as someone who works in national parks, if I didn't have flares, I just feel like that's a crime.
Yeah, no, you guys should probably had some road flares anyway, but you have an excess thanks to the footlockers.
Yeah, but no, let's everyone grab a couple flares. Like I said, we might have to Alan wake this shit at some point.
Make sure we have earpieces, and I get ear protection because we're going to be shooting. Might be shooting underground.
I'm going to get handgun.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get my
definitely
hunting
ear
rifle.
protection.
You've been issued a handgun by Delta Green, so
Yes, I've got one powder of Benghazi.
Oh.
I'll let you hold that. Maybe
Well, we got
carry
3 of
one
them.
in case.
That's what I'm saying. I'm taking one. I don't think we should all keep them all in one place.
I guess I'll cape another one. I guess.
Petty Officer, you hold the other one because you're probably going to take the front or take point.
Okay.
All right.
So we
taking-
should probably,
Combat knife.
seeing that we have a
All right.
machine gun, we should probably take that along because
It might be.
who the heck knows what he used that for.
I would agree.
Well, here's the thing. But do you have your service rifle with you?
I do.
But don't you have to like count the bullets on that or something?
Yes.
it is a government issued weapon, so they will ask him to justify why he's firing it.
Yeah. So yeah.
Technically, that's true for all of you except for definitely Kara because she's using her own firearm.
Yep.
And probably technically Jack because he requisitioned his through.
What are you
Delta
talking about?
Green
Mine
means.
is a hunting rifle.
Well, there's
for
also
hunting.
your hunting
It's
rifle
for
is also
hunting
you have
deer.
to go through. But the handgun you've been issued, the standard issue Glock,
Yes.
you probably also don't have to write reports for that because
I mean, I could probably write accurate reports for that one.
your handler pulled it out of his glove box with a little permission slip and told you to take it. So
Yeah.
your case officer did. So
All
yeah,
right.
you probably don't have to. The federal agents should not be firing their handguns willy nilly.
All right,
Yeah,
so
or maybe
if
we
you
should
take the
grab a
machine gun,
shotgun.
that will have to save you some paperwork later.
yeah, I'm taking the machine gun.
Maybe,
Just set it
uh,
up somewhere.
would you
We
also
still have.
Holland, would you also consider taking a crowbar?
Sure, I do. That will be another weapon.
I assume
to
all of you.
use
I mean,
melee.
you guys are probably not going bearing for like archaeology right now. You're probably going like you're going hiking. I assume everybody's gonna like get a big backpack,
Well,
probably a duffel
I'm
bag or
doing
something.
both, Omega. I'll be
Yeah.
very honest.
Well, true,
Yeah.
but like
My go-to kitted out is literally prepared for both hiking
Yeah,
and
but, like,
archaeology.
I assume what you guys are doing is probably like bundling up in like light jackets, gloves, sturdy shoes.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, like I said, big backpack.
I mean, I'm also taking a lot of. I'll be honest. I will probably be handing
I should get a tactical rig.
Kara and as well as who else has a really good search.
I have 60, but I think
I do.
Garza has 80.
Garza.
Okay, yeah, I would be handing Garza, Benowitz, and Kara all a camera.
All
Okay.
right.
Oh, that's fair.
Heavy flash? Or you can turn
No.
this on? Okay.
They're digital, no flash.
Okay.
Flash would
I
be
mean, they have
bad
a flash
because
optional,
it would, well, they would have a flash function, but it would be off by default because could potentially disturb any archaeological objects.
Oh, that's fair. I might turn on just like stun the things if needed.
I
That'd be a hell of a picture.
I pull out a UV flashlight. This is better.
Fair enough.
It's a tiny ass camera. It does not have that much of a flash.
Yeah.
But let's see here. So,
If you're using that camera, we're not going to be in a position to be fighting
I have
anything.
a handgun. I have my tactical flashlight.
Mhm.
Let's see here. Got my lucky
Okay.
strikes. Got my lighter.
Okay, light machine gun. Okay,
Honestly, I
let's look
probably
at
like.
stats.
Honestly, I need just to make a special. I need to make just a. I need to get me a footlocker and put stuff in it. Fuck.
I mean,
Oh
you
yeah,
can probably
I'd-
empty out
I'd
one of
also
these.
probably be Omega. I would also probably have a sieve with me, a cold case, or not a cold case. What the fuck am I talking about? A what is that called?
Cooler.
No, like a protective case.
An attaché case.
Yeah, just
Okay.
in case we find something, I can put it in there.
That sounds fair. You are an
We
archaeologist.
are also
you would have
going
some
into a
special
tomb.
bags.
I was about to
Probably
say, it's
because
like, are you sure we're not Leon fucking Kennedy?
I'm preparing half for quote unquote wild animal attacks,
That's what I should get. I should get me a large attaché case and just load
and
it up. with
half
stuff.
preparing for archaeological dig.
Okay, so yeah, so you can get the equivalent of an attaché case, a padded hard case.
Yeah, because if we find something really cool, I might want to
Keep it somewhere
Look,
protected.
I'm an archaeologist. I'm as
That's
long as
fair.
it doesn't curse us with unknowable terror, I'm probably going to sneak it.
I mean,
So
we might end up blowing it down. I think.
we'll see.
So handguns, body armor situation.
I got none, and I don't know where we can get some on quick notice.
I mean,
Let me
as
see
for
what the
feds, we
rating is.
technically have-
Kevlar is standard, so you would need to requisition or bully somebody, or I believe you can try and get some stuff like commercial, because it isn't marked as restricted. So
Commercial Kevlar.
you could probably buy a standard issue Kevlar vest
Would the feds
at like
already
an
have-
army surplus store or something.
Would the feds already have theirs?
Yeah, you guys, the
Yeah.
agents and the SEAL would already have their.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I will go out. Like, I'll go do some shopping. I'll head to the army surplus store and see if there's anything. Actually,
Okay, and so
also, I want to get a tactical rig. I want to hook stuff on belts.
Actually, I might need a. I think instead of having my handgun, a shotgun might be better.
Okay,
Rid of
well,
some
those
close-
are
close
also
quarters.
cost things. I don't
Yeah.
think we check storage or anything. If we
I was
have
like,
any
I'm gonna
notes
keep this
about, like-
Kevlar vest and thing. It's just gonna go in whatever fucking.
Oh yeah, it's
case I
just
got.
storage units and
Garza will grab a brass knuckle and the machete.
okay.
Sick.
I'll do brass knuckles because I don't have any melee, but I have unarmed. So
All right.
Well, there's like
You can
three brass knuckles, I think you said, right?
I don't remember what it's called. I don't have Kevlar, but what's the fucking like bite? It's like bite and scratch resistant.
There's a lot of that
material.
stuff actually. It usually just has like wire thread laced in it.
That would be what I have. It's basically stuff designed for animal attacks as opposed to bullets.
or like armor 2 or something.
Well, it's whatever Omega says or whatever the handler says it is. But I'm just thinking, as a national park ranger, that's what I would have, as opposed
So
to.
I'm gonna get me.
Generally, I don't think in American national parks you're expecting enemy combatants. Generally,
Give me a tactical
Okay,
rig, let me
just-
hang my headlight, put my gun in it, maybe a couple spare.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's incidental. That's just straps and harnesses. You can find that.
I'm just
Free, what you got?
double checking the damage rating for a light machine gun
What do I have to roll for a standard purchase?
because all I see right now is just lethality for it.
Yeah, it's only got lethality.
Yeah, okay.
You do not do if you fail the lethality roll, it does the dice, so it's 2d10.
Okay,
Okay,
2d10. Okay.
Omega. So apparently, I do have Kevlar body armor.
Oh, is anti-predator stuff just Kevlar? The
No,
fibers
I
are
just
that
looked
good?
it up. Apparently, it is standard issue for national park rangers as a VFV 2012 in Ontario and northern United States to wear bulletproof body armor. Do I
Alright,
know
yeah,
why?
so you've got
no, but I
You've got a
have
Kevlar
body
vest then,
armor,
standard
apparently.
issue. That's armor 3 for you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so
I'll pick up a
that's-
Kevlar vest and
okay, acquiring gear. Spending your own money,
for a
I
Kevlar,
assume.
Yeah, it's a Kevlar vest and stuff. It's not gonna be too
All right,
weird.
so make an int times 5 or accounting roll, whatever's better for you.
And times 5.
You are not particularly wealthy, so you do not get a bonus.
I
No,
rolled a
Omega,
14.
Okay,
Like,
you can buy it. You have the cash now.
First thing I found when I googled it was a bunch of people being like, "Why do national park rangers wear bulletproof vests now?" I'm like, "Okay, apparently that's a thing now."
Yep. All right. Well, so everybody has a at least a standard issue Kevlar vest, armor 3.
I mean, I
Kevlar
imagine it's because
vest
like poachers and stuff.
and
Or, like,
a
border crossing.
Jesus Christ!
tactical rig. I'll slap my flashlight on that. Put my light pistol in that. Couple spare magazines.
Actually, that's probably a good idea.
Benowitz,
I
you
might
want to
follow
try
you.
and get a shotgun.
Yeah, because I feel like having my handgun.
That
I
is
think
also standard, so
okay.
you could go to the hunting store and buy one. It is America.
America.
Yeah, because I guess we did turn in all the stuff from the previous job.
Yeah, no, you guys made an explicit note that you disposed of or evidentified most things you used last
Right.
time.
We didn't keep
Too
any
bad
of
they're
this
in a
like
gun
hunting-
show, and then we can just go buy a fucking Scar assault rifle there.
Yeah, there's also probably an auction for like some pretty crazy.
I
things.
mean, if you wanted to go for a light rifle or carbine, you could get a civilian model semi-auto.
No, I think a shotgun's fine because I think these things are getting close. We're also probably like super close.
Alright.
So, like,
Actually, do
Okay,
I want some?
so
no,
it's
I'm not gonna.
Standard, so it would be with. Are you going to purchase it with your own money? So you can do it right now.
yeah, I can do it in times 5.
All right, roll in times 5 or accounting.
I was thinking about picking up a heavier weapon, but I feel that's kind of weird for my character.
Yeah,
I mean,
also
you know-
Molotovs.
Also, you have a fire axe.
You know what? You're right.
You can just tuck that into the loop on your backpack.
I will.
That's a 32. I'm fine.
All right. Yes, you have the fluid cache. You have the liquid on you. You can just pick up a shotgun.
I have
Alright,
I have a knife, but now I have a fire axe.
I forget.
I assume you're probably firing shot. I think they eroded it to both were 2d8. It's just they do different bonuses.
Yeah. They added where if you have a double barrel, if you double barrels adds an extra dice.
Well, if you use both barrels, are you going to get a double barrel which holds 2 shots, or
No.
are you going to get a
No.
Okay, civilian pump?
But they did change for slugs and shot both to do 2d8, right?
I believe so. Yes, and then just what depending on what you're doing with.
Okay, so it's like slugs definitely go farther, but I think
Firing shot gives you plus 20 at all ranges, but doubles armor from cover. So yeah, and they're all D8. They're both D8. now.
I'll take the shot because I want to make sure you hit the things.
Okay. Yeah. So your ammo capacity on that's 5.
I will avoid all the melee weapons like the plague.
Seems fair.
Can I make sure I have like spare ammo so it's like just 5 and I can reload it later?
As
Yeah.
someone
You
with a
would have to
strength
buy a
feat,
box of shells, so it's more than 5. So you've got some spare slugs or spare shot. Full gauge buckshot. It's just the mag cap is 5 because of restrictions.
No, that's fair. Making sure.
Stuff some road flares in
We
this
use
time.
And I don't think any of you have any craft gunsmithing, so you can't go to Urban Luna's basement and extend the magazine.
Yeah, I can't I can't make an extended magazine to put in it.
Although I am thinking about taking a craft certain something, but
Again,
we'll talk about it later.
Yeah, that's a free time thing.
so all right. So I have armor. I have a bigger blade. I got road flares. I got my flashlight. I got my cigarettes. I got my first aid kit. I am clearly the healer. And if all this goes to shit, I will fucking cut my wrist and I'll summon a fucking Shadow Hunter. That'll be fun. But,
That probably will take a bit though.
no, yeah, it's minutes, but it's still hilarious to think about.
I mean, it also doesn't have to be your blood.
True.
Stay away from me.
Somebody just has to pay some HP levels.
Back.
It could also be a ghoul.
2 notebooks.
I feel like the Shadow Hunter would not like it. Listen,
You guys don't know. From your notes, you don't know what ghoul blood is like.
No. Listen.
You do know that the Shadow Hunters seem to be pretty particular.
Yes. Kara's not gonna whether or not says she's done experiments with this ritual, but she knows some things.
All right, okay. So I think everybody's got their associated gun levels, everything.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, no.
Your Navy SEAL is just gonna fucking straight up Rambo it.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yep.
look into making a certain something.
Okay, Dallas, really, for real. Stop doing these vagaries.
Right. Sorry.
Yeah, just say
What
the actual
something?
goal.
Well, with my level of demolitions, I'm thinking I should probably not.
Okay. Oh yeah, and don't forget, Holland has X1 pipe bomb.
Yeah, because I was tempted to make a nail bomb, but
I don't think those would be that helpful.
I mean, you'd have to.
They're
That would
very
basically be the
helpful,
equivalent of the
but-
IED. You'd have to roll it.
if
You're not good
we're
at that.
fighting a bunch of tiny things, it's actually very helpful.
Okay, fair, but I'm not thinking. I think we're thinking the things that set the guy's ghouls. Yeah, so.
Like I said, we can't as much as we want to.
knows?
We cannot prepare for every single eventuality.
Yeah,
I
so we're just.
understand. You talk to the borderline doomsday prepper park ranger.
Yeah.
Also, yes, since Benowitz brought it up, yes, you can also you have your earbud comms. We'll say that you can
I
can
have my
buy the
headphone.
earpiece for Dallas's character as well.
Yeah,
Also, Benowitz specifically said he was getting you ear protection, so you all have protective earmuffs. You don't have to be wearing them.
It's
That's
just.
probably gonna give you penalties to your alertness rolls when it comes to sound if you wear them. But you know,
But it's more of what we're open firing. I don't think you want to be ringing.
My eardrums are already practically dead. It's fine.
Okay.
but
It's
if you're in an enclosed space such as the Priory, which is partially stone, and
Yeah.
and your Navy SEAL starts wailing on the enemies with his machine gun, you're
Yeah,
gonna
that-
want some ear protection.
That's
I'm gonna put the earmuffs around my neck,
any
Fair.
yeah, around the neck.
Yeah, same.
just for in case I need to slip them up.
Anything else special? You have like some bottles of like bleach and stuff, that came with your kit.
We might need.
I think we should just carry a duffel bag full of shit.
We might, but do we? We have bleach. Can I get some spray bottles?
Probably easily.
Let
That's
me
gotta
get
be
some spray
insane.
bottles.
Right.
Let's put some bleach in there. Let's get some
Can I do a knowledge chemistry on the Did they grab the chemistry crap from?
Not
What's
the
the name?
kit, just that was in the footlockers.
Yeah.
We didn't want to disturb the scene mostly. We left.
I want to.
Okay.
I basically want to make some forensic destruction.
Yes,
Something,
you
yeah.
can pour bleach into some generic spray bottles, some
Is
spritz
there
bottles.
any way
Yes.
I could acquire mercury on a fairly?
I don't.
Why do you need mercury?
Look, I heard that thing in that book. I just want to have a little bit of mercury, just in case.
I think salt also worked. It said.
No,
You
it was
said
mercury
mercury.
salt specifically.
Oh, mercury salt. Okay.
Yeah, I would like to acquire some mercury.
Let's call this forensic tampering solution.
Like if I have to buy some antique thermometers and break them in, I'll do that. But
Forensic tampering.
I would like to acquire mercury.
Right.
Mercury metal, 99% from $6. Yes,
Okay, sweet.
you can get some mercury capsules.
Again, Chi swung in here.
Sounds dangerous.
I mean, it is like
Very
one
is.
of the predominant ingredients in alchemy.
But yes, it's Quicksilver is very important for a lot of stuff. You can find it in some specialty shops. Yeah.
Note to self:
Good-
get my
good for a while, so.
beginner's alchemy kit in my attaché case.
Yeah. Then hey, maybe you might be able to produce light without heat or smokeless fire,
I mean, I got this book.
Might
water
actually-
of life.
It might actually be really useful, I guess. Yeah.
Again, like I
Water
said,
of life, by the way, is in case you don't know, that's a in
Aquavitae.
alchemy anyway. That's one of them ironic things. Aquavitae is, I believe, a powerful acid.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
But like I said, I'm trying to think of anything that I will not care. But yeah, we want to make sure we don't leave a lot of forensic evidence. I got something to like spray things unless we get blood on things. You know,
And even then, while bleach won't remove bloodstains, I do believe direct contact with bleach on red blood cells means that they are forensically inert.
yes,
Can't do them for DNA testing.
yes. It contaminates the sample and basically means that it cannot be used to what's the word? I don't know if like I can't remember if it will actually keep you from getting a match or it just makes it so you can't read a match, but it basically makes it throw them out. It's like ah. So, because again, I think iodine does it too, actually, but
Yeah.
bleach. We have bleach on hand. that's
Sodium
on me.
hypochlorite. So
make sure everyone has gloves. Makes everyone sure is wearing good sturdy gear. Like I said,
yeah, everybody's got a vest on. I assume you're carrying a backpack for your miscellaneous shit.
Yeah.
All have
Yeah.
pistols, and then some of you have alternate weapons.
I
Garza's,
don't-
for
yeah,
instance,
'cause
picked
it's
up a
a-
machete.
I have a lot of alternate weapons.
I don't think the black knuckles will be useful, but if it comes to it, at least have something.
the what?
The brass knuckles.
Oh, brass knuckles. I'm sorry. I thought you said like
Yeah.
like balaclava. I was all like, what?
I mean, brass knucks means you do 1d4 as opposed to 1d4 minus 1 for unarmed.
Punch.
You also get to use your damage bonus if you have one.
Don't think. It
Or your no, Omega. Be fair, it's your damage modifier.
True, yes, your damage modifier. I think they still might call it your DB in somewhere, but yes, it's a modifier because,
Because mine is a -1.
yeah.
How high do you have to get it to get one?
13 to 16 is +1.
Oh, okay.
And then 17 or 18 is +2.
Good to know. I guess I'll do
That
plus
applies
one.
to most
I'm
close
13,
combat
so
attacks.
I just barely do it.
Yes, you with brass knucks, you're actually 1d4 +1.
Not bad, actually. That might at least knock someone out.
Yeah, that'll give somebody a little time of their money.
Knock out those
So,
rats.
I think we've racked up all your inventory. Anything
Yeah.
else
Are we
you
gonna-
want to ask about?
Are we gonna burn the dope book or until after the house?
I mean, are we gonna
Sure
go?
do.
We can probably do it beforehand, but we probably want to go back to the workshop. I use that in quotes.
the drop spot, yeah. I think we should probably take.
We're also maybe you guys should all like get some not cheap booze. Well, probably still cheap booze, but you should all like take a shot together and like throw the glass on the floor for good luck or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Like
I honestly think when we're done with here, we should take all the stuff in this warehouse and move it to the green box. But yeah.
probably, unless you're going to keep it for yourselves, because green box is secure storage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
I'm
we
keeping
don't-
some of this.
That would mean you or Delta Green could access it again if they needed.
Sometimes that's useful, just to have kits.
I mean,
All right.
Anyway.
Any other further prep?
Like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to think.
It's fine.
But let's see. So
I think we should just come up with a plan of attack, because which building do we want to hit first?
We're gonna check the main place and the Priory, and then
See,
if there's a place under
I don't
Priory.
agree.
I mean, yeah, I don't agree either.
Okay,
I
we're
think
checking
we
the
should
Priory
do
first.
Priory first, then house.
Yeah, check the outside stuff first before we
Because
hit
from
the
what
house.
we know,
honestly, believe it or not, to me, the Priory's most sus.
well, it is. But remember what happened when what's his name went in the main house. That's where he said the rats started boiling out of.
I thought they
Right?
went in.
They went
They
in.
were
Yes,
coming
they
up from
boiled
the house,
into the
right?
house, but yes, they did go into the house.
Oh no, they went into the house.
Yes.
Yes.
There was an unearthly sound, and rats started pouring into the building, and Erwin decided it.
Okay.
Let's not be
so the fact that they're in the house or were in the house, I don't know.
That
I
was
think both
decades ago.
buildings are sus, but I just think that it's hard because I
Considering what we're
understand
doing with-
both engines.
I think the house will lead then also to us going underground.
That's the thing. I think the house.
I was thinking to say I thought the
has the
Priory would take us
caves.
underground, but that is fair. I guess we'll just
Honestly,
check
real
this out.
talk, both of them can take us. Both of them can take on.
Well, if we see the
Both-
Priory have an underground hatch, I say we double back and go down the house.
Yeah, because perhaps both the Priory and the house have
I think
connected underground areas.
I think
But-
regardless of what happens, the last place we go, well, not last. I'm saying last place we investigate. I don't want to jinx us.
Last place on the list.
The last place we investigate is underground. I think we could all agree. Or the crypt is what I'm calling it in my head.
well, I mean, I do believe it was stated that they should have crypts
A
/
crypt on
graveyard
Sunday,
on
yeah.
on the
Yeah.
ground.
Right.
So
And you do know there are some above ground structures. Garza actually eyeballed this with some binocs he had. There is a detached carriage house next to the main house, and he thought there might be some structures or some gardens behind the house between it and the Priory. But all right, it's time.
All right, let's go.
You bundle into your
Yeah.
SUV, you got your shit in your back, you got all your stuff. You
I-
drive
I
very
don't-
safely and obey all traffic laws.
Yeah.
Avoid all suspicion.
Uh,
I'll be driving, and it's like
I'm wearing
so.
a giant ass bandana
So,
Yep.
at this point.
Petty Officer will take point. I think Garza and I will take midpoint, and you want
I mean,
Professor Doctor? You want to take up the back, or you want to take middle?
oh wait, actually, who has the better alertness? Like you should
I
have
have, I have
I have
70.
60.
I have 70.
people with the best alertness should probably be at the 4 and back.
Okay, I guess I'll take back then.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes, put the man with the shotgun behind all of you.
It's like,
Well, hey, if something comes behind us, it'll be perfect.
Better than the person with the machine gun, but being all behind everyone.
Correct. Yeah, who goes first?
it's like, whoops. It has a 3-meter kill radius,
Yes, correct.
What's the rate of lethality on that thing? Like 20?
10%. The heavy machine gun is 20%.
Yeah, that will be a 50 cal. No, this is 7.62 NATO. Like I said, most of the time it's basically just doing 2d10 damage, but yes, also yeah, that's an M60.
the rate of
It's
There's
like-
always a
lethality on
chance
Molotov
that you
cocktail
just-
has to be
Sometimes there's always a chance you hit center mass.
Look at those muscles quiver.
There's always
yeah,
a chance.
no, it's
Oh, wow. Yeah, the RPG is 30% lethality.
it better be. It's
I
a
would
fucking
say
shape charge.
weirdly enough, the best lethality rate you get is I think I can't name it, but it's a chemical that like you use to melt bodies with.
Yeah, probably something pure acidic would be the most likely to be lethal. Like,
Or it's like I can't name it, but it's like a powder you put on bodies to dispose of them for like crime scenes.
It's like lime or lye or something.
Yeah, lime and lye. It has like a 40% rating, I think, if you like
I
pour
mean-
it on something.
I'll be very honest.
well, I mean, the biggest shit is artillery. Like a cruise missile is 80%.
but I
have
also
something
know-
on
yeah.
my person that has a 100% lethality rate. It's not meant for fighting.
Oh, right. Yeah.
What's that?
Yes, I have a cyanide capsule. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
Sure, fair enough.
You're not getting eaten by ghouls.
Yeah.
No.
I'm pretty sure Delta Green informally calls that one the 9mm retirement plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to say, there's a reason. Kara doesn't carry a 9mm to shoot other things.
It's the escape. It's the escape route.
Look, there's
It's
a lot
the
of worse
emergency
ways.
exit button.
There's a lot of worse ways to die than poison.
Yeah.
All right,
Anyway, let's
so
get going.
you drive up, you're geared up, you're all bundled.
Look,
You're rolling
people
out.
make mistakes, you know.
Look, I know a lot about this.
It wasn't a mistake.
For me, it's a much lamer excuse.
People
I watch
make
a
bad
lot
choices.
of cop procedurals.
I have an excuse. I'm classically educated. I have a college degree.
They
Yes.
don't tell you how to dispose of bodies in forensics.
Well,
they tell you how
us about
disposal
what
works.
ruins the evidence.
Yeah.
That's true. They do tell you what ruins evidence.
Also, just from assumption, I have theories based on mostly what they put in crystal meth. Please don't do meth, by the way. Not only is it just like in general, don't do drugs, kids, but also like crystal meth is really bad for you. It's
What
like
if you
literally
also-
battery
Also,
acid
please
and
don't do
motor
meth.
oil
I
and
need the
other-
base chemicals in that from my actual
It's
my
like-
EDD medication.
Yeah, I was like, Omega, I do legal meth. Is that okay?
I do as well.
Amphetamines are okay. Don't do crystal meth. They make that in fucking 2-liter bottles with like battery acid, Sudafed tablets, motor oil. It's gross and volatile. There's a reason why it fucking
No,
explodes.
Omega,
it's bad
trust
for
me,
you.
I know.
I
the
understand.
reason I have to go to a psychiatrist every month to get my prescription is because they're like, "Are you making meth with this?" I'm like, "No."
I'm fine because I'm on the autistic spectrum,
Well,
so I
that's
have a
because
bunch
you're
of
on
like
a
frequency.
like
Yeah.
you're on tiny baby amphetamines.
I'm on 32 grams. so, you know.
Hypodextro. What the fuck was it called again? Hold on.
Mine, yeah. I don't know if this will get you on a list or anything, but mine is like methylphenidate ER 36.
No, that's a prescription drug. That's not a problem.
Yeah, no, I'm on lisodexamphetamine dimesylate.
That sounds dangerous.
That's a very complex chemical. There's a lot of words in there.
It's way higher grade Adderall, basically.
Oh god, I need some of that.
Well,
Anyway, we should get going
my
before we
case
start
was
thinking about
basically,
drugs.
oh, you don't have ADD. You were diagnosed with all those kids in the 90s. Oh, wait, shit, you do have ADD. Fuck.
Like, yeah, I was 98.
That's
so
my
I-
history.
Yeah, I was just diagnosed properly. I just had weird
Well,
upbringing.
lucky you.
Also, not having no social experience doesn't help either. But
I mean, I had both, so
Don't have.
Fair.
bully for you.
I'm good.
Great.
Yes, you are.
I don't. At least out of childhood, I have no diagnosable disorders.
Yeah.
At
Oh, no,
some
you-
point, I should probably talk to a
Omega, you
therapist about whether or not I
definitely
have anxiety. But
Yeah.
a lot of people do nowadays.
I will argue this for a fact. I will concretely say I think 80% of the U.S. could be diagnosed with generalized anxiety disorder at any time.
I have like three
Probably.
different mental disorders.
It's okay. I'm collecting.
but we're not gonna. We're not here
Yeah.
to play. What's your prescriptions roulette?
What's their disorders?
So once you guys are all collected, you wait till after dark. There's a thin sliver of moon, like a gimlet eye, staring down at you.
At least it's not pitch black at night.
No.
Moon.
There is a decent amount of cloud cover.
Yeah.
And you guys roll up the driveway. So you guys can see the outline of the house at the top of the tallest hill on the property. It's surrounded by dead trees, patches of dead and dying grass. You see, the driveway is probably dirt and gravel. Maybe a little washed out by now. It looks like there is not a car route up to the Priory, so you'll probably have to park in front of the carriage house. Or you could just go off-roading in the dark on a hill.
I would not like to go off-roading in the dark on a hill.
Let's not endanger ourselves.
Oh, no fun.
All right, so yeah, you just, quietly turn on all the lights, pile out. You're standing in front of the Umbral House and the carriage house. You can see the rough outline, like I said, gently lit by a little bit of moonlight. The outline of the house is interesting. Large sections of the front are choked with ivy. There are planters in the front and sides of the house filled with thick, thorny shrubs such as rose bushes and hawthorn. Those of you with any kind of medicine, survival, or whatever can probably pick out through your flashlights that it looks like poison ivy and sumac are starting to grow in some of the planters. Poison sumac.
That's been a long time.
Yeah.
I don't have medicine or so I don't.
It's like, okay.
Well, yeah, Jack has specifically said, hey, don't touch those. That's bad.
Yeah.
All right.
That just don't.
Do you want a rash? That's how you get a rash.
Yeah.
Don't touch whatsoever. That's just going to be itchy all over.
So some of the windows you guys look at, probably possibly play over them with your flashlights, are permanently blurred or darkened by smoke damage. Portions of the roof, especially on the, we'll say it's on the right-hand side, where the servants' quarters and kitchens should have been, there's actually like chunks missing out of the roof. There's like large cracks and gaps in the walls where debris has piled in. In the front, there's a small decorative pond which is filled with algae and pond scum.
Ew.
The water looks brown in color.
Stagnant.
Yep.
Let's check the chariot house first.
It looks like there used to be a stone fence or colonnade, which is basically entirely fallen the fuck over. In the front yard, you can see a couple of marble statues covered in grime, patina, and more.
Marble statues, huh?
Yeah. You can eyeball the statues.
I'm gonna eyeball them statues.
Yeah.
We're checking everything.
Do you have any archaeology or anthropology?
No, I will then. If I don't, I will now. It's a
Ask
zero.
her
So
nurse.
actually,
All right, so you brush away some grime and see that one of them, the most intact, is a veiled and robed female figure in some soot-stained marble, and you see the inscription Dea Tacita,
I don't know what that means.
or technically Dea.
By the way,
Taquita.
I just want to say I found the perfect picture for my character. I'm just going to post it.
Sure.
Did you see how one
This is exactly how I've imagined my character looking.
Solid.
Solid.
Yep.
And not crazy enough.
No, that's pretty crazy.
Well, obviously, like not this well dressed.
If this is a live action show, that's what the actor look like.
Yeah, this is me in my like well-to-do get together stuff.
When you're
If you
stable.
will you mention the name Dea Taquita?
yeah.
You automatically failed the roll.
Dallas, you've got your character has archaeology, anthropology.
I do.
You recognize the name of this. This is a somewhat obscure Roman deity associated with death. You invoke Dea Tacita to make your enemies forgotten after they die.
Oh wow.
Damn, that's hard. That's metal.
It is pretty
Nice
metal.
people.
Yeah, this is not a nice lady Roman death goddess. She is the one that you like. I mean, the Romans are proto-Italian, so naturally they got to be a little spicy meatball. So yeah, this is you say her name and probably spit on the ground to be like, may you be forgotten.
My Dea Tacita
Um,
tend to you.
Wonderful.
So
people.
you guys do notice up close. I mentioned this I think before to Garza, but just to remind everybody, on the opposite end of the fire damage, there is a pretty impressive structure. It looks like it's, you'd say like 2.5 stories. Look like there's like a loft attic. Got some windows up there, but not a full 3rd story. Opposite the fire damage, there is the domed outline of an astronomy tower.
Oh, sick.
Oh, cool.
Wait, no, that's bad.
That's probably
I
some,
was
there's probably
about
some
to
dangerous
say,
shit there.
Why is this sick?
Well, I think it's cool
that.
that these people have an astronomy tower, but then I thought about it. Oh shit, these people have an astronomy tower.
Kind of around back, if you like peer around there, you guys can see the ruins of a vegetable garden between the Priory and you,
Hey.
and maybe the old outline of an old well.
Hey
Shut
Omega, I'm gonna take out.
What's up?
I'm gonna look to the sky for a second.
Sure.
Do I see anything odd in the sky tonight?
Do you have any science astronomy?
No, but if I'm looking for a specific thing, can I ask about it?
Sure. What are you looking
Do
for?
I see any red comets?
No, there is no blood red comet in the sky
Just
tonight.
making sure.
Yeah. Nothing with your survival and like navigation skills. There's no like unusual lights of like weird stars that shouldn't be there.
I heard astronomy tower, and I went, "What the fuck was that thing again?" In
Yeah.
France. It was
No,
like
there's
the
no
Beast
blood
of
red
the
comets.
comic.
Again, that's why I was
no.
like, oh, cool, an astronomy town. Then that's when I'm really oh shit, an astronomy tower.
As you guys look out there, probably over the door, you can see glinting, barely glinting in the moonlight. You can see the faint structure of the words Umbral House with the Latin V. So written Umbral House, but Umbral House. In gold glint above the big doors, but you're going to ignore those.
For now.
There is a detached carriage house. Looks like it's got large barn-style doors. There used to be a covered walkway from it to the main house, which appears to have been just knocked the fuck over. Do you guys want to investigate?
We should probably investigate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It is close by the car, so.
Yes. All right. So there is a You got to clear out some of the debris around the side door if you want to get in, but it's
Okay.
got a deadbolt lock that's so fucking old it basically opens itself for you.
I take it back. This is a much better picture.
Dallas has found a better picture. There you go.
Yeah, no, that's about
That's
right.
enough,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, that's better.
Oh yeah, I didn't mention it, but just in case, you guys all synchronized watches, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're sort of like
Actually, did we all take a shot? Did we take a shot?
Probably.
Yeah.
I assume so.
All right, cool.
I think
I'll bring out
Darren would
one
let
of-
it.
I'll bring out one of Prichter's bottles.
Yeah, I'm about to say you've got some
Fritters, yeah.
some Nazi biker gang booze.
Yeah.
You stole.
some old skinhead shit. Yeah,
Well, I mean, no, this is the good shit. This is probably some like Kentucky bourbon or something.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. He was an old dude that like.
Listen,
wandered around
that's
for,
going
years.
you think I'm joking, but no, I'm putting some high fucking proof alcohol in my fucking kit.
Oh yeah,
good.
that cleans shit up.
Yeah.
So, in the main space of the garage, you guys are, I assume, looking around with flashlights, so I won't
Oh, yeah.
make a fuss about it. Fairly obvious things to see. There's almost nothing of note on the ground floor here.
Mm-hmm.
There's dust, grime, and a stink of rotting rubber in here.
Ew.
You do notice that the Lunes appear to have owned several automobiles at the time of the fire. There looks like there's a 50s vintage pickup. What you guys think might be like a 1920s or 30 old style coupe.
Ooh.
And there is the recognizable frame of a 60s station wagon.
None of these will run.
Oh, God, no, yeah. They are in terrible repair. They are rusted
Good
over.
way.
The tires are sloughing off. It looks like the inner upholstery has been torn, chewed, or rotted away.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these are
Like,
over
just, like-
almost 100 years old.
Yeah.
Nobody still has craft mechanics or heavy machinery, right?
Nope.
Actually,
Nope.
why is the upholstery? Is that like animal damage or something?
Some of it looks like probably mundane rats or anything, actually. Birds might have torn it to get nesting material.
There are no mundane rats anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
All rats are guilty here.
So I'm taking that as a no. Nobody has craft mechanics or heavy machinery.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
Cars, what are those? I just drive them.
Mechanics.
I'm a mountain man. What do you want?
Hypothetically, if you could turn these cars on and those of you with drive automobile could drive them, you might notice some things, but they do not.
I don't even own a car.
Now, there is there are, piles of tools of all kinds of years and, cruddy corners, like I said, rusting through. There is some space for some old school, like, tack and harness for where they used to have a carriage, but they do not have a carriage anymore. There is a ladder to a small apartment in the back, though.
Oh, interesting.
Up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably hoist
Tarp.
myself up that ladder.
I guess we'll just,
Yeah.
like keep lights up so you can see.
Yeah.
Jack scouts the ladder first. Doo-doo-doo.
We don't all have to go up.
Looks
so.
like there's a little loft apartment here.
Sick.
The floorboards are a little creaky. Maybe you guys all of you in your full tack gear shouldn't come up here, but
like,
that's
one or two at a time.
More what I was saying is like I'll just let me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just check it over. If I need you, I'll
yeah,
holler.
they're creaky. It looks like this apartment could have been was probably meant to be used by a chauffeur or a mechanic, but could have
Okay.
just been used by extra family members.
How about to say, carriage drivers and whatnot.
Okay, I'm gonna be looking for any documentation.
It doesn't look like there's anything. What's your total search score?
I believe it is a 60.
So you've got a pretty good idea. You scope this out yourself. There's a
Oh, no, sorry, it is
couple
50. It's
50, still pretty good. There's an round overlook window to like look out that's been forced full with vines that's broken open. You think there's the like slowly rotting remains of a couple dressers, a standalone wardrobe, and a bed, but they're all covered in like vines and moss. In a corner, there are a couple of old crates, which you think, under the flashlight and with your search skill, have the label for some Canadian whiskey company, but they are empty.
I don't know.
Okay.
You've not found a treasure trove of 100-year-old booze.
You're probably even older than by then too, honestly.
And it wouldn't be worth anything. Kara would just drink it all.
I would.
But if you want to actually like try and pry open the furniture,
I would.
okay, you check inside. You find the scant remnants of what looks like clothing and personal items effects. You've got anthropology, right?
Yes, I do.
And history.
There's all the ologies, I think.
Yeah.
You would say that you think that these effects look more like the clothing that was in style in like the 40s or 50s than the 70s, but yeah, it's old
Okay,
clothes.
so this was probably abandoned before the fire.
Or no
It's
one
certainly
lived
got
in
enough
it.
dust and green shit.
Or the person who lived in there was stuck in the 50s or 20s.
Listen,
30.
if some of these longevity things are working, they might have been stuck.
Well, I was hoping this would have been like a chauffeur with a journal being like, hey, my employers are fucking weird.
No,
We-
nobody
we-
seems to have kept that journal.
We always wish for it, but you know.
No, I understand.
Clunk,
That
clunk,
would
clunk,
have
clunk. It comes down the
burned
ladder.
anyway.
Yeah, it's nothing much.
All right. I think we checked.
You guys are earbutted up, so you guys can
Yeah.
talk over like
Yeah.
short range radio or tech, phone to phone call.
Yeah.
Good thing we checked.
Probably abandoned before the fire, most likely. Or more likely, from what we know about the family, ran out of funds to hire this person.
That tracks.
Actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if they necessarily hired servants. If
Who
I remember
knows?
correctly, they had servants in the 70s, but then they seemed like unusually docile and
Yeah,
Erwin said they were possibly drugged.
and drugged.
Oh.
Yeah,
Erwin
no.
said they seemed like they might be stoned.
Yeah, so
All right.
All right,
well,
so
that's
you guys
close.
want to go through the back garden to the Priory first.
yes.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
You guys will fall into the marching order we have previously discussed, and you head out.
Ready shotgun. Turn safety off.
Yep.
I think shotguns have safeties.
Yeah, most modern firearms would have just like at least a
Fucking
push pin
better.
safety.
But sorry, like, I've never. I've used a long rifle and a handgun before in real life. I've just never used an extra shotgun. So like I'm not.
No,
used
it would
to,
have
like-
it would have a if you used like a hunting style rifle, it would have a similar kind of safety on it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've just. it's
You
just
push
been
the
years.
pin, the pin is red, that lets you know it is not safe.
No, I've just never seen like an actual proper shotgun. I've only seen get ones in games. So
I fired a
So-
Mossberg. It's great.
This is probably in that vein.
Mhm.
Something for hunting or home defense.
I'm
that's
getting
fairly
flashbacks
sturdy.
about Zach's talks about the Mossberg or the Remingtons.
Uh,
Yeah.
So, in around the back, like I said, there is a garden. If you want to like eyeball it with your flashlights, it looks like it used to be a vegetable garden. You can see the rough outline of the stones or other markers, but it's just choking with weeds, common herbs running wild, and the dried up, desiccated remnants of winter vegetables that used to be grown in there. Like there's a fucking dead squash plant or pumpkin plant in there.
No, not the pumpkin.
Got choked out by weeds. Do you guys care to look at the well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a well. It's an old-fashioned well. It's made of rock that's mortared together. Looks like it runs deep into some cistern. It's pretty small and cramped and smooth. So don't think you're gonna Joseph Joestar your way into this well.
No.
But it looks like it goes down a long way. Got a lengthy, crusty, rotted rope attached to it.
I'm gonna crack a flare.
That's a good idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna drop it.
I hope no one saw that.
don't think there's anyone nearby. This is like.
What's
and-
your alertness, Jack?
Alertness or search?
Alertness.
Oh, you see here, the thing about that is not
Number.
good.
You have only base.
Pretty sure.
Still like 20%.
No. I have 23.
Okay,
Hey.
you failed it. You failed it recently. I see. Yeah, no, you're not really sure. You lose the count in your head. You're not really sure how long it drops to do the back math. You can still see it for a little bit, and then you think you see it get kind of blurry. You think it actually fell into a cistern underground. That's got to be quite a ways down there. It's pretty deep before it hits water, but you do not have a.
Okay, so they
decent
have
eye or
cistern
ear for
on
it.
site.
Does this well go directly into the hill?
Yes, it is an old-fashioned well. It is between the two buildings, and it goes straight down.
Huh.
Hmm.
Whenever it's like the center of the
It
hill.
is a little. Well, I guess I should say it's a little offset from. You can see the Priory from here, which is a couple of buildings stuck together with a courtyard or colonnade in the middle. and you can see the house. It's kind of like off center slightly. It's about like in line with the carriage house, so it's not like dead center of the hill, but yeah, it goes down into the hill.
Which is like it's odd because considering this hill's like, why would there be a cistern in the hill?
Well, maybe there's a cistern under the hill, and why it
Yeah,
has to go
maybe.
so long.
Because it's not, it's so deep. Yeah.
I mean, the house is up on top of a hill, so where else are they going to put it?
I mean, you don't. If you're already pumping water, you don't like put the well at the bottom of the hill and then hoof the water.
No.
No, that's dumb.
I was more thinking of like, do they really want to make it because they know what's in what make this hill is something's inside this hill? But
I don't know
Curse
how much
water!
they knew. I'm going to be very honest. As much as we've talked about, I don't know how much they are aware of the previous affiliations of this hill. I feel like these are some French people that came in with their own assumptions and their own god and their own cult.
Again, I think there's evidence to say there's that they knew they were kind of doing. Like, we weren't talking about like the concept about laid lines really didn't get started banding around until later, but like it's a quote unquote magical family.
I think they knew that there was something here. I just don't think they knew what they were getting into.
Well, no one ever does when you start messing with things men should not know.
Fair point.
We go check out the Priory again.
Let's go to the Priory.
So,
Probably not the best moment to make some conjectures. So,
as you stand in the crescent moonlight around a well, with the vaguest hints of a tiny, now pinkish light that got washed away.
Right.
All right, the Priory, formerly called the Essex Priory, stands slightly apart from the main house, though they're all on the same big hill. Archaeology and History Boy can tell you that its architecture is similar to the style of several medieval era buildings of a similar nature.
I guess it's French Gothic.
Yeah, it would technically be retro of the time it was built in the colonial period, but it's clearly meant to evoke something. It's got moss and soot-stained gray stone as a part of its big structure, though obviously it had some timber roofing and beams which appear to have, slowly been weathered and stripped away.
So, I mean, if it's any consequence, the building probably looks beautiful.
It has the rough outlines of a religious building. There is a small, not a big, but a small steeple on the back. And next to the main structure, there is a set of rusted and collapsing wrought iron fences of what looks like the Lune cemetery plot.
Yeah, I don't want to go check that just right now. Why am I doing so?
It does also look like there's some thorny and grim-looking flowers and weeds sprouting up from a thick bedding of moss, ivy, etc. So that might be a little bit of a hike.
I don't know if we should. Look, I think Kara has the right of it. I don't know if those graves are exactly abandoned, so I don't want to go check that just yet.
All right. So
I'm gonna go actually head towards the steeple.
To the Priory. All right. There's some big front doors. Do you want to just roll up in the front doors?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I wasn't expecting that.
There is a large set of bronze doors with religious scenes, which are slightly patinaed on them. Illuminated manuscript style. Judging by the script around the door, the scenes invoke the figures of the Catholic saints Christopher and Margaret of Antioch.
Huh.
Actually, I'm not going to read
Both of these saints are known for protecting one from sudden death, but also specifically, if you've got any history or anthropology, or if any of you are of a Catholic bent, you might know that St. Christopher is associated with bookbinders as well.
Yeah.
And also, I think candle makers.
But
He's a big one. There's looking at what Catholic saints are associated with what is a whole thing.
I was about to say.
What was Margaret of Antioch again?
Margaret of Antioch.
I know she's weird.
Also called Margaret the Virgin, or Saint Marina the Great Martyr. Daughter of a pagan priest,
Wasn't she like
allegedly she was supposed to have been swallowed by Satan in the shape of a dragon?
Yeah, like wasn't she a cult leader?
Possibly. She's got some loosey-goosey mythology because it's very old, like 9th century. But she is associated in the Catholic canon with protection from sudden death.
Okay, but just to clarify, it's not like, why is this Catholic saint here, right? It's not exceptionally weird.
No, it's not that weird. Like, Margaret might be a little obscure, but the handler was able to dig up her name when looking up saints associated with some of these things. So
It's not like it's not like a what the fuck.
no, these are both
No.
canonical Catholic saints.
Okay, gotcha.
It's more of like, oh, okay, I guess that kind of tracks.
Well, no,
Um,
I'm just saying it's not like fucking Judas is painting on the painting.
No,
on the walls.
no, it's not like that. And it's not like weird Orthodox only or anything like that. No, it's
Okay.
canonical Catholic
Sorry,
saints.
I don't know a lot about Catholic saints in real life.
So the doors you don't think are barred, but they are made of bronze and they're heavy. So if somebody wants to get in there, you're gonna need to give me a strength roll to just.
Sure.
All right,
Flex
roll
those
strength
muscles.
5.
I was about to say, not me.
Strength roll
Good.
5. Okay. What's my?
He botches. The door punches back.
I got 44 out of 75.
All right, it's a
Okay.
critical success. You kick
Dark Souls.
you kick open the doors. Clang.
I would say you did the Dark Souls animation. You push the doors open.
Yeah.
Is there a gray wall in front of us? I hope not.
No, there is not a wall of mist, though. There is probably a slight suction effect because these doors were basically like
Now I'm just hearing the Deacons of the Deep fucking
semi-rusted
theme song
shut
play.
with scrape. So like rock dust and dust kind of like whooshes out of you a little bit. You get that strong musty smell of like wet stone and rotting wood.
Smells like home.
Now you are in the narthex,
Narthex.
the lobby.
Oh,
Yeah, no, that's just a word for lobby.
I'm not. gonna
You guys look at it. The narthex is relatively plain. There's a set of stone steps past some stone columns, like up a level, so you go like up a couple steps. There's some tables with some old ass low candles burned that goes into the on the other side, and it goes into the nave, the main aisle of the chapel.
Oh, that's what I remember. Sorry, I was. Can I admit something embarrassing?
Go for it.
The of Antioch was like playing in my brain. It's like I know that from somewhere. I know that from somewhere.
Yeah, it's
it's
the holy hand grenade.
hand grenade of Antioch.
yeah.
What
Did
is
I mention
Antioch
I don't know
anyway?
anything about Catholicism?
It's a city.
yes.
Oh, okay. I
It's
mean,
a city. I believe it's. I think it's Byzantine.
I mean, don't say you're Jewish.
Cath-
It's like
some
or-
Catholic stuff happened there.
so it's like it's a whole thing of like we don't know what any of this Christian nonsense is.
I don't.
I know like
really
old stuff.
But yeah,
like
so
Dante's
you guys,
Inferno.
there's a set of there's some plain stone columns. There are some tables, like I said, with some low burned candles, as you do. And you see the actual main aisle, the nave. There's dusty, mildewed pews in rows after rows. Looks like there was enough space for maybe a couple dozen people, decently sized.
Was it still maintained even though it was closed down like 100 years ago?
I don't think you have this. I don't think Benowitz has the skill set to tell that.
No, just here like how. That's fair. I just know how aged
It's
everything
old. I mean, the doors were, like I said, like sealed shut. There's some old ass chapel
Would I be able
markers.
to tell how long this looks to be abandoned?
Yeah, you've got like archaeology, history, and throw at decent levels.
And survival.
It looks like you don't see any footprints in the dust. You're pretty sure this building has been closed up since before the fire. Like, for instance,
Yeah.
there is some soot on some like statues and surfaces outside from like the smoke of the fire. There is no soot inside here except for maybe some like really, really old shit on the candles, which are, ancient. But candles
Which means
don't
it's
go
probably
bad,
not
so.
disturbed directly if we find anything.
So, by all intents and purposes, it looks like this actually was abandoned.
This section you're in anyway.
It's true.
So you can go down the nave to the altar room, and there's a exit, I believe, on the side.
I did want to go to the steeple or an altar
Yeah.
place.
You guys just gonna
what that
follow
is.
him as he goes down the aisle?
Yeah. I'm out of my element right now.
Looking around, yeah.
Well, I'm
I'm
just
out
like,
of my out.
to me, the crux of this, of what the Priory is like, what exactly were they worshiping here?
Well, I will tell you. You can tell this area is a public chapel. There is a adjacent entrance by that area, which goes to the cloister, which is an open quad with a colonnade. So there would have been a private space beyond that, a second building for the nuns who were staying here. So there is a second building to check out.
Okay, we'll probably do that after we check out the
But
altar.
Garza, you're looking around.
Yep.
You've got a high search. You look up a little bit. You do notice at the top of the columns in the nave, there seems to be a faint accent marking kind of out there. You think it might be like a vague like spider web, or it could be like lines of, like cartoonish bones. It's very faint though, and it looks like it wasn't in a. It is not what we would call high relief. There was not a high contrast when it was new. It's a very subtle architectural touch, but it does make everything in here seem just a little bit more gothic and a little bit more weird. So,
Wonderful.
you go to the altar. There's a cross-shaped window high above, actually in the steeple.
Okay.
But instead of stained glass, there are carved reliefs. Very Gothic in style. Images of Saints Christopher and Margaret flank a fairly bog-standard image of Jesus in the center. Nothing really exceptional there. There are lots of candles and candelabras scattered around there. You notice at the altar, Jack, because you're there first, but the rest of you would also notice, there's no Bible on the altar. And also in the lattice work and in the shape of some of the crosses, you do notice some Celtic knots.
Oh.
So some of these are Celtic-style crosses.
Would there be a... Okay, this is coming from ignorance of anything resembling any of this. Is there like a head... Is there like a priest's quarters?
No, there is not. Depending on the nature of a chapel, there would be like a priest's office. That does not appear to be here. The side door that would go to that leads you out to the cloister.
Okay, I think we're probably going to have to go to this cloister. Maybe even a Kingler. But yeah, no, I'm going to look around the dais. Is that what it's called?
Yes, I believe the raised area.
I'm going to look around that area to see if I can see anything off.
It looks like it's mostly supposed to be a pretty bog-standard Roman Catholic church. There's a couple of accents of some other architecture, some other elements that have worked their way in, but it looks very open. You are noticing, though, as you're kind of like examining the dais closer and getting in the guts there in your flashlight, well, it does look like there have been repairs over the years, and a lot of the accents are made of local stone. It looks like some of the foundational elements of the walls and floors look like they are slightly different quality and age. You think some of this stone may have been imported in the core foundations of this chapel?
Oh, wonderful.
Like you find some brickwork and you're like, hold on. This is an actual medieval chunk of stone. What's this doing here?
Oh, boy.
These guys steal a church and put it on a boat.
Ancestral stone!
But yes, any of the rest of you doing anything in the public chapel?
Oh, I'm trying to think of what Kara would be doing. Like, Kara probably has axe in hand. Because you never fucking know when something might come just screaming out of the dark. But other than that, no, she's just kind of meandering around, looking at things, investigating things, maybe running fingertips over dust, be like, but nothing in particular.
All right.
Garza will briefly give a small prayer towards the relief. Since he's not that religious, but he was raised religiously, so he'll at least do that before kind of going back to keeping watch.
Anybody else?
No.
Bueller. Okay. Well, Jack wants to head out the side door into the.
I would also probably taken some pictures of the You said there were Celtic knots.
Yeah.
Can we identify them?
I've just been taking some pictures of those. Just
they don't appear to have any, as far as you can tell, any particular symbology. They are just
I know
part of a Celtic
like,
accent style.
That's different.
Yeah.
Because
it's part of the architectural style.
Yeah, that's not necessarily French.
Well, not what you would consider proper medieval French.
Yeah, no.
The Romans beat up the French Celts a long time ago.
Well, it's just one of those things in my head. It's like one of these things is not like the other.
Yes, I specifically did call it a skill check there. Yeah, that's slightly unusual. So,
yeah. The big one that is giving me the biggest the heebies of the jeebies is the no scriptures nowhere.
Yeah. Marth is gonna have to restart his computer. He's having some technical difficulties, but
He'll be right back.
I mean, they wouldn't still have the scriptures in here because it would just be like they wouldn't abandon them here, would they?
Well, depending on what you said, it was typhus, right? Or typhoid?
Apparently, a typhoid outbreak.
Yeah, they might have actually had to abandon them here because of
The typhoid was supposed to be in nearby Arkham, but it was definitely like affecting the local population. They couldn't be taken in randos.
From what I remember from playing old video games, typhoid is fairly contagious, especially back then.
Yeah.
So
they
I
just had
I wouldn't have
population
expected
issue.
a fully stocked, but the fact that I've seen no hide nor hair of no Bible, no Quran, no anything,
no,
is odd.
All right, so you pop out to the cloister. The cloister is basically an open quad. There's a colonnade around it, so there's a private walk space.
It almost
in the center.
Omega, is it a fair assumption to say this almost looks like it's for show?
That is a conclusion that you have seen nothing to disprove currently. Yes.
Okay.
This you think this space was public, like public visitors to the Priory might have entered this chapel.
That's just giving me some alarm bells of like, this looks
staged.
It is, I will say, very minimal.
Not necessarily staged, but like a lot of people who are religious, family included, a lot of them are very passionate about it, so they will put their own touches and flares and like.
This is very light on flair.
This is very, how do I make Priory? What does that look like?
This place was an excuse for most of their legal problems.
Yeah. I'm not saying that yet, but just the Spartanity of it.
Well, we do know that the Lune family did actually use the excuse of the Priory to avoid investigation and whatnot for a while.
That's very true.
Now, if it was used for anything else, that's what we're trying to find out.
Yeah, but I think it's fair to say that while some members obviously varied to others, I don't think this family was very Catholic.
So in the center of the cloister quad.
How Catholic would an old French wizard family be, honestly?
Very well. Other than
the wizard part, we don't know about it. But if you're an old school medieval France, you would be
Catholic.
Right up until the Revolution, I think.
Yes.
The thing is that you can always separate your religion from
the French
your
Revolution,
beliefs.
by the way, not the American one, which is when these guys left.
Yeah, there was a lot of French revolutions, I think.
No, but there's the main one that made them not so obsessed with Catholicism was the very big bloody one.
But so in the colonnade inside the cloister, which is just like I said, it's a literal quad. It's like the small like open air space where the nuns could hang out. There is a white barked poplar tree, which you're gonna guess is dead because it is devoid of leaves and the soil around it is barren.
Poplar, huh?
Yeah. White bark.
A white bark tree. Is the tree in any particular shape?
No, it has not been topiary.
It
looks a little skeletal, but it's not literally shaped like a hand. No.
Okay.
Also wait. To pull from something else, I assume this is also not an ashlife.
No, I'm just everything. I'm looking for skeleton hands and rats everywhere.
You think there used to be some wooden park style benches next to it? They are now piles of debris. So, no, things are a little roboty for Marth. Hopefully you can.
Oh no,
Marth! It didn't actually seem like. I don't know if he actually left the collar. He
went back. He left and went back.
Okay.
So.
I didn't catch it actually appear, but we'll see. Hopefully it cleans up.
I'm here. It's just. It's
a little hard to communicate. I got you. Oh, he's gone for a definite. Where was I? Okay. I will say slightly detached from the cloister area. You guys can see, though still inside looks like the rough boundaries of the Priory. There is a squat stone storehouse. It's large barn-style doors. You guys gonna look at that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're checking everything.
Gotta check everything.
You pry open the barn door.
Yeah, sound effects.
You guys probably have to cover your noses a little bit. There's the rotted remains of hay bales in here.
Ew, I hate that.
I think we could get masks for particulates if we were going underground. So yeah.
I mean, I got face mask. I got PPE, yo.
Yeah, I gotta make sure. Just
All right, you can
don't breathe
put in
anything.
your masks.
Just don't want to breathe anything in.
I mean, they're not fucking. What's the word?
They're not like gas masks or respirator masks, but they will protect you from particulates. Sure.
Yeah.
So looks like there used to be big barrels and crates of, you would guess, grains, vegetables, more, but you think they're just piles of mold and awful.
Give it a once over.
You guys check in there. Those of you with a decent survival score think you might see some fossilized remnants of some rat nests.
Oh.
How old?
Fossilize.
Vermin probably ate the food in here, maybe.
So fossilized is in way older.
Yeah, like fucking ancient, like older. You know, it's been a long time. Possibly the like 120 years since this place was closed.
Gotcha.
You're not sure.
It's been a while.
You do think that the rough structure, because like I said, it's got like a barn door and it's squat. It looks like it's got some like half walls and some pen shapes. Maybe livestock could have been kept in here at one point, just for storage. That doesn't seem to be its main use. It looks like it was a storage building for food. You're not entirely sure if it was used after the Priory was closed for like storage for the manor or not. Can't tell. It was used for food storage once, though, and is now very gross and rotty.
Yeah, sounds about right.
All right. So, going through the cloister, the Priory building, which looks like it's split into two wings. This would be the actual residence for the nuns and such. The space that is accessible right off the cloister is a small refectory hall, which doubles as a parlor. You see some large white stone tables and stone benches. You see more faint Gothic reliefs edged with Celtic knots. You see, again, figures they're stone carved, but they look like the style of an illuminated manuscript. Images of animals such as wolves, deer, maybe a rabbit or two. Nothing super deep or highly detailed, though. Attached to this, though, either over a short counter or through a small door, is a simple kitchen and pantry. Obviously, being, over 100 years old, there's no electronic appliances. There's a wood-burning oven or stove. There's an icebox. There's some fucking decrepit cabinets and the rusting remains of iron cookware. Simple clay or earthenware dishes. And you see a side door, and you guys may even have entered through the side door. There's a side door with stone pavers that goes out towards the storehouse. So, you have a split path from the refectory. One wing looks like it goes to the dormitories, and the other looks like it might go into the chapter house, basically the meeting room. So that might be administrative wing.
Mm-hmm.
Where would you guys like to go first? Or would you like to split up?
I'm good.
I mean, honestly, I think splitting up is a good idea, but
I definitely want to check out the administrative wing. If they're, I don't know if anything's in there, but
I want to check both out. But
well, yeah, I want to. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we got to go. We got to check every room, check for traps and gribbly grobblies. But
I guess the question is, what do you want to do first?
Well, here's the thing: how far would we be splitting up? Like, are these I'm sorry, like, are these like?
The actual Priory building is not very big. You could probably hear if you yelled.
I was assuming it was not going to be huge.
You're like,
so we could like.
Yeah, no,
what's your sprint range? Like 10 meters? If you full
we do
run.
have our ear comms also.
Yeah, no, I think splitting up here
in a combat sense, you could probably sprint to each other in like 1 or 2 rounds.
Yeah. Like I agree. We should not go far from each other, but just to these 2 rooms, I don't think is that.
Yeah, it's a single building with stone cut walls. It's fairly solid, fairly echoey.
Yeah. I was just thinking, like, if we split up, it's still about the same amount of time Omega has to do to explaining it, so it's like...
I mean, yeah, but you guys will reconvene faster.
Thematically, It just makes sense.
All right, who going where?
I would like to go to the administrative office.
I probably should go to the administrative office just because
Fair
more
enough.
likely I.
Wait, what was the other room again? I forgot.
The other
Dormitories.
one looks like a halt for dormitories.
I guess the agents can go check there because we probably want somebody. Then you Colin go with you just to come with some people that can defend themselves, go places.
I mean, those of you going to the administrative place, do you have like a high search?
Yes.
Someone with high search? Okay.
Yes, I do have. Yeah, as long as Garza goes to the dormitories, I think we're fine.
I'll join Garza then.
Yeah, because I have an 81
right.
search, so...
Because Garza, you have a high search, right?
Yeah. I have a
Okay.
high search,
yep.
high alertness, high UMSEC. So.
Then we'll go with Garza and Benowitz first because the dormitories are first in my notes.
Yeah!
So basically, you guys go down one side of the rectory into the dormitory. It contains a narrow, smooth, stone-cut hallway, which contains several monastic cells for the nuns who lived here. They are plain, ascetic, and dark rooms with very small, plain windows. You look at them with your flashlights. It looks like most cells have one bed. Some have two. Anything that looks like it was a dresser, chest of drawers, or a wardrobe or anything has rotted down to just debris and fragments. The linens are threadbare and tattered. You do also notice the sub-theme that Professor Mormo picked up on. For, the dorms for cloistered nuns, there's not a lot of religious iconography.
Yeah, it's just a lot. It's just
There's no big crucifixes of crying Jesus on all the walls.
Jesus.
There's no paintings or anything. Several rooms do appear to have braziers of incense burned down. And that looks about it. I assume you guys are gonna actually search the rooms and make sure though.
Yeah. Checking each one of them pretty thoroughly.
Okay. Are either of you interested in the braziers?
Give them a look.
I'll give a kind of a sniff to see if I can tell what sort of incense might have been burned out of them.
What's your pharmacy?
Of course.
It is.
Actually, no. You're DEA.
Pharmacy is 20.
Okay, you should roll to see if you pick up on anything.
No, that is a 70.
Okay, well, you can mark a failure. You're not really sure what you get from it. You do notice that even though it has been decades or centuries, it's still got a bit of an intense cloying scent. Something a little exotic, a little organic, maybe.
Can I collect a sample and bag it?
Yeah, you can sample it.
All right, I'll do that.
Oh,
Garza, what leaves a scent for after decades?
something very
Very
concentrated.
potent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure, if you open up a bottle of, ancient Egyptian perfume and give it a whiff, it's still good if it was stored correctly. But
as long as like I said, if the area is not exposed to the weather and stuff,
And I would like to remind you, stone-cut cells, small windows.
Yeah.
And it was also inside a brazier.
Yeah,
If things are sheltered, as long as it's not disturbed, things can maintain a scent for a while.
All right, so you guys give the rooms a search, I assume?
Yeah.
Okay. You guys have a lot of search, so we'll skip asking the numbers. I know you guys are good at it. So you guys do notice that over a couple of the rooms, over the doors, you see kind of etched into the stone surface the Lune family crest, the tree and the moon. Maybe these cells were used by the family member specifically. You do know that some of them went into the Priory. You guys find that there are handfuls of rosaries with Celtic crosses in silver down there. So some rosary beads, some Celtic-style crosses.
And this is only in the ones with the Lune?
No, this is just randomly in some of the rooms, period.
Just making sure.
Does it seem like what's more personalized or just kind of a thing that stayed?
You don't think they were necessarily abandoned. They're just kind of seem like they were there. They're not really expensive or anything.
Oh, okay.
It's not like a high-quality silver. Just were left. You do also find some tarnished silver knives.
Sick.
Looks like, the, historical equivalent of a pocket knife or a letter opener or something, You could also use them to stab a dude, but you utility type knives.
I mean, if it's made out of silver,
Yeah,
Oh yeah, they're ornamented.
I could see a joke of like, I don't think we're gonna meet werewolves.
I'll take
I'm still
a picture.
sad that we missed out on Pritchard's ritual knife.
I'll take a picture
Richters,
noting
yeah.
where they each are
Yeah.
in the rooms.
There's some like scraps of paper that are so weathered and faded they are basically blank.
Don't
So
bother.
just garbo. The creepy thing though is in some of those double cells, it looks like concealed under the beds, there are the rusted scraps of iron manacles or shackles.
Yeah, I figured this.
Oh, here we go.
Huh. That's not a good sign.
No.
Not there,
And at the
but-
far end of the hall, there is a larger room you think may have been an infirmary. Looks like there's a few more modern cots that are in terrible disrepair, something from like the turn of the 20th century. There's a privacy screen. There's some historical glass-faced medical cabinets. They look like they've got really old surgical tools that are mostly scrap now. Maybe some rotting rolls of gauze. Nothing really too much.
I guess we just over the comms. It's like, yeah, we got some like old medical or something like the rooms. They probably held some people captive here.
Make sure you check for marks of resistance, because while it might seem odd, some variants of cult or religious orders did practice self-flagellation.
Some of them are just manacles. Some of them do look like shackle sets that have chains to like a bolt in the wall. So that's probably not. If you're looking for like signs of like struggle or blood, these are way too old for that. They're rusty.
Yeah, it's also probably been like a century. Ish.
These were definitely crude ironworks, as opposed to the silver, which looks like they're at least higher quality.
Well, I'll take pictures of them so I can give them.
Definitely
so no one else
heebies
can-
and or jeebies.
Yeah.
Say early boogeyman. All right, to the admin wing.
Away!
So, first of all, the first room is the chapter house. It's a featureless meeting room with a few high windows. There's some stone-cut benches into the wall, and the room is heptagonal. It is a 7-sided polygon.
That's
But does it actually have 7 sides?
Yes,
Okay. Just making sure.
actually a
normal?
heptagon. I don't
I
think
mean,
so.
it's not abnormal.
yeah, but usually when you go with usually go with like even numbers, because you got to build things against them and whatnot. Unless it's like, is this part of a tower?
No.
No,
It's just a center room. There is a central pillar, by the way,
huh?
rising up in the middle to reinforce. You guys notice? You did not notice them, and I don't know if Garza would have called them out to you, but there are some more like faint accents of like bone-like patterns, kind of on the roof arches where they meet the pillar.
Bone
More of
pattern.
that historical French stone, Jack, in the floor.
Oh, Jesus.
If you actually look at like the floor and wall foundations, there's some very faint, you think, Latin scripts, but they're so eroded you can't really make out the actual text.
Oh, damn it, I can actually read that.
Yeah, you just get like fragments of words. There's a couple of Deus in there, that kind of thing.
Fish. Very big. No.
Yeah. Now, you'll notice as you guys are looking around, the windows in this room are ascribed with different phases of the moon.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
And also the size of this room would look like they could support a decently sized audience, maybe a little bit more than you'd think the population of the Priory is. And also, you looks like they would have to do candlelight on the light of the moon or a clouded sky, because it'll be dark as balls.
Are there any
What window,
candles in
what
the
window would
room?
be the new moon rune? The new moon window.
The one that the moon's probably closest to, but naturally no moonlight would come through that moon.
Okay, but are there any candles in the room?
There are no candles in it,
Or
but it looks like
candle-
there might be a couple of candle holders or
candle
candelabras,
holders.
yeah.
I mean, if we need light, we got flares.
mean, you guys are carrying flashlights, so
Oh yeah, flashlights. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna flashlight first.
sweep around.
Yeah, let's do a sweep.
There
round.
is a adjoining of the hall. So you got another door that looks like it opens to a small library or study.
That seems important. Do you think there's anything else? Important about this room?
Is there any kind of like?
I don't think so.
I'm just checking. Is there any text at all? Like any
What?
kind of?
Well, you said like what? Like, can we try and get a rubbing of that Feta text to see if we can get it, or is it just too far gone?
No, it's too far gone. It's very, very old. And it doesn't look like it's been recarved. I will say, because Jack did say he was looking out for it, there are recurring structures in some of the walls and floor panels which look like the de Lune family crest, recurring images of a hand or tree-like shape.
Wonderful.
So it's branded. It's on brand.
Okay. Not creepy cult at all.
So, the study.
Yeah, let's get in there.
And then beyond that, it looks like you can see the private cell for the prioress, the chief of this priory.
I'm so excited.
The other one looks like there's a second chapel door down there, by the way. So that's probably something you want to look at in a second. So the office of the prioress is pretty basic. It's got some large, robust shelving, more high plane windows. It looks like the shelves were stripped bare a long time ago, though.
Yeah, I figured.
There are some heavy chests, which are latched, not locked.
Well, unlatch them, I
Beware
suppose.
large chest
Wait,
ahead.
actually, give them a once-over. I want to see if I can notice anything weird about them.
What's your alertness?
43.
Nothing seems obviously wrong. There's no like tripwires or anything on them.
All right, cool. Unlatch them motherfuckers.
All right. You open them up. You find stacks of handwritten church records.
Ah, shit. Well, actually, no. This is actually kind of what we're looking for.
Yo.
But no,
The
now we have.
oldest of which, by the way, Archaeology Boy would know would be way too old to be legible and barely legible and way too fragile to handle. But there are some newer ones that are well preserved enough to skim.
Yes, put on
No,
some
I'm
gloves.
definitely actually looking specifically towards stuff near where the typhoid outbreak would be.
Okay. This will probably take you maybe a couple of hours max to collate and document everything.
Do we have that kind of time?
With scam, I guess. You wanted to divvy up against.
I will say, from a quick overlook, they resemble conventional parish records, but are limited to the Priory and to the de Lune family.
Maybe we should look for a specific
Parish records would contain birth, death, baptismal records, etc.
Okay, I'm just going to look at the most recent records.
That's actually a pretty good idea.
Okay. Let me see if I have notes. They end around the turn of the previous century, but you don't really see anything specific there. If there was like, it's all strictly business. There's no like personal notes from a prioress here.
Okay.
So it looks like just the records just stop around 1905.
Yeah. So I'm gonna like photograph a bunch of these, but I'm not gonna. We don't have time right now.
I don't even think we have the means to properly transport these things. These things are probably fucking fragile.
No.
I mean, you could probably, if you were careful, you could just leave them in the chest, close the chest back up, and relocate them.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if you want to like examine them for a close look at some of the newer stuff.
I'm kind of curious. What do these records actually talk about doing? Just
so, like I said, these are like parish records, so they look like they contain birth records, death records, baptismal records. You give it a skim, you think you also see marriages performed.
Well, yeah, what's it about the
yeah, but that is a question. Like, is this all been within like the de Lune family, or like how many like people like get like how active was this parish?
Okay, so that'll take you at least a few minutes to start correlating, but you can skim some earlier records to try and build a package.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's got birth records, death records, marriage records. By the way, you notice that the person listed as performing the marriages is either performed by the prioress, who is almost always a de Lune daughter, or the current head of the de Lune family. Is Kara religious or have a religious background?
She used to be religious.
Okay, you would know that that's not normal.
Because of women.
Yes, you usually need, and also non-religious officials. Usually, you need,
I was.
a recognized priest to perform a marriage.
It's like, I don't know that much about Christianity, but I'm pretty sure you need a priest involved.
Yeah. Okay. So no, this place is. Wait. That means if they're not doing things by the regular books, that means they weren't doing things by the books really to begin with.
There are also some residency records for the nuns. Let sister so and so in, gave her cell number 4, etc. Some of these you notice are short stayovers before they return to a conventional abbey or cathedral, but some of them stay for life. You would say a little over half of them, judging by just your quick skim. This is something that would statistically, explode out to a higher sample size. A little over half of them are daughters of the Lune family. But if you are checking marriage and birth records, you notice that several times some of the non-Lune cloistered sisters are listed as parents or spouses, despite the fact that that's not how Catholic doctrine works. If you are a nun, you do not marry.
Yeah.
Unless you're a priestess of a thing.
No, if you're a Catholic nun, no, that's not how that works.
I don't.
Yeah,
no, not what I meant.
I know it works differently for us. No, they don't marry.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant as in you're a priestess for a different religion.
Well, yes.
Yeah, but okay, that's redundant.
That's what we're saying. This isn't Catholic.
Yeah. There are supply trackings. You occasionally note just some very generic mentions of chattel or livestock without naming the animals being used.
Oh my god.
Took into livestock slaughtered. And there's a couple of margin notes to, feast days or local festivals. You can't really make out something about moonless mass. That's about it.
I see the word moonless mass, and I look at the previous the doors of the previous room.
Yeah.
I'm gonna point this out to the good professor.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I think that's all the time all I can do in a couple minutes.
Yeah. There's one thing I wanted to check, Omega. Just because I have a name in my head, and it's a place to start.
Are you looking for references to a certain name you know?
Yeah, I am.
No, that name does not appear in print.
No. Okay, that's not... Okay, we're thinking of two different names.
Okay, which name then?
Say the name, please.
I was going to check references to birth and death records for one Oliver de Lune.
See. This cuts out around 1905. Oliver does not appear to be in here.
Okay, so he was born too late then. Got it.
You do notice, though, if you're correlating dates of death / burial with dates of birth, some of these lifespans are a little long.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna write down Moonless Mass in my book, and I'm gonna take a photograph of that paid document that mentioned that.
Sure. Take a picture of that margin note.
Okay. No, I think again, saying chattel and livestock. I'm not necessarily sure they're talking about pigs and cows.
At this point, because split time frame, this is when Benowitz and Garza call you about shackles.
And I go, charming.
Yeah.
What dates are those that mention chattel or livestock?
It doesn't seem to be any correlated pattern there.
No,
it's just intake and outtake.
Intake and outtake. All right, great.
So it doesn't run. Oh no, wait. This would be prior to any bootlegger.
Yes.
Yes. No. This is pre-prohibition. This place closed up.
Yeah.
It might have been traffickers.
What about the underground?
So for those records,
no records directly about the Underground Railroad in here. No.
So the records they looked at when they mentioned like a nun coming and then leaving after a short while, does it say where they came from and where they went to?
Yes, it would actually say Sister so-and-so from this abbey or this cathedral stayed, and then 6 months later it'll say something like Sister so-and-so returned to this cathedral.
Okay.
Gotcha.
I was expecting like, oh, this sister arrived from this place, and then she left at this date, and then giving no location that she went to. It's like, oh,
there's probably like somewhere in here. There's probably like a couple of those, but no, there's a decent amount of actual record keeping in here that's genuine. It's just fucking wrong.
Yeah. Okay, it seems to be largely operating above the book.
Technically,
and then there's just a couple of weird things.
No, it's proper records, Axe. It's just they are obfuscating a few details.
They are leaving out the descriptors.
As in, like, we killed these 5 virgins this day.
Well, cattle and livestock is a very broad term.
Yes, it is.
Especially in the 1800s.
Chattel literally just means property. Like in a legal sense, which is, by the way, chattel slavery is very bad.
Yeah.
But yeah, livestock's another weird one. Normally, you would say, different livestock do different things. You would probably be like pigs, cattle, horses, chickens. Yeah, none of that. Just livestock.
Yeah, no, that's.
Yeah, there are just some, like overall, not a crazy, like amount of.
Also, like I said, straight up, like if you're checking the marriage records, like that's a little weird. Marrying nuns, that's not kosher, as we would say.
Well, they're just trying
being married by a non-priest.
Yeah,
this is weird.
I mean, I know it's weird, but guys, it's like they're just trying to keep it in the family.
There's a dark wood Gothic door to the prioress's private cell.
Well, it's not even keeping it in the family.
I'm gonna go to the prioress's private.
Well, no, like it kind of is like they're making sure that their daughters are getting.
Oh,
married.
you mean the power positions in the family?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant the marriages in the family.
No, there's not a lot of that actually. If you look at that, there's not a lot of Delunes marrying Delunes.
It's mostly like, from what I got it is mostly the Delunes are just in charge.
The Delunes are in charge. They're maintaining
every prioress is a Delune daughter.
Yes.
Yeah, that which makes.
And a large body of the nuns, of which there's cells for, like I said, like looks like around a dozen tops.
Is weirdly normal. Like that's one of the more normal things in this document is that their Delunes are always in charge.
No, but like I said, like a lot of the Lune female nuns, a lot of the Lune nuns family, and always the Lune, prioress. That means they're always bringing in, like, it seems more like they try to bring in outside people to, keep themselves going.
It seems like they had a basic idea of, hey, marrying family members leads to bad genetics. Because from what we know of Charlie Boy, these people were not unintelligent. Like they had knowledge of chemistry and science. They're just crazy.
Yeah.
No, they
seemed very well educated. By the way, the handwriting in these, very nice. Like, very proper English. The grammar's all proper.
Yeah.
All right, well, I think we got enough that we got here. I think as we go check out, the prioress.
Yeah, Jack is standing in the door. He's opened it up.
Check.
Let's go.
This is it's a slightly larger cell, slightly more ornate. There's a larger and more ornate bed with Gothic tinges.
Sick.
There's a small window, and it looks like a lot of its furniture around here seems to be bordered with darker wood. You see designs of bones and skulls a little more openly accenting here. There's a couple of tinges of silver. What do you? Kara has a shitload of search, right?
Yes.
Are you guys going to search the room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're all together again, right? Or
not unless you guys have actually like doubled back from where you were in the cells.
I just didn't know how long their search had taken. So,
I mean, I don't think there was really that long for them to search in the meeting house. So probably them looking at the pages took up most of the time while you guys were checking all the individual cells.
We basically went, oh, there's a new moon cycle. That isn't good. That was our search of the main room.
Yeah. So, guys find collections of Gothic-style jewelry, some of which is made from real-ass bones.
Sick. I can do my best
find
horror
more manacles and shackles, just kind of loosey-goosey, and several of those ornate silver knives. These look a little more ritualistic, like, kind of like Athame style. Like, you need this for cutting herbs and stuff.
I actually am going to swipe one of those.
Me too.
All right, you pocket them. They're nice.
What? That's what?
Can I get a sweet Gothic bone necklace?
Yes. Oh no, there's a necklace with finger bones.
Sick.
Is there like Is there a ring or something very small?
Oh yeah, there's some rings.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pocket one of those just for further research.
I'm sorry,
Probably
I want to build
like
an
a red
aesthetic.
opal set in it. Yeah, and like I said, when I'm talking like classic Gothic style.
Look, I'm not pot ain't gonna call kettle black. We're doing it for different reasons, but I'm pocketing. I'm pocketing
a lot of dark gemstones, a lot of silver. I'm
gonna look for any records.
But yeah,
like,
no, like
yeah, there do not appear to be any additional records or items kept in here. You would guess if the prioress was a Lune daughter, when they had to close the priory, she probably just moved back into the main house.
Well, we might have to find
is there any like?
Which, by the way, does mean that yes, all this fucking jewelry and pimp ritual gear was stuff the prioress would not have needed when she moved.
Silver athame. I'm gonna put this in my alchemy kit. You never know when you must prepare things with a blade of silver.
Oh, I was thinking it might be useful if we needed to stab something with silver.
That too.
Yep.
But
it counts as knife.
But let's see anything. Let's see here. So
the other door from the prioress's study looks like it leads to another. Looks like another chapel-style door. So you guys may want to back up. Looks like it's a big metal door.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess
Well, I guess probably by this time you guys might be done.
Yeah, they probably catch up with you about now.
Let's get to this. Let's meet back up at this chapel area.
Yeah.
All right. So there's a short addendum hallway out of the study, and there is a big, heavy iron door with silver inlay. You see images of skeletons and gargoyles performing warding gestures, telling you away from this door.
I flipped the
or they're just being fancy.
All right.
Jack
flips off the door. The door does not respond.
I don't care.
Go to open it.
All right. You push on the heavy door. You reveal a dark stone chamber lit only by small, high corner windows, which are in short Greek cross styles. So like crucifix, but with the tail cut off.
Oh.
So just, tiny little plus slits. There are no pews in here, but there are low stone benches of marble, interspaced with iron candelabras, which look fairly unrusted. And I assume you guys are following with your flashlights, right? I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've not turned these
So
off.
you guys lead up the aisle past the marble benches. Flanking either side of the altar space, there are two more of those Romanesque Dea Tacitus statues. And then in the center, there is an altar, which contains an unsettling carving.
I will look upon said carving.
Made of bone-white stone, this coiling, chaotic carving looks like a pillar of writhing roots or crab-like limbs, anchored to its base in an asymmetric fashion. Its undulating coils and sinews seem to dance in any light, looking alive, and bundle together to form a spindly, grotesque, white hand.
Do I need to make a sand check for this shit?
Hey,
no, you don't need to. Delta Green doesn't roll the rules. You don't need to roll sand for statues. They're just freaky.
Okay.
By the way,
I
since
think-
you guys are looking at this with your flashlights, this also happens to mean that behind this, you guys can see what looks like the shadow projection space. If this was with candlelight, which is not steady, the shadows of this thing would form a whirling column behind it.
Hey, Omega.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do I recognize this?
Oh, yeah.
You talked. You
Yeah.
talked
No,
about this
you remember
earlier.
this. This is the statue. This is an altar of the hand witch and balms.
Keep death away from me!
Can you just say that again? It's like the thing I mentioned earlier.
Very unpleasant.
Very unpleasant. Well, this is probably the true chapel.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're going to the chapel and
Oh,
we're gonna
okay.
get married.
By the prioress, no less.
Is there only one entrance in here and nothing else?
There do not appear to be any conventional. No.
All right, let's look around and see if there's.
I am
anything.
going to hesitantly do a search of the area.
Okay. Well, you guys are going first, so you guys walk up to the altar. It's even more creepy and gross up close.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want.
Actually, it's creepy and gross far away too. Actually, it's weird.
just
It's like
creepy and
at
gross in
any
general.
distance, it's just unsettling.
How dare?
But you guys notice with your high skills that there are slight scrape marks in the stone behind the altar. And you look at the geometric place. Looks like you can push it back to reveal a secret passage.
Yeah, we're not going down there yet.
I think we found a crypt entrance.
Yeah.
Nope.
That would make sense. Crypts are usually in a church basement.
Yeah,
Nope.
I think we found the crypt. I think we checked the house first before we go down here.
Yeah.
Means few things.
Has it been?
Maybe
Has it
check.
ever been moved in like 100 years? Or
I mean, there's a layer of dust over the scrapes, but it's hard to tell. There's not a lot of dust in this room. It's very closely kept. Like you look at those iron candelabras, they're not rusting.
As weird as it sounds, it's harder to tell indoors than outdoors.
Yes. There is a layer of dust because it has been like 100 years since this place was regularly being opened, but you don't know. It could have been. People could have still been using this part of the Priory.
Maybe. I guess it's hard. I guess the more check is like the last time the door's been opened.
That's hard to tell forensically.
True. But
Decades.
Like, I'm sorry, I cannot tell when was the last time it was muzzed by the level of dust.
that or like
Yeah.
So I guess we'll just go check the house before we go into the basement.
So
I guess, yeah, if we want to do that, we need to actually, fall back.
Actually, I did want to try something.
Which
What's
is
up?
yeah.
It's gonna seem weird, but I'm gonna just raise my hand. Like, you know where the altar is?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna feel my hand around where the altar is.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I'm just gonna look to see if there's anything there that I can't see.
Doesn't feel like it. I mean, if you feel around like the base of it, you probably feel like there's a gap there where you think the sliding would occur, but
Okay, just checking.
it seems like there's no secret switch, there's no like concealed compartments.
Well, no, I
Probably
was
just
literally
moves.
thinking if there's things that I could not see.
No, not in the altar.
Okay.
There's something in the basement.
You do feel like there's probably what you feel is there's a little bit of a draft. There's some very cold air suction under this thing.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
there's
I'm gonna
The underground is
fucking
cold.
just mark that place down in my brain and be like, "We're coming back to you. Let's head towards the house."
All right,
So, yeah,
retreat.
Retreat! Run away!
Retreat.
mostly just so we can finish the
Brave
checklist.
to Robin.
Well,
Are you gonna
I just
close
feel
the
like
big,
this is
heavy,
gonna-
spooky iron doors behind you?
Yes!
Look, the
Okay.
end is going
Yes.
to happen underground.
Yeah.
All right,
Those doors will go back to being shut, yes.
We'll
you
know
guys
if
have
they
probably
open
killed
it.
about an hour thoroughly searching this place with flashlights. You guys are a little dusty and grody, but no worse for the wear.
Yeah.
Glee.
We've confirmed. We've half confirmed things.
All right,
I
so
don't
to the
like this
house.
place.
To the house, to the house, to the house.
I don't like this place
Oh,
either.
All right.
We gotta check that observatory, I guess, or remains of one.
Actually, was
You're gonna
the
check a
tower
lot.
was the tower intact?
Yeah, it's on the opposite side of the fire.
I don't like that that's intact.
I want to go check it out. I don't know shit about
I
stars.
know-
I mean,
should
it's
check it out, but I don't
attached.
like
There's
it.
no ground floor door to the tower.
Okay.
Right.
My bad.
We'll check the floor.
Yeah,
I don't know
We're
why,
gonna
but I
check
assume
it,
I
but-
thought it was separate for some odd reason. That's my bad.
No, it is
No,
attached.
no.
It does look like it was a later addition, but it is attached.
No, Car, we're gonna check it. I just don't like that it's intact.
No.
All right,
Fire didn't spread that far, weirdly enough.
correct.
Actually, how
looks
did
like
they stop the fire?
Isolated to the
Yeah, no, that's
kitchen.
what I don't like.
It should have burned out, weirdly enough.
It was attached to the. Looks like it was attached to the kitchens and the servants' quarters. You think there was a side door, like I said, like a servant's door, maybe like a mudroom.
Actually-
It's burned out and filled with debris. You probably do not want to enter.
Okay,
that
so
hole.
there is evidence of fire existing at one point.
Yeah, no.
A lot of the walls are burned, yeah.
There's like I said, there's gaps in the roof on that side. There's scorch marks. Several of the windows are like blackened by smoke or heat damage.
You're gonna
But
find
it looks like a lot of
yeah.
like vines and stuff have grown back up, and ivy have grown back up to cover a lot of the
Still do not
damage.
like this place.
Correct.
I'm about to say, like, you expecting this place to grow on you?
Look,
Just thinking about
no, not really, but-
Hopefully not literally.
I mean, I don't know if the prioress has like some sweet black robes. I might take those, but other than that, I'm all like, I'm still.
wardrobe appeared to be empty.
Don't wear.
I will.
Don't wear the.
I will. I totally will.
Don't wear the vector robes.
As long as they're not nothing to do with mouths, I will knock that out of your hands. Anything to do with mouths or food, I'm just gonna knock that out of your hands.
It's like no.
No. Yeah, just like no. Like sure, rings, jewelry, whatever. Anything to do with food or mouths, no.
All right, the front door. It's got the Umbral House over it. It's got a silver wolf's head knocker.
Sick.
But also, I mean, you can knock if you want.
I'll knock. It's only to be polite.
How
Clonk,
French.
clonk. Nothing happens.
Okay, cool.
Good.
You rattle the door handle. The door appears to be barred and half rotted shut. Luckily, you have crowbar.
We have tools of entry.
So crowbar man should roll strength ×5 to crowbar. It's Marth. He's
Right. Okay. Strength for crowbar.
You guys could have also, I guess, decided to go to the back door in the glassed-in sunroom, but I felt like front door.
Sure.
There's no one in the house.
Right,
Okay.
so strength
×5. Yeah.
for crowbar.
Might not be anyone in the house, but there might be something.
Yeah, so I got. I'll just type.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, so I got a 30 out of 75.
All right. Crowbar in, pop. Wood breaks. You hear the clunking of the bar inside. The door opens. It is very creaky.
Not the stealth. If we're gonna start doing stealth missions, I need to bring some fucking WD-40.
You enter the main hall. It is a large heptagonal area with a grand staircase to the second floor.
Okay. Omega. Science dumb question. If I add the phases of the moon together, do I get 7?
Entirely sure. 7 is a powerful ritual number, but
No, there's more than 7 maze phases of the moon because it's
waning, waxing, new, half.
Let's see.
there's 8 phases actually.
Okay, 8. It was worth a
Though
thought.
technically, if you take the new moon out of
If you take it as the new.
I don't
the
like
official-
how I'm
the-
seeing a pattern of 7s.
the official phases is new, waxing crescent, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full, waning, third quarter, waxing, new again. But so it's a heptagonal area. There's a grand staircase. It looks like wind and weather has collapsed part of the ceiling, so you can see chunks missing out of like the dome of the main foyer. This part of the staircase, one half of it has fallen in, along with the absolutely massive crystal chandelier, which is just slammed down onto the center of the room. Bonkus.
Huh.
On the walls, you guys can see lit by your flashlights, moldering paintings of the French countryside in a variety of art styles.
Amazing. Most of these are technically relatively untouched, I guess.
Well, they're
And you
moldering.
also see the busts of several famous natural philosophers and alchemists dotting the alcoves.
Of course.
Hey man, alchemy respects alchemy.
Yeah.
So there's some doors which lead to a rear area behind the stairs, and there's wings to either side. The right side wing would be the dining room, and then into the kitchens and servants' quarters, which are blown the fuck up.
Let's just check what's traversable, I guess.
So right.
Yeah, let's check this floor, then check the next floor, and so on.
Right. I mean, it's you're the front main hall and the main foyer and the front doors in the center, so you got to pick a direction. It's not like you can do a loop.
Right, my brain just kind of paused where the varied branches would be.
The right side wing, the dining room. This is the original dining room. It is vaulted high. There is an exceptionally large, sturdy table of dark wood in the center. Looks like it seats a lot of people.
Guess I had the whole family here.
There are glass-doored cabinets lining the sides of the room. They contain the usual setting of there's the usual setting tables and other elements. Well, glassware cabinets line it. They've got the stuff you would expect from a service. This room shows clear signs of distress and some damage. It looks like several of the cabinets and chairs have been smashed. There are visible lines of smoke and scorch marks at the far end where the doors to the kitchens are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting a picture in my mind of this is where Erwin had his thing. He ran into the kitchen, caused a fire, ran out, started shooting.
There are some smashed things. The table's, very sizable. It's covered in a dusty red cloth. You guys searching the room?
Yes, I will be searching the room.
Yes.
It's a bit odd considering they said that everyone was dead and it was only a portion of the house that was on fire.
All right. Well, obviously there is some filled in the cabinets. There is a wide collection of china and antique, china porcelain, antique silver, some of which is very obviously colonial in origin or earlier.
Sick.
You also notice that in some of these cabinets there are heavy butcher's blades.
Of course.
The kind of stuff you need for
meat and bone.
Yeah.
Cut and bone.
And heavy-weighted animals. Normally you don't see these outside of the kitchen.
Unless they did it as a show for the family when they had big dinners.
And if you pull aside the tablecloth, you will find the table is carven.
Of course.
Relief carvings are along its edge and legs. Nerd man,
Yes.
you recognize these. It is a hybridization of elements. You see some Central African art elements, specifically the Congo. Some Tibetan art elements, actually, the historical region of Leng. And then also some of these are in the style of what's called fracture, which is the folk art style of the Pennsylvania Dutch.
Really?
Yeah.
There
Honestly, that
happens
kind
to
of tracks
also-
considering their history.
Will there happen to be any Maori art styles as well?
No, there's nothing Polynesian.
Okay.
It still tracks
Silver
their history.
threads, though, are embedded into this artwork. It shows stylized images of human sacrifice, necromancy, ritual feasts, and mysterious figures which assemble swarms of rats, giant maggots, and grasping hands.
Can we burn this
They're
table?
very...
No, we should not burn the table yet.
I'm amazed...
Very
Professor,
solid table.
Professor, I'm
God
real.
damn
This table's... This almost feels like it's them just announcing that what they do.
Well, I mean, they usually have it covered with their tablecloth, and again, they were usually they're very people don't come into the house.
They're very secretive, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah, nope. It's a big room. So you guys can see the kitchen doors. There's some, swing doors. You can look through them. You see the kitchen. The kitchen does not look good. This is where the center of the fire was. The cabinets are piles of charcoal and ash. There look like there were some appliances that are blackened, broken, shattered, exploded.
Can we gather how the fire was started? Like a stove was exploded or something?
is it important, X?
Sorry.
I mean, it does look like explosive force for those with forensics or demolitions. You believe that was in the tapes.
Yeah.
He fussed with he did have some plastic explosives, but he futzed with the oven area to get a gas explosion. Looks like there was a detonation that shook some of the foundations. So partial collapses of the walls. There's some open ceilings and outer walls. You can see gaps where moonlight filters in through thick vine growth. Rubble and vines are piled in the gaps to the outside. There is, as I mentioned, the tiny service door and the small mudroom for deliveries, but you would have to spend hours digging it out, and then it might collapse again on you.
No, I'm good.
We're fine.
Anybody with any points in demolitions can tell the detonation here. Probably enhancement of the gas stove, because the stove is fucking there and over there. You find, you slide open the door to look into the burned out room, and you bonk the knob.
Yeah, I just looked at it, just gas stove, they enhanced it. That's how it did.
You look like, also, you guys can tell with your demolitions and forensics. You know what arson is like. It looks like the fire didn't spread very far without accelerants. It was a pretty good fire, but there wasn't enough to catch in this house to make it really take off.
Which explains why it's only a portion.
You guys do see a door into the servants' quarters, which you think might loop back around to the area behind the grand stairs, if you really want to try and pick through there.
Maybe when we go up to go take the stairs, we go check it later.
I think we should go up before we go down.
Fair.
Oh, it's not
Yeah.
down. It's just
Down.
it's a hallway that's behind the
it's
dining
just
room, but it's
hallway? Okay.
Yeah, just
it's the servants' quarters.
goes behind.
Actually, I am curious about the servants.
Yeah, if there's any.
All right, Kara will start picking her way through
Yeah.
the bombed out debris.
All right.
How long will this take?
For you to walk towards the servants' room, not too long. You just have to walk carefully.
Okay.
Be careful, move some shit.
So you go behind the kitchens into the immediate area. The servants' quarters, they're tiny cells with cots and trunks. They show lots of fire damage. They were right next to it. Probably a couple of them are bombed out and the walls fallen in. There is a small water closet in here though. There's a laundry area with some old ass appliances.
Old.
Dated by the 70s already. You do notice the remnants of what looks like a walk-in pantry and a wine rack.
I'll check it.
Do you have any history?
Wait. I have 15.
Is that above average?
No. Well, yeah, it's normal is 10.
Okay, it's above base. Okay. You're not sure, but since you're taking point on this, you think that's not normal. A big house like this should have a cellar, and there should be cellar access from the kitchen. It's a little weird they went with a walk-in pantry.
Unless the underground is
Very complex.
being used for
Octopado?
something else.
Yeah.
I need a GIF. I need a GIF.
But yeah, there doesn't appear to be any basement access in this wing. But yeah, the servants' quarters are mostly fire damage and don't appear to have anything really interesting you can pick through.
Okay, but no. Does seem like, their underground is set aside for something else.
All right, so you guys can walk back through the dining room. There is a salon behind the grand staircase, or there is the left-hand wing, which would be in the direction of the
Tower?
the astronomy
Well,
tower.
let's check
would be
the
through that wing.
salon real quick.
Yeah, we'll check this all just to look at it.
All right,
Yeah,
you swing open the
salon.
big doors to the grand salon, effectively their living room area. It's not as bad as the servants' quarters, but there's clearly some signs of fire and smoke damage.
Mhm.
Some of the curtains on towards that side of the house are singed, but don't seem to have really gone up. You guys see the moldering furniture dating back to the Gilded Age with a certain Art Nouveau flair.
Which one's Art Nouveau?
It's pre-Art Deco. It's a little more naturalistic. And
Okay. I know it. Took me a second to remember.
Art Nouveau style. This is one of the the art style of one of the very famous Art Nouveau artists,
Got any shelves? and
Alphonse
books?
Mucha.
Yeah.
So that kind of furniture and structure. Like I said, a little more organic, a little more natural. Art Deco's very futuristic.
Oh, okay. Is there any shelves or anything, or is it just kind of furniture?
No, there doesn't appear to be any display shelves or anything. You can't really tell if the dilapidation of the furniture is from before or after the fire, though.
Right.
There are some more Art Nouveau style paintings and murals, though, on the walls.
Any particular theme?
No, mostly just natural, floral.
Ugh, this is a dumb thought,
I
but
like the aesthetic.
if this is about the 1970s, did they even have a TV?
No,
Yes.
there's no TV.
There's no TV.
Huh. This
There's
odd thing.
there's no sign of modern electronic media in here.
Weird.
You think a scorched pile of debris might have been a radio? Looks like it was on the wrong side of the room and got scorched.
I mean, I guess they lived in the 30s and they had TVs by then, didn't they?
TVs? No. 30s we were still radios.
Yeah.
30s we didn't even have. We were actually that's when we were actually really getting big with radios.
They had films, but yeah.
Yeah, we had very cheap films. It wasn't until the 1940s that we actually got big on radios, and then I think that's around when TV started showing up.
Well, no, radios were big in the 20s.
Yeah, that's what I meant. But TV didn't start until like the 40s, I believe.
I believe it was
I believe
mostly
it
a
was the
wartime.
50s.
Was it?
A TV in every home would be a 50s thing, which that would be decades before this went out of phase. But they did not have a TV. They might have had a radio. There is a record player in here.
That never goes out of style, technically.
Actually, television would actually be available in the 30s.
I don't think it was popularized yet, though.
The point is,
I'm thinking like not like the concept of video on screen. I'm talking about like actually televised.
So home television was popularized in the 1930s, but was largely unadopted due to World War II. And then after coming back from the war, it was largely popularized in home.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm actually looking. I looked it up. It's like the concept of television has actually been around since the late 1800s. It's just it wasn't until like the until the
basically after World War II is when
the point was that they didn't have one.
Yeah. Sorry.
I mean, do you want to check their record collection?
Sure.
Okay.
But that's old French shit.
I mean, yeah, there's some classic French cultural music here.
They have Danse Macabre. I'm just going to just shake my head.
I mean, that is a French composer, isn't it?
I believe it's German.
No, Danse Macabre, French, Dance of Death, artistic genre in the late Middle Ages. I don't know the actual piece.
Danse Macabre is Comédies Saint-Saëns.
Totentanz or Dance of the Dead is a...
It's Camille Saint-Saëns.
Yeah,
French,
it's a tone poem for an orchestra. It is French.
It is
sure,
French.
They probably got it.
It's Camille Saint-Saëns. I don't know how to pronounce this.
Or just have a bunch of old French music because it's, of course.
This is the composer's name.
Yeah, Camille Saint-Saëns. I probably can't do that umlaut E good enough. But
I was like,
I'm a dirty Anglo. Okay,
it's like I got the first two of the words. Last one, I'm like, fuck if I know.
But yeah, there's a lot of classical French cultural musics on vinyl, so that kind of thing. There is also some classic 1920s and 30s jazz and big band music.
I won't fault that.
I mean, yeah.
Well, let's keep going, I guess.
Okay.
Under the charred remnants of a rug that's also torn, there is the de Lune family crest, the tree under the moon, inset in silver. Very strongly has the 5 tree branches offset to vaguely resemble a hand here. There are also, by the way, I want to say there are several vanities and full-length mirrors here that they are all super tarnished and foggy.
They used a lot of silver making this place.
They used to be silversmiths.
Fair enough, yeah. They probably have a bunch
behind the salon is the sunroom, which we would also call a conservatory or solarium. If you want to check it out.
Yeah, let's check it out.
We're just checking every point.
I mean, we like again, like I know the thing probably isn't everything's underground, but I don't want to miss anything.
Sure. All right. You lean into the conservatory. It's an enclosed rear patio with heavy glass emphasis for natural light. A lot of this glass is smoked, shattered, made opaque by dirt, dust, whatever, overgrowing plants. Any kind of furniture in here which was once here is like completely obliterated by weathering. Because it's just glass panels, several of which are blown out. So the only thing that seems to have survived is there are some flower pots or hanging planters which have actually gone wild. The stuff you guys would all recognize is probably normal homegrown spices.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
It must flow.
But those of you with any points above base in pharmacy,
that's me,
would recognize some normal medicinal or toxic plants. Vervain, nightshade, aconite, artemisia.
Oh, wow.
Etc. Dallas also has a cult, so he might recognize a couple of those.
Yeah, I would recognize Monk's Hood and Wolfbane after aconite.
Yes, they grew their own reagents. Makes sense.
Yep. Also, hey, no, aconite poisoning, nightshade, that's pretty good for killing people, too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's also
making that guy dead.
Subtle.
Yeah.
You invite people to dinner, and then their dinner.
Well, to be fair, you didn't exactly have to be that subtle in the 1720s.
But yeah, they've got some plants, and some of those others I mentioned, like vervain and artemisia, are actually supposed to be medicinal, used for ritual purposes. And so you loop back around, you go into the other wing. Least damaged by fire. It looks like there has been some impact points or erosion on some of the walls. Down one say you can see a small guest bathroom, though corrosion has made many of the fixtures unremarkable. And next to it, there is a little reinforced corner space for a Roman-style sauna or steam room.
A Roman-style one, really?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, there has been an alarming amount of Roman architecture in this house.
It's been kind of a hodgepodge.
Yeah. There are faint mosaics of barely recognizable Roman goddess tiles in this chamber, which is a little mildewy.
Hey, I'm gonna guess, are they death goddesses?
You think they might be? Some of them are a little generic, though. Like, that could just be a Minerva there. It's got, like, a spear.
I could just be, wait, is Demeter... I can't remember.
It would be Keres.
Yeah. I'm so bad with Roman, it's not even funny.
It's okay,
It's
yeah,
dumb.
but that would be...
Keres.
Keres is the... Yeah. Keres, Ceres, is the Roman equivalent of Demeter. Same root word as cereal, by the way. But yeah, like, you might see, like, well, that chick's got a sickle and, like, a sprig of like, a sheaf of grain in her hand. That's probably a harvest goddess.
This one has coins over the eyes. That's probably a death goddess.
It's kind of amazing, like, the weird turnover from, like, weird rich people into just vectors to, like, how it bridges to where it doesn't even have a difference.
I mean, this is just decadent, you know?
Yeah.
There's, a spot in the center for some charcoal and steam some water.
Aside from aside from the dining room table, we haven't really found anything that isn't just rich French people.
The Priory is much more alarming.
Well, guess what's opposite this building, or this part of the hallway?
The Priory?
No.
There
is a large 2-story library.
Oh, I'm going
we got home.
Yeah.
Books.
Big boy library. This includes glass cases with occasional archaeological artifacts and objets d'art.
Oh, boy.
Most of the artifacts, by the way, are late Roman or medieval French. Well, you do notice some pottery samples that are North African or Egyptian. A couple of Grecian urns.
It's probably a lot of death iconography, I assume.
I am going to probably
Pictures.
How do I phrase this? Repatriate some of the medieval French artifacts.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to stick them in my duffel bag. I'm taking them.
Fair enough.
Reappropriate, yeah.
The latches are old. They do not hinder
Spoiler,
you. Also,
half of my speciality is medieval French.
Yeah, no. Yeah, you recognize this shit. No, this should not be here in America. This is absolutely some stuff from the old country.
This belongs in a museum in France.
Yeah. Mostly it is examples of coinage, statuary, and pottery.
Yeah. No, I'm taking everything medieval French.
Fortunately, parts of this room are damaged. There are like big boy tall bookcases, and it's 2 stories. There's a fireplace in here, by the way, as well. But there are large windows that were shuttered, but the glass appears to be blown out. So wind and water have slipped in over the decades. So a lot of these bookcases are just fucking nuked. Like, they are completely illegible. They, like, dissolve in your hand. The cases are, like, collapsed in on themselves. But some of them are out there, and they're good. There is a big fireplace which has some scorch and burn marks around it. Some clumps of ash inside. There's still iron pokers next to it. The general idea before you guys, do any like specific searching is if you skim the shelves for titles, you believe that the Lunes are very well read and very current on their scholarship. Almost all of this is reference books. Decades upon centuries of texts in the fields of medicine, chemistry, anthropology, history, natural philosophy, even a few of the early seminal texts on psychology.
Holy shit.
Back when that was new.
So, some of these books might be worth over, like, thousands of hundreds of $1,000s. Holy shit.
They're a little beat up, but yeah, some of these are fucking old.
I mean, yeah, but, like, restoration thing, like, the cost of restoration for the price of this thing would be, like,
they are old-ass books.
Yeah.
By the way, was that Lucky who said holy shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have a further thought from that?
Kind of. It hasn't like fully percolated, but no, like this much knowledge this far back. No, like.
By the way, also want to point out regularly updated. Like,
how many duffel bags did we bring?
I didn't bring any.
Oh god, not enough. This building is 2 stories.
The problem is though
this room is 2 stories, I should say.
Here's the thing: if we blow up the basement, the library might be untouched. We can just come back later.
No, well. again, to be
I mean-
realist talk, like, again, most of this knowledge is recorded in other such memes and whatnot. Like, I don't think
No,
there's
most of these books you see in the open shelves are not. They're
Yeah.
not tomes. This is just like,
they're just books.
oh hey,
okay.
that's
But no-
a fucking first edition Linnaeus.
But no, but
Oh
this
hey, that's fucking Newton's Principia.
Holy
No.
shit, yeah.
But yeah, that's why I mean, holy shit. Like, they have been gathering knowledge from centuries, basically, for centuries, and they have been keeping up on it. Like,
Yeah, they are very scientifically erudite. Kara now understands why the prioress has such good handwriting. She was raised across from this room, right?
yeah,
Like,
no,
this
like,
is the family library. This is
no, like, Jesus fucking Christ. I don't want, like, honestly, I don't want to know what this family would have become if all this shit hadn't happened to them. Like,
I'm going to use my my nerd brain.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna try and hone in on anything occult.
well, there's some special items in here. We'll get there.
Yeah, I guess we could just start skimming through all of it.
I will say there's not a lot of prose. Most of the entertainment type reads are focused on travelogues and similar narratives.
Mhm.
There are some shelves holding various editions of classic books, like there's some Dickens, there's some Chaucer. They don't look well used.
I assume there's a Divine Comedy in here somewhere, because of course.
Oh yeah, there's probably some sets of some translated Dante.
There is works of if they're French, they have the works of Alexander Dumas
Yeah.
somewhere in here.
And honestly, some of those are probably like there's an old copy of Count of Monte Cristo that's a little lined. You can tell some people actually read that one,
They may be crazy cannibals, but they're also old French people.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
There's some copies of, Paradise Lost.
Heart of Darkness in here
All the
somewhere.
stuff.
I think if that was not...
I'm trying, like, so...
Probably nothing post the pulp period.
There's probably.
I mean, you might find some old school weird tales in here.
I was like,
Oh,
how
we might
many
find some
copies
HDL
of
in
the
here.
Marquis de Sade are in here?
There's probably a couple of editions.
There might be like a shelf that has some
Don't
HDL
read
mags or
that.
something in there.
You won't take sand damage. It's just
Whomst
gross.
of Yous has good human.
Not
I
me.
do.
I do.
I have...
Like, I'm trying to put a thought here together, but I can't figure it out.
Okay.
Garza has 81.
Okay. Garza, Benowitz, you're skimming, you observe. There are no Bibles in this collection anywhere.
Not surprised.
Not surprised after.
Again,
What's in
actually,
the Priory?
that fucking... Yeah, actually, no, I think that was it. Like, fucking, they're so heavily reliant on science, on the sciences. Why would they ever have a religious bent?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's more of like they have the worship out of a weird scientific discovery level.
it's almost. Oh god.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, actually, no. I think that's it. I think you are right. I don't think they necessarily treated things that are supernatural as something supernatural. They treated them as something scientific.
Like hyper science.
They definitely had some ritualistic bent,
Mm-hmm.
but also, as far as you understand, like Kara and even Jack, that's how kind of hypergeometry works. Like, how much of it is like psychosomatic and how much of it is just math and numbers is they're hard to separate.
Yes.
Hypergeometry does not follow this normal scientific method that you guys understand right now in the year 20X or whatever. But for these people who were natural philosophers and alchemists first, that separation of things which seem supernatural and things which seem scientific probably never just occurred to them.
Yeah, so it's like...
By the way, above the fireplace, there's a triptych.
oh.
Of
nice.
what?
3-panel. Oh, you're going to look at the triptych? Okay.
I'm gonna look at the fucking triptych. I'm gonna open that.
Well, look,
file.
I mean,
Flashlights on the
we're-
triptych. The
We're
3
pressing
panels.
the interact button and all the things.
Decorated with faded paints and gilding. Very old. Definitely a medieval original. Probably pre-Renaissance. Yeah, medieval. First panel shows a stylization of the Lune crest. A white tree with 5 branches reaching up to grasp the new moon. That's a slightly different image. Like a hand. There are a pair of antlered wolves howling at it. The middle panel looks like maybe a Black Sabbath or another witchcraft meeting. Robed figures. Looks like maybe purple paint was on this once. Which, by the way, also purple dye is very expensive.
Royal.
Silver masks, so actual like silver powder paints, adorning these masked figures, offer skeletons and corpses to a funeral pyre made of smoke and black flame. The
Well,
final
there's their-
panel looks like an alchemical lab of some sorts. A single robed and masked priest works at a table marked with alchemical symbols. Piles of red and gold coins lie at his feet. This doesn't match any particular artist's style. This seems to be original to the Lune family, and you don't exactly see like artistic interpretation of the symbologies. This seems to be like this is an us symbol for us.
I want it, like, to me, like, my first thought, this is a family creed here.
Yeah. So, do you think they became silversmiths because they use silver for all their rituals?
Depending on, I don't know.
The coins at this man's feet are gold and red, by the way.
Yeah. Gold and red.
Like blood and gold or bronze?
Blood to gold.
Could be blood to gold, could be blood and gold. The Philosopher's Stone. Actually, I think reddening is the last process of the great work.
Yep.
No, like I said, blood and gold. Like, also, gold is also a big alchemical thing. You know, transmutation.
Well, no, but
transmutation.
it is the last step of supposedly led to gold. Is
They were trying to finish the fucking great work.
Yeah, the magnum opus, the great work of the Philosopher's Stone, is in 4 steps. It's blackening, whitening, yellowing, reddening.
Wait.
Dude, no.
Did they try to find ways to elongate themselves so they could finish their work?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that this family was actually trying to complete the Philosopher's Stone.
I don't know about that, but I think they might have found their own
Great work.
type of Philosopher's Stone-like thing.
Well, again, I don't think that necessarily says that as like the path to the great work isn't necessarily the path to the great work necessarily isn't one set in stone, like one path. Like, everyone was trying to figure out their own fucking way to it.
Yeah,
I think that the Lune family found their own path to the great work.
Huh. Well, I don't know if it was the Lune families. They might have thought it was theirs.
I don't know about. I honestly don't know, but
I don't give. I have a good dumb mode. Like, man, I feel like these people also have probably been a family in fate for some fucking reason.
honestly, yeah.
I mean, they could just be a mage family, yeah. But as your flashlights play around the fireplace, you notice amongst the ash there is what looks like a half-burned, half-waterlogged book.
I will pick it up.
All right. You
Gingerly.
find a nearly destroyed copy that says the title Cultes des Ghouls by Comte de Erlet.
Ah!
Oh my god.
The
we found
original
it.
dating is 1737,
Oh,
which
did
you
just
read as
find
you
tome rot?
yell
Did you
and
just
drop
find,
it around you.
Do you just find a rot tome prot kind of thing?
Well, I mean, it no longer functions as an unnatural tome.
Yeah,
Way
but
too
still-
much of it is burned away,
but still,
waterlogged.
That's a
yeah.
record. Yeah. That's
This is not the kitschy.
No, this is
No.
No.
It's not a zine.
No, Mr. French history occult man. No. This is very valuable. This is an original 1737 printing. This is the book that was banned. And more importantly, in its original undestroyed state, this was the unexpurgated version. This had all the shit the censors cut out.
Oh wait. This might have been a version that
Wow.
I don't get. This might have been a version that got pulled out when it was being burned by the Inquisition.
honestly, no, that probably tracks. They probably, when they fled, they probably took this book with them.
Yep. That would have been around the time they fled. Yeah, early 1700s.
I am going to. It's destroyed. Is it destroyed beyond any value, or?
No, you might
Historical
actually
value,
be
probably.
able to find some keywords, but for purposes of unnatural growth, learning more about the
not for
unnatural
growth,
rituals,
but
that's
more
gone.
historical
But,
preservation.
Yeah, no, I mean, fucking nobody has these books. All copies of this
Yeah.
edition are supposed to be destroyed.
I am going to put that in one of my thingies.
Evidence
One of your
bag.
special cases.
Yeah.
Yeah. No one's gonna read this, but
No,
for
that's why.
historical prosperity, I'm
It's
keeping
going to a
this.
museum.
Yes,
Okay.
no, this is going in a museum.
Yeah.
Okay, but so
I just got how to explain. How am I gonna explain to people how I got this?
Archaeology.
So I randomly found this.
In an
I
old
promise.
French home, an old French noble's home.
Well,
I
honestly,
was called in for an estate sale of a house destroyed by fire.
yeah.
Look what I found.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
You can't read shit, but it's real. The dating works.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Honestly, that's perfect because if it was legible, I'd be very tempted to just burn it.
yeah.
No, there's there's probably still some freaky fragments in there, but this is no more a tome than To Serve Man was. Just the fact that you guys know, hey, these guys at some point had access to the original Cultus de Ghouls uncensored.
That's bad.
That's bad.
Now, I would like to point out this family is older than the book Cultus de Ghouls, but
yes,
they still had access to this knowledge.
Let's keep going.
Okay, so
I'm trying to think.
you guys are searching around. You guys
Yes.
are shelves. I assume all of you are just like scanning books and stuff,
Yeah,
right?
we're just trying to cut down on time, I guess.
I'm not gonna lie. I was literally about to ask you before you mentioned it. Is there a copy of the Cultist de Ghouls around here?
There is a destroyed one. We'll say, got a good one. You guys were very interested in the triptych. Garza, you find an unusual book that appears out of place while you're searching. Looking at the spine, it looks like it's Legend of the Pied Piper of Hamelin.
Interesting.
It's pretty sturdy. You kind of pull it up, check it out.
Fucking rats.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Like, I would assume that my character probably knows the base story since most people kind of do. So
you start to skim it. It's got it's an annotated English with original sources in German. You see fragments of images of some images of some stained glass in Hamelin, the original Goethe poem. But then you flick some more pages and you find out this book has been hollowed out.
Oh fuck.
Oh.
Inside the cutout and hollowed out space, there is a silver inlaid pipe or flute of bone or ivory. Swirling Celtic knots and other symbols dot it, and it has an unusual weight to pick it up.
Oh, did you just find something?
Yeah, not what I was expecting inside of a book. I'll bring it over to Dallas' character.
Okay.
What book did you find that in?
Yeah, I'm gonna
the Pied Piper of Hamelin.
I'm gonna inspect
is that a
to
rat
see
whistle?
What I can see about it.
It doesn't really seem to match any specific archaeological style. You're not sure when it was from. I mean, it could just be a folk instrument, so it could be like, I mean, it's not 10 days old, but it could be new or it could be really old. It's made of bone or ivory, silver inlaid. There are symbols of Celtic knots and other esoteric images on it. Its weight feels a little weird in your hand if you do pick it up. You have like 14 in unnatural, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have a sneaking suspicion this is connected to hypergeometry.
Do you think it summons the hordes or something?
I don't want to think about what it may or may not bring forth.
That's fair.
I'm gonna put it in a metal case so no one sneaks into this library and puts it up.
All right, bag and tag.
Yeah, that is going in one of my attaché boxes. I now have one left.
All right, so you guys meander up to the second floor. And technically, Darin might have even seen it first because you guys were kind of crowded around to go up the second. The second story is much of the same. The bookcases are in a little bit better shape, but they're still just, blocks and blocks of texts. Physics, chemistry, whatever. There is a glass case here, though, a display case, which contains a simple blue-bound book that stands alone in a single red velvet lining. The case is actually latched and locked. There is a functional padlock, but it's also a glass case. So,
like I said, I don't want to be irreverent, I
kind of do, but
don't tell me the person who brings around duffel bags of books is gonna go smashing things around in a library.
No, but I'll let Garza at it first.
All right, roll dex to pick.
I need lockpicks too. Kind of.
Well, now you have a sweet case.
That is a 48 out of 65. So.
All right. It's a little old, it's a little grimy, but you get in there and you just simple. It's a padlock. Pop it open. All right. Somebody whomst will approach the book.
I will.
Definitely.
You crowd around. I suspect that Jack will probably take the head. The title of this book, emblazoned on the front, is Selections del Livre d'Yvonne
Oh, Jesus Christ.
by Gaspard du Nord.
It's in French.
Yep,
I can't read this
knew
shit.
it. I knew it was this
Oh,
motherfucker.
no, it's not in French. This is a handwritten transcript.
Oh.
This book is in a dialect of Occitan.
What the fuck is Occitan?
What the fuck? Yeah, what the
A
fuck is Oxford?
very old dialect of French from
yep.
the inner French regions. It is a Romance language that is from parts of southern France and northern Italy. It is related to French, but is
Would one
different.
of those parts of France be Avignon?
Yes, Avignon is in the south of France.
So this is probably like
Well,
this is
remember,
from a
the wizard
ancient
dude.
dialect of Occitan. This is, by the way, this is considered a endangered language by UNESCO standards.
Oh shit.
Hypothetically, by the rules as written, Dallas already has French as a language, right?
Yes.
You could technically take special training to get to understand Occitan as a dialect, because it is Occitan French. It's like the medieval period of French. It's similar to like the Catalan language or Basque language down in Spain.
Yeah.
However, this is a full book of like an ancient ass
Yeah.
dialect. You would not be able to translate this anytime soon.
No, I could probably translate it like as I am now, because once again, like medieval France is my speciality. But
You
this
probably
would
have the
take
context and
months.
translation tomes, but you would be in this project a long time, and you're not sure you want to. Those of you
Yeah,
with
I know who
significant
Gaspard du
unnatural
Nord is.
scores
You wanna explain this?
recognize the phrase "Book of Ibon." This is supposed to be a comprehensive and potent grimoire of an ancient sorcerer with his autobiographical notes and a bevy of spells and rituals. This is a real ass unnatural book.
No.
Oh, this is like
and
a,
probably
this
was
is like a,
the.
oh, this is a grimoire.
This is probably the keystone discovery of this family.
Oh, this
It's
is like
also
a
a real
cap-
vector of tome rot.
Oh, this is like a
Right now.
capital G grimoire. I don't think
Yeah,
no one's
no,
gonna read this.
like no, I don't. Mm-mm.
This is I will tell you, this is one of the Cthulhu Mythos like big name tomes, the Book of
Yes,
Ibon.
no, this is
should
the Book of Ibon is out of game because my character probably wouldn't know this. Oh, he might, but I.
Vaguely, he might.
But
I mean,
out
you know
of
that it's a
game,
big deal book.
This is like one of the 3 worst books you could come across.
Oh, so we should totally burn this
it.
later. We should burn it after we deal with Underground, so we can
Yes,
heal our minds.
I'm putting this in a tiny box.
Actually, no, I get to hold it. You got the flute. Give it here.
Okay, sure.
We'll burn it.
You want
can
to
hold
hold
the
the tiny
box.
I'm putting it in the tiny box. Here
Okay, you
is
can put it in the tiny box. I hold books.
He puts it in a secured lock
That's-
case. Look,
We will burn this later. Wait, wasn't there?
Yeah,
Weren't
no,
we gonna burn
that
another book?
one is getting capital.
We're gonna
V
burn the dope book.
The dope book. That's right. Yes, I was trying
Yes.
to remember.
I'm
Well, for-
burning. I'm not going to burn the Cultus de Ghouls because, as far as I'm concerned, it's illegible. So it is
That's
now
a
just a
historical
pre-burned.
artifact.
It's already.
I mean, I will tell you, you won't get any sandback from burning it. That book, it looks like somebody already tried to destroy this book for sand.
I think the
No
Inquisition
longer
tried.
counts.
Well, no, I'm pretty sure that might have been what's his face.
But if you the Book of Ibon though, that's a real ass book that will give you some sandback if you fuck that up, because that is bad news bears. That is a whole ass vector.
That is a capital.
Capital G grimoire.
Kara wants hypergeometry and ritually. She doesn't want them that badly.
Vector.
You don't want to
Beaver
be.
vector.
Yes.
To the
I would
point of
like-
if we had found this book in what's his face's room, I would have been completely fine with just killing him.
I mean, that probably would have been. You probably would have like pushed the panic button and been like, "Holy shit, this guy's a real ass mythos wizard."
He's a wizard. Kill him.
Do we have any case officer? Do we have any wizard killing bullets? And to which the case officer would say, 50
What?
BMG seems to work.
The case officer just would have been. They're called bullets.
No, we got these bullets. They're made out of some guy's ribs.
We have armor piercing, high explosive incendiary.
Now, okay,
Do you
so
have
now
anything
maybe
spicier? I mean, we could get you some depleted uranium.
So I'm imaging. This is a dumb thing, but I'm imaging like a mythos wizard that has engraved bone bullets. So like they do like the fucking gay bulk effect on pecs.
You can do apply some hypergeometry to bullets. I would like all of you to roll int times 5 and make a note for me if you pass.
Oh boy,
Wait.
I'm probably gonna pass this.
I'm sorry. I have to check my thing because I rolled a high number, but I gotta check my.
Wait, what are
Yes.
we rolling?
I-
Or what?
All of you should
For
roll int
what?
times 5 and then
I
let me know. if you
got a
pass.
40, so yeah.
83 out of 90.
Success. Okay, success.
I got a 7.
All right. you succeed.
40 out of 80.
You
I
succeed.
gotta double check what my thing is since
Gallus,
it's
you
on the
passed?
phone right now.
Wait, no, I haven't rolled yet. Okay, yeah, I passed.
Question of if Holland does the pass.
I think all of us are a bit too smart for this.
Well,
Or
some of
maybe
you
not.
rolled like, and
I just rolled a
Garza rolled a
7,
7, so it doesn't fucking matter.
fair.
My intelligence is only a 10.
Darin
Okay.
just misses. So mostly because he's probably been wandering around kind of aimlessly, like looking at stuff, just being like, it's old shit, it's weird shit, it's old shit.
You burn that.
Wet shit.
Yeah, just just cradling the M60, ready to fuck up anybody's day. The rest of you notice as you guys are kind of crowded around the bookcase and like looking around, you're like, hey, wait a minute, there's a corner we haven't looked at yet.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's a
Gonna
corner of the room that you realize none of you have just kind of instinctively you've avoided.
That corner.
Oh no, there's like a bad juju corner.
So Jack kind of heads down the stairs to check this corner on the ground floor, and suddenly you feel like you've got a sudden like prickling on the back of your neck, like you need to turn around. Somebody's right behind you.
I ignore it.
All right. Yeah. You walk up, and there's a shelf. It looks like one of the most least used shelves, covered with like famous French literature and translations of lots of classical Greek and Roman poems. There's an Iliad, an Odyssey, and an Aeneid on here, and it just like you feel a weird sense of dread about this corner. Please roll sand for unnatural.
Oh jeez. Wait, what? How do I roll sand again?
Just roll under whatever your current sand number is.
Okay, wonderful.
Pretty mild
Oh,
one, but this is
my sand is actually kind of bad.
rolling.
Well, I rolled a 20, so that's good.
All right, you take none. It's just you find yourself in the grips of like an unnatural anxiety or dread about this corner.
Is there anything that I can visibly see?
No, there doesn't appear to be anything
I'm
visibly
going
wrong.
to take from my pouch the
Powder of
Right.
Angazi.
Yeah, the
the
powder, and you're gonna apply
of
powder.
Ibn Ghazi, and I'm going to take about a pinch full of it, and I'm going to blow it over the corner.
Okay.
This is where it bites.
And there's
All right.
going to be a tentacle monster, and I'm going to die.
No. But for
I guess
Five
I just
rounds.
I guess I look around and I just like aim like the flashlight over the corner just to see. Yeah.
So you see a silvery sketch of glowing, previously invisible images. Maybe they were drawn in some kind of powder or ink, but now they're luminous under the powder of Ibn Ghazi. Moon-like circles and circles bound in astronomical symbols and unknown phenoms. Looks like some kind of ward or barrier.
That looks like some hypergeometry shit.
And now you can see that this shelf is blockled. Would you like to touch the ward?
Let me touch the ward.
Well, I would like to touch it with the silver dagger.
Okay. Roll POW times 5 plus 20 because you can see it.
Okay. This is really dumb. This is very dumb.
Well, that's why I said let me touch it. Let me do the dumb things.
Jack's already in the corner.
Okay, power times 5.
Yep. Plus 20%.
This is either very good or very bad.
Well, if you roll
Whatever
double
it is,
aught, you're
it's close.
I think your mental
Power
stats are like
times
over.
5. That'd be 50, 75, 95.
Plus 20 does not. If as long as you didn't go
Okay,
over
I
95.
got an 84 over 95.
okay. All right. Because you're aware of exactly where the ward is, you're able to like pick a spot that just happens to be close to you, and you got a couple of false starts because you're like, and then you stab the ward. There is a kind of like a little crack, like a almost like a light bulb popping, or you accidentally made a car backfire, and then there's just a brief flare of light, and then the ward disappears, and you no longer feel anxious about this corner. In fact, nobody feels it. They can all approach it normally.
Oh. So what was that?
Hypergeometric ward.
Okay,
No,
but like,
no.
is
See,
there
what's
anything
saying
else
like
in the
what was
corner?
that?
Does the ward is the ward still visible?
No, it went away.
God damn it!
I think we at least saw. I think I at least saw.
I mean, it was for
something
5 rounds. It's because it's 2d4 rounds. It was gonna fade before you could have sketched it.
Oh, okay. But
Yeah.
still.
We're gonna take pictures of it, I guess.
No, you couldn't have.
I don't,
No, you couldn't
don't
have.
think.
Oh,
the-
right, because it's like, yeah.
It's magic.
Man.
Right, yeah, because cameras. are weird about
Technically,
that.
the powder only says it makes it visible to your human eyes.
Fair enough.
Yes.
I guess
There's no rule that it interacts with electronic media.
Now, if you have a
Generally,
camera
can I-
that uses that human
Can I-
eye, then
Can I get special training in eidetic memory?
No,
God damn it.
but that ward might haunt your dreams. You don't know.
Well, if I saw it.
Something
I
else
did not.
will, yeah.
I mean, I'm
Saw
pretty sure
something
you
else.
saw it. You saw
I'm
him.
a-
We saw something appear.
I'm gonna investigate the corner.
Yeah, investigate
Alright.
the corner.
Yeah.
everyone
find
investigates corner.
Maybe there's a hidden shelf.
A hidden
Or
latch and a hinge.
There we go.
Sick.
It looks like this bookcase swings back.
I love secret passages.
Protect these- yeah.
You guys gonna swing back the
Yeah,
bookcase?
we are.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like only Kara and Jack are right there.
I'm like nearby,
So
but
I think
yeah.
I'm gonna need you guys to make a sand check versus violence because you swing it open and a
Corpses!
skeleton falls out on you.
Ah!
This is probably 1d4. It's most like, yeah, that's
No, it's 0/1, but it's
Okay.
still.
That's funny. I got a 2.
I rolled a 22. I slap it away. How dare you?
All right, yeah. Kara just does a full-blown judo throw
And
the
I'm
skeleton
just
over
not
your
amused.
shoulder.
I'm just like,
You
really?
you guys see a lot of skeletons
Are we in
before.
fucking high school?
Listen. Yeah.
Like, wait, but like, is
Nope,
it wearing
it's a
anything?
real ass skeleton.
Is it wearing
I mean-
anything?
No, but it's like a high school. It's like a high school archaeology department prank. They put the fucking fake skeleton in the closet so it falls out on the new
Yeah, but like,
students.
okay, but in this case, is there any like, is it clothing on it, or is it just a skeleton?
Well, let's take a look at it.
All
It's
right,
now
you
it's now
look at
laying on the
skeleton.
floor.
Yep. So looks like there are some. There are some signs of some wispy clothing, very dry.
I just wonder how it was all in one piece.
You're pretty sure, judging by the bloodstains on the lower hem of the clothes and on the slate. By the way, the stone-cut steps going down. Probably
it.
because they made the ward and died in the corner.
Oh,
Just
okay.
a question.
So
Actually, oh wait, no, it's a fucking skeleton. We probably can't find a cause of death, really, can we?
You would assume blood loss. There's no like cranial trauma or anything like there. Are you gonna forensically examine this bone?
I just wanna see
I
how,
am.
like, how
I'm
long
kind
it
of
is.
curious. Maybe it has some like broken bones. Maybe like where a bullet hit it or something.
So you look at it. You check it out. It's a skeleton. You would say it looks like it's the skeleton of an adult female, but there's a couple of inconsistencies. The bone density appears to have started reducing, which is what happens when you're in old age. But you look
Yeah.
at the dentistry, there is no sign of the emergence of wisdom teeth and no surgery to remove them. It's possible to be born without wisdom teeth, but usually they start to emerge after age 18. So
There's
this
a
is
thing of-
simultaneously a young and old skeleton.
I wonder if this was the.
That's prioress.
There's bloodstains on the floor. It looks to be wearing some slightly out of date formal dark dress.
Was there
um,
a thing about ghouls having like thin bones but sharp teeth?
I don't know. I don't remember.
No,
anything about that.
ghouls were described as canid in appearance.
Okay.
This is a human skeleton.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was one of the Lunes, but
Clutched in one of her hands is a vial filled with a form of powdered silver and salt.
and salt.
Yes. Salt and silver mixed together. By the way, this whole corner smells slightly salty.
Oh,
Maybe
was
that's
that part of the
powder?
ward? I bet it was
Probably
part
ward
of the ward.
powder. Yeah.
Well, we'll take
Yeah.
it. Fuck it.
And then around her neck is a silver medallion with the familiar Lune sigils.
So possible.
There is no obvious bone damage as cause of death, but
I
looks
mean,
like maybe blow to the femoral artery
sounds like
causes your blood to fall out pretty fast.
Can
You
that
got,
happen from a
like-
gunshot?
Yeah, you can wing it with a gunshot, especially something decently high caliber.
I guess that.
Do you think it's the one people who got shot? They tried to run away.
Well, no, I think they're trying to protect something here.
Yeah, no, there's a fucking hidden passage into a sprawling dark chamber below
No,
the ground level.
They ran here, shut the door behind them, scrawled a ward, and died.
So do you want to go through down there through here or the Priory?
And that's like, Karth jumps the thumb back. Now we still gotta check out the
Yeah, the observatory first. Yeah.
You haven't gone to the second floor, and the observatory tower is next. But yes, there's. Will you guys Will you leave the staircase standing open?
No, close it.
Okay.
Like again, if there's something down there, I don't want them being
By the way, at
Now
this
we can
rate, we've
sneak
gone
up
for
on
4
them
hours. I
people.
suspect that
Yeah,
you guys
that's
will not finish this tonight.
I'm sorry, I like it. You wrote
No,
things
you guys are being methodical. That's okay. I wrote all this
Yeah.
stuff. It's just you guys. You are doing the smart thing of investigators and not being like, well, we found the underground passage. Let us rush forward into that.
No, because our thing is we're all like the Book of Ivan. We're supposed to find all the vectors to get rid of them. So
True.
Well,
Also, all of you guys are government agents. Most of you are law enforcement. You are being methodical and forensic.
It's
Yes.
also one of those things where everything in the investigation leading up to this has told us under the house bad.
Also,
yeah,
again, I do like the investigating bit of like
I
putting
do
all
as
the
well.
pieces, putting all the
That's
pieces.
fair. That's
together.
okay. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Like, I
I'm glad
really
we
am.
don't feel like I'm like slow boating you. I've just
No,
realized
no,
you've
I
been
love-
recording for
also-
4
No,
hours.
I love
honestly,
this.
let's do the second floor, then wrap up, and we can then just do like I guess an aftermath talk after the base. Next time, do the basement and the aftermath talk.
Yeah,
in
that
one thing.
probably me explaining this will, if it's not as well, you might see some stuff. Okay, observatory tower next, if everybody's okay to keep rolling.
I'm going to
You close up the bookshelf.
Mhm.
Do you put the skeleton back behind the bookshelf, or do you leave it like prostrate on the library floor?
I don't want to be disrespectful.
But I mean, it's also.
I'm going to put the
wizard-
skeleton back.
All right,
little wizard lady.
you tuck it back in the alcove and shut it.
Go to the skeleton.
Listen. This person died trying to do this. I don't feel like being irreverent here. They're weird people, but God, they are people of science. Just bad science.
Very, very, very
Dark
dark
science.
science.
Yes.
Or weird science, I guess.
Speaking of
No, it's science in all caps.
dark
for-
science,
For reference, I'm pretty sure one of the rituals in that book we found, isn't it like sacrificing a child to open a portal to Yoth?
Yeah,
there's
but
a
let's-
lot of.
Listen,
there's a
I
lot of shit in the
don't
Book
want to
of
even think.
Ivan.
I
There's a
don't.
lot.
I
We
don't
don't
want
even
to
want to know. Let's not know.
I
because
don't.
we're-
It's a
not
high
detective.
power book.
No.
That's like that's got some Hyperborea, some fucking prehistoric before time shit in there.
Oh,
No.
Hyperborea.
Yeah, you want to talk with Sathagwa?
No.
No,
No,
I'm
you don't.
good.
You don't.
I'm
Nobody
good.
likes that guy. He's a weird toad guy. He's a hairy toad, and nobody likes him. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Sathagwa. We're here to talk about the astronomy tower, the observatory tower, because you guys were jonesing for that one.
Yeah.
So you guys leave the library, go to the end. You can tell clearly that this was like added on to the structure later, probably in like the 1800s, maybe. So the bottom level is full of shelves again and displays of star charts. There are more works of mathematics, astronomy, and astrology. There are several other copies of Newton's Principia in here. That's his seminal work where he developed a lot of his laws of motion and stuff. There are some various tools of observation and navigation. There's a couple of sextants in here. There's a couple of brass telescopes, like nautical-style telescopes.
Sick.
There is an antique globe. It's got dragons on it. Krakens. And this actually goes up 3 levels. There is a slightly creaky ladder to go up. So this also counts as an exit to the second floor.
Okay.
So going up 1.
Going up.
Yeah.
One, there's nothing down here.
Yep.
All right. Level 2. Second level has vibes of a map room. You see multiple atlases of the world, more star charts, more maps, and there's a cartography or charting table. You think there may have been like pencils and stuff on it once, but they are powder now. On one wall, there is a medieval era map of the Auvergne province. Auvergne province. And are you guys going to study these maps?
A little bit. Yeah.
Give it
All
a
right.
look. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gals?
I'm gonna just try and see if I can make any connections to the star charts and the stuff that I had looked up about Avernion.
Not on this floor, but if you're studying those charts, you may notice, because you've got some anthropology, history, and stuff, and some navigate. By the way, Darin also has navigate, so he probably notices some of.
I
As
don't
well.
believe I have navigation.
Oh, did you not? I thought you took some navigate.
No.
Interesting. Well, you got some.
Oh, no, I have.
You have,
I have. Okay, I know I have more than base. I just don't have very good navigation.
but you definitely have anthropology and history, and the rest of
Yes.
you with some points in history. Might notice some of these historical maps contain, at least by our modern measurements, some inaccuracies. Parts of Greenland and the Arctic Circle are labeled Hyperborea. There's a continent in the South Pacific called Mu. And you see the name of an island or a city called Rillier. In the Indian Ocean, there's a continent labeled Lemuria or Kumari Kandam. Lemuria, was a old school natural philosophy theory. It's been disproved, but it's on these maps. In the Atlantic near the Mediterranean, there's an island labeled Poseidonis.
I don't know that
What?
Poseidonis, like an Atlantis thing.
I imagine Benowitz saying
Poseidon
so. Is this like a vector map or is it just old?
It's just a map with ancient forgotten cities and continents.
Like I've heard of.
All of these, as far as you guys know from modern observation, all of these ideas are disproved by modern observation. But these maps are old; they're not precise, and some of these do correspond to lost lands, which would have fallen below sea level in ages past.
Can I check the areas they have near France and see if there's anything weird there?
No, France seems like France. It's mostly just some observations about North America and certain islands that definitely don't exist. In the top of the tower, the telescopic dome.
I'm gonna take a picture of the map at least. That's at least interesting.
You take pictures of maps. And there's several maps in here, like I said. It's almost like a little map room. They're just weird.
Just like, wow.
Well, you guys would have heard of like the Mu theory or Mu theory.
Yeah, that's more common in fiction, honestly, than Rillier.
Lemuria is another thing. I don't think anybody would have heard of the Arctic Circle or Greenland referred to as Hyperborea.
I might have, because that's close to a lot of what I'm studying, or at least Greenland.
Yeah. There's probably not any historical records of Greenland as Hyperborea, though. There's definitely like some Hyperborean hypothesis and stuff. The Hyperborea idea is that's an ancient Greek idea. The people who lived in the super north, beyond Boreas, the north wind.
Yeah.
Okay, I will say I enjoy.
There is some neo-Nazism in the Hyperborea. Like there was fucking Aryan Atlantis up there in the north. These maps are all way older than that. So.
Oh yeah, no.
This is probably the actual Greek
interpretation. This would be stuff like Arctic Circle,
yes.
Like what I'm thinking of where Jacques might have come across it is a lot of early New World Arctic exploration kind of journals of
yes.
We have finally found Hyperborea. So references like that.
Yeah.
Before anyone officially was like, hey, that's Greenland.
So the telescopic dome, there is a big boy optical telescope in here. You would say probably, none of you have science astronomy, so you're not sure, but you think this was probably cutting edge around the turn of the 20th century. There's some slight holes worn through the roof, and the dome is closed, so to open it, you would have to probably break something, so you can't use the telescope.
Yeah, it's not.
But because it wasn't closed, you can see that most of this space is relatively undamaged. There are piles of notebooks and observation logs.
Well,
there are more cartography tools. There are star charts.
I wonder if they were looking for a fucking red comet. Assholes.
Or something else. Or they're just try to find anything.
If you do skim them, it does look like some of these, with a little bit of light and a little bit of interpretation, because they're all handwritten and faded. It did look like they were tracking and identifying meteor showers and comets. It did look like they were looking for something.
Will we have enough foundation to be like there's some bullshit like meteors and shit?
Well, like I said, no, well, I don't know if Dallas actually shared the thing about.
I would have the Beast of Avignon of the Red Comet.
Yeah, no.
There's like a medieval urban legend about a beast that emerged from a red comet and was very spooky.
No,
so
apparently they were keeping an eye for the signs.
You notice there are descriptions of a star called Zoth, which is in greenish in hue, but you do not recognize what constellation that corresponds to, as you don't have astronomy.
I feel like I should get astronomy, even though I'm a biologist. Fuck.
You do know that there are sketches and notes of the planet Saturn, which call it... oh boy. Mythos names. I'm going to spell it to you. Psychronosh.
Psychronosh?
Yeah, something like Psychronosh. That's not a historical name of Saturn you recognize, but it's clearly Saturn. Now, what is a little freaky is you guys with history would know there are predictions of the orbits of Uranus and Neptune, which are labeled Lygix and Yaksh. I will spell these for you. The reason why I said Lygix the way I did is because there's apostrophes in this motherfucker.
There's like 3. Oh, there's 2.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that is some like relay shit right there.
Yeah.
It has no vowels.
Yeah. No. But
No, it has
also,
one Y.
you do note that this would be before those were supposed to be discovered. That's weird.
Yep.
Oh.
This is some mytho. This is some like vector shit, huh?
No, it's
Also,
not vector
there are
shit.
notes that they are attempting to locate a planet beyond what is now called Neptune. They called Yuggoth, but you're not sure if they meant that to be Pluto, which wasn't observed until sometime in the 20th century, or if they were looking for other distant objects. We've obviously found a lot of Kuiper Belt objects that are out very far, that are very hard to see with telescopes.
It's Planet X or whatever that fucking was in the 2000s.
Yeah. Also, you see plenty of charts which reference, perfectly conventional star names: Aldebaran, Arcturus, Algol, Fomalhaut, Kaleno, Rigel.
All this just seems.
Man, I really
Like,
wish I'd
it
taken
seems this is-
science. I wish I'd taken science astrology. I took science alchemy. That's a science, right?
What?
Sure.
No,
Chemistry,
in my
I think, is
character
a
creation,
science.
I took science alchemy.
I mean, I think science chemistry would probably make more sense. But if you're a medieval scholar, you might call it alchemy.
You could probably take the chemistry store and then up it from the previous one you've gotten of it.
I mean, I have a freaking I have a 15 in it at this point.
Yeah.
So
But let me see here.
I will just.
There are also charts that track like the normal constellations, especially the houses of the zodiac.
Yeah.
I have in my notes how much of this is unnatural lore with capital letters, and how much of this is just incomplete information of the past.
Yeah, it's like I feel like Benowitz has enough mythos to be like unnatural. To be like, this feels like this is something, but also it could not be at the same time.
And how much of it is just random gibberish that they're just guessing?
Yeah,
I
don't
mean, if
know.
you want to be technical,
Yeah.
for a brief period of time, Uranus was known as, would hypothetically be called Planet George, because the astronomer who observed it was English, and he wanted to name it after King George. And then the international astronomy community was like, no, we're not doing that. If you found a real ass planet, we're gonna call it after a Roman god. Bye.
That's how we do it.
That's how we do.
No, honestly, my impersonation of this isn't any capital necessary. Well, this has the flavor of capital U stuff, but it's nothing that is actually damning.
This isn't
It's not a vector, but it's on the edge of
This
something.
isn't capital U. This is people looking for capital U.
That's a good way to
Yeah,
put
I
it.
think it could lead people to finding capital U, though.
Regardless, I want to burn it.
Do you just want to set this whole house on fire?
Yes.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
not totally against this, by the way.
I mean,
Yeah,
that's why he
just-
made.
It's a lot of
the-
books though. But
the
maybe they're
napalm.
better gone.
Well, again, this
Wow.
house already been through one house fire, so the second one wouldn't. And
I will
again,
put it
I don't I don't think we're necessarily losing any knowledge here, especially in
as
that
much
library.
as a scholar of as much of a scholar of knowledge as I purport to be. There are some things it is better a man not know.
But
Things better men.
So I know Marth said he was a little tired earlier. We've been going for over 4 hours. How's everybody energy levels? Do you want to tackle the second floor, or do you want to call it here?
I think I'm gonna call
if
it.
you want to.
I think I'm gonna call it here because I have to get ready for work tomorrow and stuff.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
I guess
It's
we
after
do
midnight
the.
for me.
I guess we do second floor, basement, then. end cap.
I
So-
mean, the question is just then next time we can solve is how you want to enter the second floor, because you can get there from the library, the astronomy tower, or the grand staircase.
I want to do the grand staircase. That seems fun.
Go back to the foyer. But yeah, I hope you guys have been enjoying the Umbral House. It's creepy and weird.
We probably spent a bit too much preparing for a thing. But
I don't think.
we're prepared.
Listen.
Yeah.
You can never spend too much time preparing.
Look,
I mean-
you say that, and then 3 of us are gonna die, and then we didn't spend enough time preparing.
No,
Maybe.
but, yep, you got
No.
your stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Things. It's good.
Yeah. Let's.
I'm glad it seems like everybody enjoyed it. Okay, let's
Yeah,
wrap up.
It's fun.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Tune in probably next week for the exciting conclusion. We hope. I think so. There's not that much of the notes left.
Yeah.
The house is very long and dense, but it's a creepy haunted house. It had to be a big deal.
Had a lot of cool shit.
Yeah.
You got some cool things.
We don't have unexpected hypergeometry thing that turns it on its side.
Yeah. So.
Well, we do have, at least we have things we can burn to get sand back later.
Well, yeah, I won't say that yet. But you have stuff for sand. This is just there's some options. There could have been more actiony. You guys could have just kicked over the altar and gone into the crypt.
Yeah, but
and see what happened. But you decided you didn't want to do that. You want to do this methodically, cautiously.
I'm trying to play a character. My person is a person who has known about the occult for a while and is not dead yet. I am a paranoid survivalist.
Yeah.
I'm not just gonna run into the occult nest.
I'm playing an FBI agent that's like, I think we should just check all the bases to make sure that we're confident what we're doing right now.
Car just wants swag.
That's fair.
Garza doesn't know what's going on.
That's also fair.
What's your unnatural up to, Garza?
4%.
Okay. You have thoughts and feelings about what's going on anyway.
Yeah.
And you don't like it. Yeah, Darin wants to blow up the house. I feel like Darin's going to use his pipe bomb before this night's over.
I also do agree with Darin.
It's just
I'm not against blowing up this house, but I am. I'm like honestly really curious if I should take one of these fucking maps. I don't know if I should though.
I'm gonna take.
You got the digital cameras. You can take snap photos.
Of the maps.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of this.
Look, the maps is not what I'm worried about. All I'm saying is there's stuff in this house that is proven to me, and we're burning that fucking book.
Yeah.
We're burning that book. Like, don't worry.
This is. I mean, you guys have seen clear signs that this house was, and these people were not right. Not only were they doing their own slightly culty insular things in the Priory, obviously, but I don't know. There's the heavy butcher's blades, the signs of ritual cannibalism, their triptych, their self-instruction manual for their family is cloaked sorcerers throwing skeletons on a pyre of black flame.
Can we call them cannibal wizards or cannibal alchemists?
Possibly both.
No, I would say ritual cannibalist alchemists.
Yeah,
they definitely picked up an alchemy sub-theme somewhere, but I would like to remind you these guys exist.
I mean, not
I don't know.
Well, let's make sure they are dead then.
Yes, I agree with that one.
Well, you found one skeleton.
I have fire.
I wonder if that's the
Much
Prioress.
fire.
Nah, the Prioress is probably a boss.
I'm going to light so many people on fire.
I got a sweet bone necklace.
Definitely probably the Prioress and then whoever.
By the way, I would have made sure, Omega, to not, there were non-Nabona jewelry, right?
Yeah. No, there's some silver. There's lots of silver. Oh my god, there's so much silver.
Ring.
There's so much silver and jet and ebony.
Yeah. No, I would have grabbed a couple of silver rings.
There's so much of that we could just take and probably funnel operations.
You guys are really glad this house was unsafe and outside of an urban area. If this was close to a town, the fucking local goth community would have torn this place apart.
And
this is a goth kid's wet dream.
Probably caused an accidental child sacrifice.
Also, someone would probably try to read the book. They can't.
Full blown. This would have been a slasher movie, right?
Yeah.
If this was any slightly more urban or suburban.
I mean, they would immediately have gone down into the fucking crypt.
It would have been.
No, they would have tried to find it. They'd have to get to it first. Because it's in the way.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's that one? I think one of them is called Demon House. Obviously, there's the spooky house in Nightmare on Elm Street.
I was going way sillier with it. I was thinking The Craft.
No, I'm thinking of, let's see, one entrance is warded and the other entrance is hidden away, so I don't think they would find it.
Oh, no, I don't know if they would have
gone. No, listen. Pop culture savvy kids would look for the fucking secret.
They would find the crypt entrance. They would find the crypt entrance.
Yeah.
Okay, I can explain that mechanic. So the way the ward worked was just, if you guys spent a lot of time in the library, which you did, you would roll int and realize, hey, why haven't I looked at that corner? And then when you look at the corner, you get a weird anxiety attack and you stop looking at the corner, which some people might go, I don't like that, and try and force it, which is what causes the sand roll, because you recognize there's a unnatural effect. But you can, without seeing it, you can attempt just a POW times 5 roll to be like, fuck you, I'm going to touch this bookcase. You get a plus 20 if you can see the ward with the powder, which is, I put the powder and the ward in there so you can do the thing because it's
I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. But you still can attempt to brute force it, and when you physically contact the ward, its hypergeometric effect ends. It can no longer stop you from looking at that corner.
I enjoy you rewarded us for doing the other plot threads first.
Yeah,
I mean, I can tell you because it didn't go that rate. Absolutely, there's a version of this where you guys like focused on the house, and other stuff, or maybe even like let Barbara Luna know about her secret basement. Like if you had just been like, "Hey, what's in your basement?" and she was like, "I have a basement."
That has to
And then
become
you
an
were
agent
like,
because she read the
and then
book.
you're like, "Oh my god."
She has to become an agent now.
But oh no, she'd be a friendly. But what?
Shit, we would have a friendly and fucking. Damn it. Oh well.
But and you could still do that. And you could still let her know about some of the stuff. She's still got a weird basement. Just you guys have kept the actual unnatural stuff and the guns she probably shouldn't own. Anyway, like there was straight up a plan. Like if you guys had approached her like at night at a different point, I would have had some thugs try and like rough her up or kidnap her.
Oh shit.
And that would have been funny because you guys wouldn't have wanted to shoot bullets. But when you guys lasered in on Charles and were like, this is a problem, and you guys stuck to that, it didn't seem feasible. But absolutely, there could be a version of this where like Charles like maniacally laughed at you as he kidnapped Barbara, and you had to like run through this house after him. I kind of like this slower version, but honestly, if you guys had approached this differently, that absolutely there would be some like full blown like some dead running situations.
Yeah,
in here.
Honestly,
if we treat...
Oh, sorry.
Go.
Go
first.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
But no, like I do like the slower line because this makes feels much more investigatory.
Thank you.
This, and I know I mentioned this, but I really do like getting all these little clues and just putting them in the fucking puzzle and seeing this. And it's a very scary picture, but I'm glad that I'm getting down to it. I do want to know what's up with that fucking pipe, though. I'm sorry, I like shit.
I think it controls hordes of rats, but we're not going to find out.
So I want to find out.
But I don't want to blow it anytime
I don't know.
soon.
I mean, you could roll a natural.
If we are
on
attacked by a horde of rats, I'm going to take the flute and blow it.
Fair enough.
Fine.
You could roll.
I'm
I'm
gonna roll natural on it right fucking now. What do I get?
I'll try. I have 6%.
Hey, I rolled a 7.
Okay, so Kara would know. Rituals can be in books and in gestures and etc., but they can also be contained in objects. An object itself can be hypergeometric.
Oh, okay.
You believe
I got
this...
a 7 as well, but I have 6, so I missed it.
Oh, so close. You think it's important. So basically the way that works is if you have an object that contains a hypergeometric ritual effect, you just do it. You don't need to learn it. You don't need to roll activation. You just pay the cost. Yeah. So if you blow on this flute and pay 3 willpower and 1 sand, you will do a ritual called Swarm, or apostrophes, parentheses, rats. You will summon a swarm of rats.
Cool.
Yeah, no,
if you blow on the flute and you invest it with some kind of power.
I didn't approve, but I had a feeling this was more of
Tail
a
final boss at the end. Then
yeah, maybe.
Honestly, wait. Actually, do you get to control the rats?
The idea is it causes rats to swarm to your location. You might be able to influence them with the music.
Maybe a thing if you're a ghoul, they don't want to eat you.
Yeah, I'm gonna still like want the pipe back at some point, but
I mean, I don't have like any particular use for it, but I was just like, I like things. I'm going to try to not be the greedy motherfucker who wants every single thing.
I get it. I get it now. The lady there, or someone there, when the house was on fire, someone blew the whistle when it was being burned.
Yeah, I have a feeling.
Yeah. But it's I want to know.
But
you succeed on your natural roll. You understand it's 3 willpower, 1 sand. You automatically succeed at the ritual swarm rats.
Well, actually, do we get sand back if we destroy this thing then?
I don't know if
I don't know because it's not a
because there's no swarm. There's no sand cost for learning it. It's an object that does hypergeometry.
It just has a cost for casting.
I mean, honestly, I guess we could turn it in, but I want to keep it.
It requires testing.
I'm not turning it in.
So I want to. Okay, so just as an earlier thing, I wanted to say, Rebecca, you were talking about like what else it could have been. So if we played it more like, I guess, a horror adventure series instead of like an actual horror mystery novel.
Play like Resident Evil.
Yeah, if we did more Resident Evil, it would
have more. Or if you guys had just been like, okay, this Charles guy is sus, but not done. I will say, and credit to you guys, most of the time when you guys think you've got a deep lead, you're like, okay, this is our lead now. We're doing it. Like with the house, right? It's like, no, we're going to clear this house tactical style. Like, you guys do not just fire and forget. So when you picked on Charles and, like, drilled down on him, like, right away, you did not raise any like alarm bells to him. You just were like, we're gonna distract him. We're gonna investigate his room. His room is a problem. We're gonna call our guy. Our guy is gonna take care of it.
Garza,
like,
you should probably hold on to the flute since you found it.
Who found it?
So Garza did.
Oh, okay.
So just put that in your inventory. A flute of summon rats.
Just call it the
Swarm.
Yeah.
The pipe. The pipe.
I have a copy of.
I probably put it back in the book and carry it that way. So
That's solid.
Hey, it's sturdy.
I have copy of Culta de Ghoul's torn up edition.
Danish.
Yeah.
I have the book of
Selections de
old,
Livre d'Avon.
very old French.
Technically, it does say it's selections, but yeah, it's translations of the Livre d'Avon. It's a handwritten transcript.
I'm curious. How much sand are we gonna get back for burning this book? I'm curious.
2d6.
Wow.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a very bad book.
Yeah. No.
Bad book. Like it's right up there with like the Big N and
So, like,
Or the big I, the Iod.
Honestly, aren't
Yeah.
like most versions of Necronomicon not that great? But I guess it's like an old version.
Well, so the actual Alazif is like a big deal. I believe the Latin Necronomicon is supposed to be pretty spicy, but some of the other ones are not.
The Book of Alazif, though. I think it'll just not burn.
I mean, the
think it's
actual
generic.
Alazif, yes. I think if you try to fuck with it, it just eats you.
It just goes.
That's
No.
Sand Loss 3d6, and then it's just recommended rituals. Any,
And he just knows anything.
just whatever the handler thinks is appropriate. It can have
You ask
literally
it.
anything in it.
You ask the book and it shows you something.
It's by Alhazred, and just no known copies are supposed to exist, but they give you the stats anyway.
He was on all the Mythos drugs when he was doing it.
I mean, no, you know who Al-Hazred is, right?
Technically,
The Mad Arab.
yeah.
Well,
Also, like
wasn't
HBL
it also
technically.
just someone who was literally just talking to Nyarlathotep?
I do believe so. Yes,
Uh,
that's why he's the Mad Arab.
I think that's a later edition, but
No, that's the story of Nyarlathotep. The story Nyarlathotep.
Anyway, I want to start.
There's a lot of words that have
I want
a
to
lot
stop.
of-
this
Yeah,
recording.
we're done. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe.
Right.
Enjoy more Delta Green.
All right, bye.
we should